lado ali, a casa da praia.
Ninguém vai tirar foto de lá e vai reclamar que tá um favelão. De lá pra cá, mas tava aberto, já tava tudo favelão.
Ei, bochecha, bochecha.
Vou pedir pro bochecha adiantamento. Itacaré? É. Uma vantagem que tem Itacaré, o dinheiro já tá na conta.
Por quê?
Ah, já paga adiantado. Eu não. Não, se ele for, cara. Entendeu? Tu já falou, ele...
E aquele já bom valor de Portugal já está lá no lado.
nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Bom dia and good morning as we take a look at some of the arrivals here at Itaúna Beach. It's a site of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. And the women are preparing themselves for action. We are down to the quarterfinals for the women as well as the men. It's a big finals day. We can see Teresa Bamvola in the jersey, and that's giving us a forecast that the women are going to be first in the water here. The swell is still maintaining great shape here. You can see the peaks out at Itaúna. And thank you. Thank you for joining us. We got a quick morning show because we want to get happening with all the action here. Finals day at the Corona Saquarema Pro. I'm Kaipo. This is Mitchell Salazar. And Maida pops to join us. And Maida, you know what? Yesterday, we had some heartbreak, but we had some brilliant occasions as well.
Yeah, we did. Gabriel Medina just made a show for us here, like with his high score. It was lovely.
Yeah, and Medina, you know, when we look at what happened today, he was the first surfer to paddle out in the dark. He's got the warrior mindset going right now. Gabe Medina, focused, laser focused on a win here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Mitchell, yesterday we celebrated some qualification for the women.
Yeah, two people that I think personally deserve to be on the championship tour. Those are Caitlin Simmers and Molly Picklum. Congratulations to them. And Kaipo, I'm going to be completely honest. I think that Katie, Molly, and Sakura Johnson are really revolutionizing the sport on the women's side. I think they're world champions in the future, and I'm really glad to see them on the CT next year.
Yeah, well, new blood and new energy coming in as women's pro surfing continues to progress and evolve. And speaking of women's pro surfing, let's look at our quarterfinals. We're down to just 8 women here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. And we got some great matchups. I'm going to start with you, Mitchell. Your favorite of these 4 matchups?
I really like that quarter number 4. I think Alyssa Spencer has a lot to prove. She's down in the rankings. She needs to make at least the final here, but they're looking for a big victory. And going up against a former CT surfer like Keely Andrew, that's going to be a great heat. But I also really like that quarter 2, Vakine Fierro, number 9 in the rankings. She's going up against her good friend Tessa Tyson.
Maida, your pick.
My pick is the quarterfinal number 3. I would love to see Summer Marcedo like surfing here. She has a local knowledge right now, and I really love to see her.
I agree. Summer Macedo would be the most local out of the quarterfinalists. I like quarterfinal number 1 with Teresa Bamvola, where she has a chance of qualifying for the championship tour. If she did so, she would be the first female surfer from Portugal to do so, and she can actually do that right here at this event. So we'll see how the day plays out. We'll keep you updated in all those qualification scenarios for the women. Now, let's take a look at the men, Mitchell. Your favorite.
Look, it's hard to overlook that the 3-time world champion is still in the event in the quarters. He's going up against the former World Pro Junior champion, Maxime Husno. That's going to be quarter number 2, but I'm really interested to see quarter number 1. Kalani Ball from the back end of the rankings, number 94 coming into the event against number 18, the local boy Joao Chianca. He proved yesterday that he can win this event, Kaipo. He's under control, and he's looking great out there at his home break.
Maida, your pick.
Yeah, I would pick João Chianca and Gabriel Medina as well, but quarter number 3 is also really interesting because Ramsey is looking so good here. He's really in tune with the ocean, and it would be nice to see them.
Okay. Mitchell, your pick for a winner. I want to start off the morning with hard questions. It's finals day. It's nothing easy.
I think Medina, realistically. From a personal standpoint, though, I would love to see Ian Gentile get a win. That would automatically qualify him for the championship tour, and he would only be the 3rd surfer from Maui to do it, Kaipo.
I like it. I like both of those picks. All right, well, let's check out and make sure with our official call, I'll throw it down to Rachel. Rachel.
That's right. Good morning. Good morning, Travis. Can you give us a call for today?
Morning, Rachel. Yep, it is finals day. We are on easy call today. The waves are so fun. Saquarema just keeps delivering. So we're going to kick off with the women's quarterfinals, then into the men's, and then go back and forth between the two all the way to the finals. We should have our champions crowned around 3 p.m. today.
Amazing. So finals day is about to begin. Keep watching us. Back to you guys in the booth.
Oh, thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Travis. I'm pumped. It's finals day. Let's get going. With no delay, with the horn already sounded, and we're on our way. Quarterfinal number 1, out in the water, Bronte McCauley, number 8 in the rankings, I'm sorry, coming into this event against number 7 in the rankings coming into this event. We talked about the qualification possibilities for this woman right here, Teresa Bonvala, and looks like she's going to have a nice start if she can complete this maneuver. Needs to ride out in front of the white water, and she does it. Looks to the judges. Right behind her, Bronte McCauley. Bronte looking down the line. It's a battle of the goofy foots in quarterfinal number 1. Bronte with opportunity for a second maneuver, but unable to get to the lip and goes incomplete. So that's going to set the heat. And I'd like to welcome to the set Bruno Bocayuva. Thank you, Bruno.
Oh, thank you, Kaipo.
Excited for finals day?
Oh, for sure, man. How about this goofy affair, huh? Nice one to start up. Bronte, nice carve. One more rail turn. Then she gets ready for the finish, and she did it. Nice one.
But in this exchange, we can also take a look at Teresa Bonvala. Bruno, I think she got the better of the exchange.
Oh, nice cutback. Little phone climb there. Oh, and a nice way to finish. And she holds? Yes, she does.
She fought for that finish. Look back towards the judges' tower and say, hey, give me the score. I want a big score. Teresa Bonvala, 23 years old, from Cascais, Portugal, ranked number 7, as I said, coming into this event. Right now, the qualification scenario for Teresa, if she wins this event and Alyssa Spencer, who's also in the quarterfinals, does not make it to the final, Teresa Bonvala will clinch her spot on the championship tour before the final event, which is in Haleiwa.
You know what, Kipes? This is huge for Portugal. After Thiago Pires he's a legend there, and Kikas also, 2 great surfers. Teresa could be the first woman from Portugal to do that.
Bronte McCauley did not survive the mid-season cut this year on the championship tour. She wants to get back on that championship tour via this Challenger Series, which she has an opportunity to do so. She's going to need a big finish here. So this battle right now has a lot of qualification implications.
Yeah, for both, huh?
For both of the surfers. Both of the surfers, Goofy Foot, Bruno, both have great forehands. We see a lot of lefts today, but both have been using their sharp backhand surfing to score points.
It's always good to see backhanders, goofy backhanders.
What do you think about the surf today? It seems to me that maybe the swell angle changed. Your thoughts?
Yeah, a lot. Now we can say it's a southeast swell. So the point of Itaúna is going to be working the lefts. Maybe we'll see the best lefts of the entire window period.
Okay, yeah, because up until today, it's been a lot of scoring rides on the rights. But as you can see, as we fly by, the lefts and the sweeping lines, right, more favorable for longer lefts.
Yes, that's the thing, and the wind is in the good direction also. So the setup is ready, the surfers are ready, and we are doing it.
We are doing it. Finals day. Again, we're going to do women's quarterfinals, men's quarterfinals, women's semifinals, men's semifinals, back and forth all day long. Look at the push and the wedge on this left. Beautiful wave. Little hung up there. And a disastrous takeoff for Bronte McCauley. It looks so rippable having that little wedge kickstart into there, but she just got hung up on the lip.
Yeah, almost a double up there. She could have paddled way more stronger maybe too.
Yeah, a little hesitation at the takeoff, and that cost her. So we're going to wait for the scores to come in. Bronte McCauley opened up with a 4.5. Teresa Bonvala with a 4.33. Interesting in the scores this morning in that Teresa fought for that finish, got that 2, but maybe it was, and then Bronte, who actually was unable to complete her ride, got the higher score, but maybe it was the explosive first turn of Bronte McCauley that earned her the higher score in that exchange.
Yeah, it was more vertical, huh? But I like the finish that Teresa did. Like,
I like the fact that she, fought for that finish.
Yeah,
It didn't come
yeah.
easy, but maybe it was that downtime that cost her a little bit
Yeah.
scoring-wise.
and you know what, Kipes, board sports in Portugal are now in such a hype. Gustavo Ribeiro just won the SLS street skate world title yesterday in Rio.
Oh, so over the weekend we had
Yes.
the SLS.
Yes.
And tell everyone what SLS stands for. So
Oh, it's Street League
Skate-
Series.
yes.
Skate.
Street League Skate, right?
Street League Skate.
So he's a world champ now.
Yeah, he's a world champion. Raíssa Leal, the Fadinha, a Brazilian phenomenon. She's world champ too.
Aisa, and
She won all of it.
she's
back to
very
back.
she's very young. She's the
Yes,
new
14. I
She's
think.
14. I'm a big fan. She's the
Yeah.
new generation, and I think Leticia Buffoni has
Yeah.
taken her under her wing, right, and is mentoring this young female skater that has already won a world title. Incredible.
Yeah, it's such a nice story, huh?
Yeah. Pedro Barros is one of my favorite skateboarders, by the way.
Yeah, great surfer also.
All right, shout out Pedro's, man. I mean, I love everything he does. I love board sports. I have a background in skateboarding. I try to keep up with it, not as much as I did. I worked in skateboarding for a while, but yeah, Pedro, just flowing style as a transition skater.
Animal.
One of my favorites.
Such a lovely person.
Is he a good guy, huh?
Yeah. Shout out to Pedro. Pedro's father, André, the character too.
All right, so with 23 minutes counting down, we'll fill you in on the scores again. A 4.5 opener for Bronte and just a fractional backup, 4.33 for Teresa Bonvala. Teresa now needs to play a smart heat. She has priority, and if she's able to get and execute on a really good wave, she can take the lead and put a lot of pressure on Bronte.
Oh yeah. Once again, we can use the expression of a 6-point game, like we say in soccer. So huge implications for both. So nice to see how clean the conditions are.
What do you think the wind's going to be doing today for us?
Maybe the direction will be nice and won't be a strong wind. Light wind during the whole finals moments.
Yeah, and it's a little cloudy today as we fly over, so kind of bad news if you want to have a suntan today, but good news I feel for us in competition in that it gives less of a chance for this inland land to heat up and pull that onshore breeze. So hopefully with the cooler conditions, we'll see less of that possibility for onshore. We had onshore wind yesterday.
Yes.
And it made it was challenging for the surfers in the last half of the day, or the final probably, I want to say 4 heats of the day.
It was a little bumpy.
Bronte McCauley missing the cut, but we can take a look at her Challenger Series results so far this year. She got a 5th place at Snapper Rocks, and then went on to Bolito, where she was able to semifinal there, and then another 5th place, another quarterfinal over at the U.S. Open at Huntington Beach. So this is the 3rd time this year Bronte McCauley has made it to the quarterfinals.
Oh, nice consistency, huh? So important to reach the quarterfinals in every event.
Tessa Thyssen preparing herself. She's going to be in quarterfinal number 2 against Vahine Fierro. And here's the beauty shot of the wonderful town of Saquarema, the river mouth that deposits all the sand, and the church on the point. Famous church. Tell us a little bit about that.
Our Lady of Nazareth. Yeah, it's there as a chapel since 1660, man. 17th century, yeah?
Wow.
And as a church from the 19th century. So, long story there. It's a very historical place for
it was
community.
It's very, every afternoon when it's clear here, there's this beautiful orange sunset, and then they light up the church, Nossa Senhora de Nazaré, and they light up the church, and it is, it's like a postcard every time. It's beautiful, like a painting.
That's it. Magical place.
Vahine Fierro, limbering up, loosening up. she's got a big opportunity coming up as well. I'd love to see Vahine on the championship tour. She nearly qualified last year. Bronte looking right. Foam climb to begin with and gets caught up there. No harm, no foul for Bronte. She's just surfing under the priority right now of Teresa.
Yeah, she was a little behind the peak. Yeah. I was thinking she was going left in the beginning.
Yeah, really faded that,
Yeah.
that takeoff. Set coming through now. Teresa with the priority. Good looking second wave of the set. We'll see how it formulates when it hits the sandbank here for Teresa Bonvalot. Here she goes. You can see the wedge action on the southeast swell. Has to ease through a cut back there. This wave goes very tapered. She's going to hope for it to stand up on the inside bank. Another cut back, and that's going to be it. So limited scoring opportunity on that wave, Bruno.
Yeah, she's almost flat there. I like the way she moved.
Very clean on the rails. A lot of rail control. We'll take a look at it again.
Two rail work, nice rail work.
So the score is already
Especially
in.
the second one, sorry.
No, the score is already in for this wave, a 1.83. So she's going to go to a soft lead,
Yeah.
a gentle lead over Bronte Macaulay. Bronte in second, but just needs a 1.66 to retake the lead. So nobody's really established any dominance in this heat as of yet, as we're kicking off the morning. A little sleepy here in Itona for the start.
Yeah.
Flying by here, you can see our event site. A massive structure right here on the beach. And you can see the whitewater lines and the main peak here at Itaúna. You think tide's going to be much of a factor today, Bruno?
Oh, it will be. Yeah, maybe once again at lunchtime we have almost full tide.
And how much of a change do we have in tide generally?
Oh, yeah, 1 meter.
Only 1
It's okay,
meter?
Yeah.
Yeah. So not a giant change, but it does change the wave a
Oh,
bit.
yeah, yeah. From
And water temperature, your guess right now?
20 to 22.
20 to 22?
Centimeters.
Yeah.
Centigrades.
Yeah. Fairly warm, but comfortable in a spring suit. Just a little bit of a chill. You know, and the day will probably warm up just a bit. I see the sun starting to peek out and giving us a little bit more light here as we're nearing the halfway mark. 16 minutes and 40 seconds of the opening heat of finals day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And it looks like Bronte Macaulay on the hunt here for a right-hander. This has been the money section for Bronte. Nice carve here. Sets up nicely. Another carve on the backhand. And 1, 2. Nice backhand lip glides right there at the alligator jaw.
Oh, yeah, she kept like pushing. The third one was a nice. The angle, the second half of the maneuver. I like it.
Well, she's going to retake the lead because all she needs is a 1.66 to take the lead off of Teresa. Teresa recognizing a left-hander coming in here. Let's see if she chooses to go. Yeah, it looks like she has intent. Here we go. Teresa Bonvalot. Little backwash on the drop. Easing carve on the first turn. Stands up on the inside and mistimes that.
Yes. Just one moment there, huh?
The hesitation.
Yeah.
And that will cost her. I saw the loss of momentum there and the hesitation on the bottom turn and just went off timing.
Yeah, the potential was there for a fraction of a second.
Yes.
Second, like.
Here she goes. She wants to make up for that on the inside here. Steep wall again. Teresa, there we go. That's much better, but she's going to lean on that single maneuver for a score.
Interesting, huh? Both goofies, one sticking to the right, the other to the left.
Even though this southeast angle is moving the lefts down the beach, it almost seemed to me with Bronte's wave that the right stood up more. But here's a replay, last of Teresa.
Oh, nice angle, but too short.
Yeah, so we're waiting for scores for both Teresa as well as Bronte. Competitors area starting to fill up this morning. Another replay of Teresa. And this is her previous ride. The hesitation off the bottom, lost the momentum, and had to give up on that one. Bronte McCauley here on the backhand, utilizing the sharp backhand skills that she has. A couple of nice carves, but this is where she went to work on the inside. As the wave steepened up, 1, 2, finished with the lip glide right on the shore break. We can take a look at it again.
Oh, yeah.
From up above, Bruno.
Yeah, nice. Very dynamic. And going vertical in this one. And doing the combo with a floater at the end. Nice one.
Nice one. We're waiting for that score, as well as the last ride for Teresa Bonvalat. Hey, Maíra, you're on the beach. Who you with?
Yes, I am at the beach. I found here Kikas. He's watching the heat. What are your thoughts about her performance?
Kind of slow heat so far, but there's some really fun lefts. Good waves for Teresa. Teresa's been ripping all week, so hopefully she can make it. Bronte is a really good surfer, tough surfer in the water too, but we're cheering for the Portuguese girl. Hopefully she can make it all the way to the final and guarantee a spot on tour.
Would be nice to have a girl for the first time, a Portuguese girl on the tour, huh?
Oh, definitely. And Teresa is such a good ambassador, really passionate about her surfing, real athlete, works really hard for her dreams, and would be good to inspire younger girls in Portugal.
Okay, thank you very much, Kikas. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Maíra. And Kikas there was on the championship tour representing Portugal. I call Kikas the pride of Portugal.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, Tiago Pérez, the prince of Portugal. And Teresa Bonvalat would love to have the title of the princess of Portuguese surfing.
She deserves, huh?
She does. The numbers came in during that interview, and this is how it played out. Last score for Bronte McCauley, a 5.23 for her effort on that right, utilizing the lightning quick, sharp backhand of Bronte. On the left, a 4.27 for Teresa Bonvalat. So the situation, Bronte's on top, Teresa needing at this moment a 5.4 to take the lead off of the Australian.
Oh, yeah. The heat is getting on fire. And shout out to all this Portuguese surf community. Such a tight community. They're so supportive of each other.
Yeah. We're going to be fair. I'm going to say shout out to Portugal and the wonderful surf community over there, and a shout out to all of my surfing friends over there backing up Bronte McCauley in Western Australia. Just a wonderful piece of the world.
Oh, yeah.
And talk about being able to find some empty surf. WA.
Oh,
you
have diamonds there. Just
bring a big board.
Yeah.
And a four-wheel drive.
Yeah. And no shark issues.
Yeah, bring a big board and a four-wheel drive over there, and you can access some of the world's best secluded, powerful waves. Yeah. Here we go. Teresa on the comeback. Bottom turn, carves off the top, and oh no, catches a rail there. Okay, the situation that I'm going to really assess is what's happening. It seems like maybe these lefts are kind of going a little bit out to sea, because this was surprising that this wave softened up, and Teresa just caught a rail there on the first carve.
Yeah, the first moment was, the wave was, the wall was vertical, and then went to the channel and flats out.
All right, well, 10 minutes and 20 seconds counting down here in quarterfinal number 1. We're easing to our day. Again, if you're just joining us, this is finals day for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. This is stop number 6 of a total of 7 events on the Challenger Series. Tessa Thyssen catching some words of advice and preparation. She's going to be in the water in about 10 minutes versus Vahine Fierro, who is strolling down the beach right now. Vahine preparing for her paddle out. Vahine Fierro, actually one of my favorites, but I have a soft spot in my heart for Tahitian surfers because being a Hawaiian surfer, we're all kind of in the same family.
Yeah, Polynesians, huh?
Yeah, we're all islanders,
Yeah.
all part of that Polynesian triangle between Tahiti, Hawaii, and Aotearoa. Warboat moving through as we're flying by, with 9 minutes remaining in this opening quarterfinal. Well, it seems like, it feels like we have to go away. Felt like it was a break coming on. So we'll see on the other side of this break, and we'll have the conclusion of the opening heat quarterfinal #1 conclusion when we return.
That's the goal, I think, for everyone here, to re-qualify and get back on tour. And I feel like I've got the ability to win an event, so even just winning an event would be pretty incredible. So I want to get on tour to surf those good quality waves. And yeah, I've got a lot to improve on too. I think every girl on tour has a lot to improve on. I just want to get better at tube riding and really enjoy those opportunities that the women are now getting on tour.
Love hearing from Bronte McCauley, second-generation professional surfer, poised, articulate, confident, has had brilliant moments on the championship tour in which she wants to climb back into. And the pathway to the championship tour is this Challenger Series. Let's take a look at what happened during the break.
Oh, yeah. Now she went left. Nice carve. Second one, almost a cutback. And aiming to do it. The last one, a vertical one, but she doesn't stick to it.
Yeah, that lack of a finish is just costing the score. She got a 3.93, so it does not change the situation in her scoreline. Bronte holding on to a 4.5 and a 5.23. Teresa, with the same requirement as before we left for our commercial break, Teresa now needs a 5.4 to take the lead off of Bronte McCauley. Teresa, you can see her in the blue jersey as we fly by, and Teresa does have first priority.
Oh, yeah, they are so close in numbers.
I like the glassy conditions here for the opening heat. But sometimes, Bruno, with these glassy conditions and an overcast sky, I call it like flat light. So sometimes it's hard to see the transitions of the waves. We've seen in some of the past waves with Teresa Bonvala where she mistimed something or hesitated off the bottom, and I'm just looking for an explanation, and I have a feeling that some of this flat light might have something to do with that.
Nice point of view, yeah. Yeah, I agree. After hearing you, yeah, that's can happen, huh?
It's, especially at beach breaks.
Yeah, you got surprised. You were looking towards the horizon, and sometimes
Can't see it.
Can't see it, yeah.
Especially the transition in the waves. So you can see right here as we get down to this angle, the overcast sky matched with the clean condition. Now, actually, you wouldn't think so, but a little bit of ruffle right now that's coming up with the wind, that's actually helpful.
Yeah.
In the flat light.
In this situation.
In this situation, it'll help you be able to see the transition that's that much better. So this was actually like a little welcome change in the conditions, I feel.
That's it. Just a little touch.
Not too much.
Yeah, not too much.
Here we go, Teresa. Smooth bottom turn to cutback combo. Tapered wall. She's going to have to milk another cutback in. Anticipate the closeout section, oncoming section. She hits it, looks back at the judge's tower as if to give the body language like, hey, at least give me a 5.4 so I can take the lead. That's exactly what she needs. Here we go on the comeback. The answer. Bronte McCauley eases a bottom turn again, has to ease through a cutback into the whitewater. And a little bucked off as that wave tapers quickly down the line. Bronte realizing not the scoring potential in that wave and perhaps the loss of the lead. She wants to stay out the back to gain priority, but let's see what happened here.
Yeah, I think was a little tactics there, huh? She did the cutback and then watching towards the down line. Once again, see, nice wall. Then after the cutback, she decided to bail. Nice three-turn combo from Teresa. 2 cutbacks, and this time she did a proper last turn.
Yeah, proper finish there for Teresa Bonvola. One more look from above, Bruno.
Oh, such a beautiful angle, huh? Second cutback, fading in and preparing herself to this last one.
Again, she needs a 5.4. We have not got the score from the judges. Last wave of Bronte McCauley will not change the situation, so the situation will remain the same for the Portuguese surfer who's trailing. Let's take a look at our heat recap to see how we got here. Opener, Teresa Bonvola, 4.33 on her first ride. Nice finish, but had to fight for it, Bruno.
Yeah, a little downtime there, as you said.
4.5 was the opener for Bronte McCauley, all from this arcing turn. And 2. Didn't get the finish, but the damage was done on the outside. And then Bronte on the backhand chooses to go right. Eases through a couple of nice turns. And this is where she gets busy on the inside. Steepens up 1, 2, and a 5.23.
Oh, nice way to back it up, huh?
Teresa needed to make the comeback, and that she did, Bruno.
Yes, she's working it. 2 cutbacks and 1 nice last move.
5.63 for that, and the lead to Teresa Bonvola. Down to 45 seconds, and Teresa, who trailed Bronte for most of the heat, looking good. Bronte does have priority. One more chance, perhaps on the outside. Let's take a look. You can see Bronte on the top of your screen in the pink jersey. Clock ticking down. A couple of waves are presenting themselves. This could be a buzzer beater moment for the Australian. She lets the first one go. It's going to have to be go time on this second wave as we're down to just 18 seconds. Now it's going to be a battle to get her hands off the rail and have this wave count. Here comes the countdown at the 5, 4, 3, 2, does not get it.
The Portuguese hope is still alive, huh?
Here comes Teresa. She's into the semifinals. And you can see how much that meant to Teresa. Wow. Well, we got our first semifinalist here, and she is ready. Got a lot of energy, and she's charged for that semifinals. And we're going to have some cheers from the Portuguese crowd for Teresa Bonvalot. Wow, what a way to start the day, but you know what? The day still has a lot more, Bruno, to present.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Let's do this.
Let's do this. Thank you for joining us. Finals day, we're just beginning. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
E nessa briga direta ali pela classificação, se deu bem ali a Teresa com valor. Ela que era quinta colocada no ranking. Realmente vai ganhar alguns pontos importantes, hein? Nessa reta final, reta decisiva. Para que você tenha seu nome registrado no ano de 2023 no grande campeonato, grande circuito Championship. Isso aí. E está saindo da água aí a Teresa, bom valor. Olha o sorriso dela. Uma salva de palmas aí para a portuguesa, pessoal. Vamos lá. Salva de palmas para a Teresa, bom valor. E está no final. Olha aí, dando um toque na camisa. Olha que beleza. O calor humano do brasileiro aí, já pedindo aos jogos para a Teresa, bom valor. Parabéns, Teresa. É o portuguesinho, o maior ídolo. Não faz parte do clipe do Portugal. Aí o Portugal. Essa camisa tá lá. Essa camisa aí vai valer muito, hein?
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona. This is Living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro. And by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil.
Teresa Bonvalot, victorious in quarterfinal number 1, makes her way to the beach. And congratulations from her fellow competitors. She's our first semifinalist at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Flying over here, a beautiful finals day in a beautiful part of the world. Quarterfinal number 2, out in the water. Vahine Fierro against Tessa Thyssen, both surfers representing the French flag, Bruno.
Oh, yeah, and one more goofy affair. And there is Tessa. Nice first move. The angle was not that radical. Cut back, and now she's down. The girl from French Caribbean.
Yeah, representing Guadeloupe.
Saint Bart's.
Saint Bart's.
Yes.
So she's a representative of a French colony in a way.
Yeah.
And so is Vahine Fierro, representing the French colony of French Polynesia.
Yes. By the way, I love the way you say Tel Po.
Thanks. Yeah.
And the respect that you put on it. And Vahine was saying yesterday that the first time she surfed Chopu, she was 15 already. She learned to surf in beach breaks there.
Yeah, she's Vahine Fierro, who's out there in the pink jersey, from Huahine, a different island, and then had to move over to Tahiti Iti, where is the end of the road and that famous wave, Taupo. You can say Taupo, you can say Taupo. It depends if you want to use that okina between the O's to accentuate the actual meaning. Vahine accentuating a beautiful carve to begin with. Second carve for the Tahitian, looking smooth on rail. Wants to finish. Oh, perfectly timed finish. A little bit more on the inside for Vahine. Wave gives her an extra bonus section That's going to be a great start for the Tahitian.
What a nice ride, huh?
Right?
A lot of speed, dynamic. And she did it all the way.
Great flow for the 22-year-old representing Tahiti, Vahine Fierro.
So loose.
Vahine, you can see, ranked number 9 coming into this final, to the second to the final event on the Challenger Series replay. Let's enjoy this, Bruno.
She's still dreaming about the spot, huh? And she's surfing for it. Nice 2-turn combos, and then that's the best one, huh? And she kept coming.
I don't know about you, but I feel like the highest score of the day so far.
Oh, yeah.
5.33 checks in, and I believe that is the highest score of the day so far. 5.33 opener for Vahine Fierro.
Very nice way to start.
That's how you want to start off your campaign out here, with a good keeper score. As we've seen, it looks really inviting, the waves, but what we learned from that first quarterfinal, it's a bit challenging as well.
Oh, yeah.
Tessa. Nice negotiation on that lip glide. Beautiful arcing turn to follow. So this is a nice answer back to Vahine's opening ride. Tessa lines up on the inside and finishes. So she's going to be right back in the game at this moment. A 2.51 will take her to the lead. No doubt she's going to go into the lead with the second scoring ride. Here we go on the replay.
Nice bottom turn. Attacking the lip, almost losing it. But still gets to do a couple of more turns. And I like the way she finished.
Loving the drone angle.
Yes. And the wall kept delivering for her. Huh?
I'm feeling the lefts right now in this quarterfinal number 2, from what I've seen, have actually improved. A little bit longer wall. Hey, utilizing the lefts brilliantly to a berth into the semifinal was Teresa Bonvala. Let's hear from Teresa. She's with Rachel.
That's right, Teresa Bonvalo, last minute win to start the day. Talk us through that one wave that made you beat Bronte.
Yeah, I mean, the waves are super hard. I surfed in the morning and it was like really fun, and I was checking the waves and it looked like super, super fun, but at the same time tricky. And then I try like to get those lefts and just like super fat, super mushy. Then Bronte got the 5-something on the right, and I was like, wow, like, is it changing? But at the same time, I was trusting the process and my plan, and in that last one, I was like, this is the one, and I gotta make for it, and I gotta push and put pressure. And then I got the score, which I mean is amazing. Another 8, super important. I mean, Bronte surfs amazing. She's been one of the girls that I look for, and yes, it was definitely a big win.
And yeah, you know that if you win this event, you qualify to the championship tour. So how much pressure are you feeling now?
I'm not feeling pressured at all. I felt already the pressure, and I'm just trying to stick to my surf and try to enjoy those 30 minutes that I have to surf literally alone with just one more girl. That doesn't happen that often. So that's what I'm trying like to focus on and put my surfing.
Thank you. You're into the semifinals. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rachel. And yeah, congratulations to Teresa. A scenario again, if Teresa wins this event and Alyssa Spencer does not make the final. Now, Alyssa Spencer's on the opposite side of the draw. She's going to be in quarterfinal number 4. So if Alyssa does not make the final and Teresa wins, she clinches her spot on the championship tour.
That's big, huh? And I love the mindset, the appreciation, how humble she is.
Well, yeah, and she's showing that she's focused, right? Because it's still a long day to that W, to that win. 3 big heats, quarters, semis, and finals, and that equals, you got to put together 6 good waves, 2 good waves in each of those heats, and that's the path to victory. The math is easy to put together, but to actually do it is very, very difficult.
Way harder, huh?
Score came in for last of Tessa, a 5.4. 5.4 puts Tessa Dyson into the lead. Vahine Fierro needs a 2.91. Vahine in the pink jersey on your screen with priority and 20 minutes counting down on the clock. Tessa's going to take this one under priority.
Yeah, she was deeper, huh?
Nice snap there. Eases a cutback. Make it 2. Kicking out.
Yeah.
Looking to better her low of a 2.83. Think she did that?
She's gonna be close, huh? The wave almost fade away the second section.
Yeah, these waves, the left, so we'll take another look at it, Bruno. You can talk to us about this.
She was nice touch. The first one, a little rail work there, and nothing happened too big after.
Wave on the way, and we're going to see if Vahine Fierro utilizes her priority. And she will not. So with that, I'm going to check out with Maida. I think she's in the athletes area.
Hi, boys. I'm here at Área de Atletas Banco do Brasil. Athlete areas here, and the athletes look like very focused. The girls, Summer Macedo, Kiliandro, they don't even blink. The eyes are in the ocean, and they are completely focused for the finals day here at Saquarema.
Thank you, Maida. Yeah, that's the prep center. That's the athletes areas where you prepare and focus and ready yourself for the heat. And then also, that's where you come into the locker room and, you know, you're either bummed or you're happy because only one advances on these one-on-one matchups. Here we go. Vahine Fierro gets the finish. She needed a 2.91. Dare I say she's going to get that 2.91?
Yeah, maybe because the last one, I like the drift she put on there. And
very interesting. Some of these waves that taper and don't allow for that finish that we're going to see in this replay don't have as much scoring opportunity. So I think the surfers really want this oncoming section to maximize for that final maneuver like Vahine was able to do there.
The wall was more vertical at the last section, huh? And she did good waiting with the right pace to do it.
So clutch surfing that way for all it was worth. 17 minutes, 30 seconds, and we're anticipating the score for Vahine Fierro and see how that affects the situation out in the water.
Yeah, I think she will get it. It'll be a close one.
Fairly short period waves. It looks like the waves are pretty close together right now. 3.43, and Vahine does flip the heat right now. But Tessa on the comeback needs a 3.36 on this wave. Nice start with a couple of arcing cutbacks. Really wants this wave to stand up on the inside. And it's just a series of cutbacks right now. And it did not have that oncoming section as we're talking about. So that may suppress the scoring ability of that wave just a bit for Tessa Dyson. We'll see. She needs, again, a 3.36 to retake the lead. Here's the replay.
Yeah, she did like exactly the same turns, like 3 cutbacks. The first move was the best one, huh?
Yeah.
After that, like you said, nothing else.
Well, variety is in the judging criteria, so not a lot of variety on this wave. Solid rail control and good mechanics. However, just a series of 3 cutbacks will keep the score a little bit lower, but she doesn't need a big score at the same time. She just needs a 3.36.
Yeah.
And we got the number in, and a 3.6 comes in just enough. She needed a 3.36. She got a 3.6, so that was enough. Maybe it was the flow, because you know.
In the first turn, the wave was bigger in that first section.
Yeah, our judging criteria we set up every single day. Our head judge sends out a breakdown of the criteria, commitment and degree of difficulty, innovation and progression. So that's going to be to the air game and big turns, combination of major maneuvers. You want to get more than one maneuver. The variety of maneuver comes into play, but always the basis of good surfing, Bruno, speed, power, and flow. So I think what happened in that situation, that there was a combination of maneuvers, and the flow of those combination of maneuvers is how she got that number. Vahine Fierro now, priority in the pink jersey, needing a 3.68. So this is a back and forth match.
Yeah, all the way, huh? And still have plenty of time to, we can see more of that coming, huh?
Yeah, plenty of time. I think this match is going to go back and forth, back and forth. We're going to go back to a commercial break, but we'll be forthright in coming back with the conclusion of quarterfinal 2.
Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Quarterfinal number 2 out in the water, and Tessa Thyssen doing some rail work as we return to the Corona Saquarema Pro. Nice finish for the French surfer. She's in the lead over Vahine Fierro, looking to improve on her scoreline. Her low, a 3.6. I'm Kaipo with Bruno, and welcome to finals day.
Oh yeah, we are on. A nice, a smaller wave from Thyssen, but she did great, huh? 2 turns combo. I like the angle. And that was, 3 turns actually. Nice way to finish. I like the composure, the body language.
Yeah, building up momentum in the back half of this quarterfinal 2. Tessa Thyssen looking to better, again, that 3.6. She does have the lead over Vahine Fierro. And a nice finish, so things are looking bright for her at the moment. We're at 11 minutes, 45 seconds on the countdown, and still anticipating a score for blue. Vahine patiently waiting at the peak here at Itaúna, and waves are starting to present themselves, Bruno.
Oh yeah, I love the drone shot there. It's almost surfing the wave with Thyssen.
Second wave of the set looks pretty good for Vahine Fierro. Let's see if she acknowledges that. It's a good sized wave, long wall. She's pretty far inside. Here she goes. Little warble on the face. Let's see what she's got. She'll skip on the bottom turn, but makes up with the cutback. To the lip there. And holds on for the finish. Kicks out, so she's really gonna lean on that single maneuver for her score, and her need has increased to a 5.54. That's because Tessa on her last ride scored a 5.47. So really evenly matched quarterfinal number 2, Bruno.
Oh yeah, She's protecting herself from Vahini. Nice finish there, but wasn't too much of a speed. She managed to control. It wasn't huge, huh?
Well, we will see what the situation is. Tessa on the paddle back out. Just caught a short ride. Hey, Maida. Maida's with a guest right now. Who do you got, Maida?
Hi, I'm here with Frédéric Robin, one of the coaches of the French Federation. So how is to have two French athletes in the same heat and also a very close heat?
Yeah, you know, this is the quarterfinals. We have no stress because it's two French girls. So the best one will move to the semis. At least we will have one French girl in the semifinals.
Yeah, but what do you think about their performance and who is more in tune right now?
They both have a 5-point wave, so it will depend on the backup now. Still 10 minutes to go, so it's going to be a close one for sure.
Okay, thank you very much, Frédéric. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Maida. And the score came in for last of Vahine Fierro, 3.9. Not enough for the Tahitian. Tessa in the blue jersey is out in the lead. Vahine now under priority with 9 minutes remaining, needs a 5.54, Bruno.
Yeah, that was Freddy Robin, former QS surfer from Reunion Island. Now he's one of French Olympian team coach, alongside with Alain Rioux, the Tahitian.
Well, Alain is going to bring a lot of knowledge to whoever qualifies for the French team when we look at the 2024 Olympics that's going to take place at the end of the road in Tahiti Iti, Te Aupo. Here we go, Summer Macedo making her stroll down to the beach. She's going to be matched up against Amaru Suzuki, who had a brilliant round 16 heat against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson yesterday. Overcame quite a deficit, and Amaro with some momentum. Meanwhile, Summer Macedo in that heat with some local pride, as she has spent a lot of time here in Itaúna Saquarema with her partner João Chianca and her partner João Chumbinho. We're going to see him also in the quarterfinal number 1 for the men. So the couple has made it to the finals day together. They'd love to share double victories. Important way for Vahine Fierro. Nice arc to begin. Steeple on the inside. One more arc. Smooth rail work, keeping it clean, but needs a finish. Tapping through this section, sees the oncoming section. Big snap for Vahine. 5.54 is the requirement. There was some smooth surfing. The finish was nice. Was it enough?
Yes. Nice combination, nice rhythm. She kept the flow all the way through. I like this first one. And the wave was a little small in the inside, but she managed to put this last move.
And that last move was a high-risk maneuver, too, because she just hit right on the lip line, gliding through. Right here, showing a lot of control. Speed, power, and flow, remember, are all in the criteria. Little downtime here to generate speed, to meet the lip there for the finish. 5.54 is the requirement to take the lead. This finish right here, my book, Bruno, very dynamic.
Very dynamic. And these little lefts are looking fun.
Oh, no. Well, I thought she got some work done, but the judges said no. 5.05, 5.07, not enough for Vahine. Maybe the size of the wave was took into account to that score.
That's it. They always put a lot of attention in this matter.
Well, I think for someone like Vahine, it's what she has to do now is don't get frustrated in not getting the score.
Yeah.
She's still going to have to go out there with the mindset of a 5.54. Hopefully, Vahine's mindset is actually surf to a 7. Give herself some padding. I know she's got the skill, but things are going to be a little bit more difficult because she does not have priority right now, Bruno.
Put a little spice on it. Huh? We'll be facing the 5 last minutes in a couple of seconds, so It's drama time coming.
Let's take a look at our heat recap in this matchup of Goofy Foots representing France. Vahine had a nice opener here. It's 5.33.
Yeah, very fluid, dynamic, doing some rail work there, and nice way to finish. It kept coming. That was a fun little laugh.
Tessa behind her with the answer back. Lip glide there, little bobble, but no problem. Regains composure. This was a 5.4.
Yeah, her surface so strong, huh?
And the finish. And then we'll take a look at this ride again from the drone angle. Smooth rail surfing. Bangs the oncoming section. 5.47. And the lead to Tessa Thyssen.
I like the power of that last move from Tessa.
Tessa with priority, needs to play smart here. There's going to be multiple opportunities, however, when we look towards the horizon and we see some waves formulating. Let's take a look and see who uses the priority here. It's going to be Vahine Fierro under priority. Good looking wall, a little bit of warble to deal with. Little rail grab, Cuddy for control. Wave is opening up here on the inside. Oh, layback hack. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Gets caught on the heels right there after that layback hack for Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, it was a nice decision to do that last one, but she didn't keep the composure after.
I like the rail grab. She's going some variety right here. And Bruno, I thought she got to it early, so I thought everything was good, but it was just that whitewater that caught her on her heels and knocked her off.
The first half of the move was there with a proper tempo, but the phone was so strong there.
Still some strong turns. 5.54 is the requirement. We'll see what the judges think. And it comes in at 3.93, so not enough. Requirement remains the same for Vahine. She's under priority, and now we're under the 3-minute mark, Bruno.
Oh, yeah. But it's still some time to do it, huh? But the wave was there with the proper space for her to do.
If Vahine had to finish on that wave, she would have turned the heat. And so that was unfortunate. And that's how close this heat is. And that's how, that's how when you get to finals day, how important it is every single wave to complete and make sure that you're in some clear water to finish.
Yeah, keep your feet on the board until the end. Huh?
But sometimes, it's not just your physical ability, it's also when you're in a pressure situation like that, everything seems a little more slippery.
Oh yeah, mental strength. Huh?
Well, now it's a 2-minute drill for Tessa in that with priority, she can really play some defense right now, Bruno. Your thoughts?
Oh, for sure. She's already there, almost shoulder to shoulder.
Waves coming through.
Yeah. Set is coming in.
Tessa's going to have to use her priority for the block right now or give the opportunity to Vahine Fierro. Let's see what happens. Tessa looks at it, decides not to go. Vahines need to stroke into this one, unable to get into that wave. Oh no.
She wasn't on the right place, huh?
More opportunity coming. Vahines happily just sitting on her board as Tessa starts creeping into screen and a little bit closer. So Tessa may be using her priority right now. She looks interested. Is she going to do the block? No. Here we go. Vahine needs to perform now. Smaller wave, just to cut back. That thing went flat and shouldery. 1 minute counting down. And things are starting to look dark for Vahine Fierro. She needs a few waves to come through. Under priority, needing a decent number of the 5.54. And we're going to see how this is going to work out. And I'm not going to call it an upset, but I actually am going to call it an upset because on paper I would have had Vahine Fierro coming out of this heat, the former world junior champ, already coming in with a great experience and great performances for a couple of years on the qualifying series and on the Challenger series. But it is Tessa Thyssen who is evidently going to move into semifinal number 1 against Teresa Bonvala.
One more goofy battle.
Countdown to make it official. Sound of the horn and the end of the heat and the end of the road for Vahine Fierro. She's going to take an equal 5th from Brazil, moving into Haliva for the final Challenger Series. Tessa Thyssen, she's going to move on to semi-final number 1. Bruno, some great action to start the day.
Oh, yeah. Great action, and still more to come, huh?
Still more to come. Stick around. Quarterfinal number 3 in the water when we return.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Well, it's got that finals day feel to it in the air. Saquarema, the host to the 6th of 7 events on the Challenger Series. Quarterfinal number 3 out there of the women's. Summer Macedo, the Brazilian in the red. Muro Suzuki from Japan is in the blue. Mitchell Salazar, Maida Pops, and super coach Luis Pinga Campos. Bom dia, Luis.
Hello, bom dia, good morning. And I think you have a good day today.
It seems that way.
Yeah, I think you have good waves. No, I think you have a good finals.
And how long have you been coming to Saquarema for competitions, Pinga?
For competition, in the 8s, no? Maybe 87, 89.
34, 35 years around there. Wow, long time.
Long time.
And Maida, you've seen this guy. He actually discovered the great Italo Ferreira you were mentioning.
Yeah, he did. And also, like, Adriano de Souza is a very, very good coach and manager. So tell us a little bit about your story with these surfers.
Yeah, I began in 8s, like 83, 82. I work for a small surf brands in Brazil. And after this, I go to work in Island Magic. It's a company, has a quicksilver line in boat in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
I worked there like 10, 11 years. After this, I go to a small experience with MCD.
Mm-hmm.
And after MCD, I go to Surf Co. company and work with Reef Brazil and Hang Loose. And after this, I worked 15 years in Oakley here, you know, and there's a big focus in sports market, you know, and the athletes, events, and trade, etc. And about surfers, about athletes, And in the 8s too, I have a good opportunity to work with Picruta Salazar, Pedro Miller, Almir, the Wagner Pupo, the Samuel and Miguel father. And after this, Renato Vanderlei, Cristiano Spiro, Danilo Costa.
Some big names.
And we began with Adriano in 1997 when he had 9 years old, no?
Wow.
Oh, the summer wave.
Yeah, this is the opening exchange during the break. We saw Summer Macedo Maida. She's had some incredible results so far this season on both the local, regional QS. She gets a great finish right there, a 5.17. And then Amuro Suzuki, who's also had a quarterfinal finish. She's matching her best result. This came in as a 7.17, a great wrap right there, a stronger second one. And these lefts are looking not only great out there for the regular footers, but as we saw, 2 goofy footers in semifinal number 1. But Suzuki, the Japanese surfer, very comfortable out here in beach break conditions, Maida.
Yeah, she does. And what a good start of the heat, like scoring 7.17. Very nice for her. And now, and Summer Macedo also with a 5.17. But Summer Macedo was very, very concentrated at the athlete areas this morning. She kept her eyes like looking and searching for the good opportunities there. So it will be a good match right there.
You've been around 40 years in professional surfing here in Brazil, Binga.
Yeah.
What's it been like seeing the progress of women surfing within the sport here?
In Brazil?
Yeah.
I think we need to work more. And for me, is a big challenge for us in Brazil is the woman surfer, the girl surfer. We need to begin a new program with more young girls, like 10 years old, 11 years old. It looks like we did with the guys, because we have a lot of girls surfing now, but we don't have a project, we don't have a plan.
Why do you think that isn't the maybe focus right now that we're seeing more towards the leaning of the young women in the sport?
I think we need, before we need to make a good scout, to understand what's happening here, how many girls we have, how many girls with a big potential we have to work this, And also we need to understand, one thing for me is very important, we just work with the kids to transform in a good athlete. We need to work for transform a good person, because this I think is very important. The school is very important, education is very important, the culture, and etc. It's simple. We need to know is a kids, is a children. It's not right. We take care of a kid like 10, 11 years old, like a pro athlete.
Right. You actually need to address the fact that they are kids, they're children.
Yes. I think that is more important. No pressure. No pressure in the kids. The kids need to understand is for fun, And it's our job understand what is the time to change the key.
Right.
This girl is good, and you need to change the plan. We need to change approach. You need to change everything. You need to change surfboards. You need to change. She need maybe change the city. She has a structured family. What the family doing? What his father, his mother, her mother and her father doing? For understand what we need doing.
Right. Maybe looking at a paddle there from Suzuki, she's in the lead with a 7.17. Macedo has a 5.17 in her scoreline. 22 minutes to go. Mitchell, Maida, and super coach and I guess talent scout Luis Campos, also known as Pinga. And it seems like quarterfinal number 3 off to a great start with both these ladies. 2 regular footers in the water out there in the red and the blue. Might be having a paddle there by Summer Macedo. She's going to let it go, and Suzuki has a look. And you know who had a great look out there in quarterfinal number 2 was Tessa Thyssen. She's on the glass with Rachel.
That's right, Tessa. Congratulations one more time. And what a battle between 2 French goofy footers. What was it like facing Vahine in such an important moment?
Yeah, yesterday during the interview, I was saying, I hope she does good. And then I realized she was in my heat. So I was like, I would be happy for her if she makes it, but I wanted to make it myself. So I would be happy either way. So I'm really happy for her. She has another opportunity in Hawaii. Hopefully she can do good there and confirm her spot in the city.
And how tricky is it out there? Anything you want to improve to the semifinals?
Yeah, for sure. I was I was trying to figure out the wave because it's getting bumpy and I feel like I wasn't bending my knees enough, so I'm just trying to adjust that for the next heat.
So keep going. See you in the semifinals. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Rachel, and felicitación to Tessa Tyson moving through. 21 minutes on the clock. Priority with Summer Macedo at the moment. She's just needing a 2.01. Pinga, when you look at the impressive performances from Europeans, as we might have a ride here from Omura Suzuki, having a paddle, and she's going to be up and riding. More of a smaller wave right there. It's going to be a throwaway. You look at the impressive performances from the Europeans on the women's side and on the men's side. Why do you personally think that they have strong results here coming to Brazil?
The European girls?
And the men, too.
I think they are working very well there. No, I know Portugal, the guys doing a very good job there. And the girls, man, I work in El Salvador in June, last June in the ISA. And Spain have a good girls too. I remember Spain put the 6 girls on Saturday. The
finals day, yeah.
It's crazy, no? Because as the France, the guys talked to me about France, Portugal, and Spain work little together, no, to push up the surf in the area, no, and it's good because the geographic distance is close, it's short, no, and the guys has a lot of events, no, in Portugal, Spain, men in Portugal, no, the job the guys do in Portugal is fantastic.
Do you think the lack of resources has been a main source of why we haven't seen more Latin American countries develop surfers, such as Joao Chianca on screen? El Salvador is one of them. Brian Perez is coming up, but maybe they don't have the same amount of resources as a country like Brazil or the United States.
Yes, I think so. I think we need to organize better Latin America, no, for El Salvador, Costa Rica, Panama, and Colombia beginning a new project there now. Colombia is very cool. See South Colombia, what you have Colombia doing now. No, Peru is fantastic job now. They are have a good tournament center, but I think they are need change anything there because it's a big tournament center, but few people use there. You know, I think you need to organize better Latin America. You know, have a more strong, more close relationship, you know, and more events, no, more South America, more Latin America events, no, not just one event a year, maybe one event between 2 years. I think you need more, 3, 4, 5 events, you know, between Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Paraguay, Chile, Peru, Panama, etc. I think that's more important. You know, you need to think together, no, more union. Like France, Spain, and Portugal try to do it now.
Right. Great point right there. We might have a paddle here. 18 minutes to go. Summer Macedo in second place. She's going to let that wave go by. Interesting decision. It looked like a decent one from this angle. And she looked back at it as well. Might be having a look here at the second wave of the set. Going to hold on to priority just under 18 minutes. Suzuki with the best wave of the heat so far is 7.17. And she's going to go on this one. Great looking wave for the Japanese surfer. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. Already has a quarterfinal finish. Great turn right there up into the lip line for the Japanese surfer. And Pinga Maeda, in her regional circuit this year, she has a first and second place. And it goes to show you that not only is she a bronze medalist at the Olympic Games, she is easily one of the best surfers out of Japan right now.
Yeah, she is. Look, she found this really good looking wave under priority and she smashed it. It was nice.
How impressed have you been with the development of Japan in the last 10 or 15 years, Pinga? They're easily a superpower now, too.
Yeah. Japan really doing a very good job there, too. No, I remember in 2002 in Durban, the Japan has the more organization team there.
Right.
No, very. Everything is planned, good staff, no, different people's working, because the guys need to understand, is a lot of athletes when I say event, no, you need a big staff.
Right.
Because it's a 2 buffs, we need like 12 athletes, it's impossible, 1 guy or 2 guys take care of everybody, it's impossible.
No, and then they come traveling with nutritionists and everything too, Maida.
Yeah, do you think like they had all these investments because
Yes.
of the Olympic?
No, I think it's before.
Before that?
Yeah, I think it's before.
But not looking to that, like...
Because the Olympics is after the surfing is Olympic in 2016. They are working before for put one guy, because Japan in juniors always has a good guys and good girls. The problem is its transition. It's like Brazil in tennis, no? We have a good athletes in juniors, but we lost these guys and these girls in transition. And Japan had this problem before. Now we have more Japanese guys in QS. I think because they are work this.
Yeah.
No, they are need to understand what's happening and why the guys have this problem. No, because the work, the money, I don't know. We need to understand what's happening. No?
And just like every other country worldwide, they don't necessarily have to live in Japan.
Yeah.
They just need to be actually Japanese. You see Kanoe Igarashi, who's from Huntington Beach. You see Taichi Wakita, who is from the North Shore of Oahu. I competed against this one kid, Pinga, Kaito Ohashi, who was a great surfer too. Now you see Reo Inaba on the Challenger Series. You see Shun Murakami, who I think is one of the best surfers we have here at this event too.
Yeah.
But it's crazy to think that a lot of the women are coming out too. Minami Nonaka made it to the round of 16 yesterday. Amuro Suzuki in the event. And obviously Shino Matsuda, a great talent as well.
I watched China. China is interesting too, because in the last ISA games, the two Chinese girls,
they made a few rounds.
I think 3 or 4, maybe more rounds. It's interesting this. China beginning a new project for surf there, like they did in skate, no? I think it's interesting. But Japan for me maybe it's the new country.
Emerging, right?
I think maybe Japan is a new country.
Look, I think there's a lot of things that are going into it, Maida. You see the qualification of Rio Waida, first Indonesian male to qualify for the championship tour. I truly think, as well as Pinga, I think Asia is going to be the next region of the world that's really going to develop great surfers.
And the money, they are have big money there.
Here's Summer Macedo in second place and used priority on that wave as Amuro Suzuki gets a 6.47 on her last wave. The local girl in the red jersey now needs an 8.47, an excellent score, and it would have to be the best wave of the day so far. In terms of conditions, Pinga, looking pretty good out there, quite clean early in the morning, 13:30 on the clock, and it's been all Suzuki so far in this heat. But Macedo trying to make a comeback here in Saquarema to move through into the semifinals. Be right back with the second part of the heat after the break.
Blue sky, hills, beaches, and forests. Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Welcome back to quarterfinal number 3 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Maida and super coach Luis Campos Pinga here in the booth with you. Amuro Suzuki in the lead with a strong performance so far, a 7.17 and a 6.47. That means the Summer Macedo in second place currently needs an 8.47 for the lead. Pinga, we were talking about conditions right before we left for the break. The direction for the swell change today, more from the southeast.
Yeah, I think the left is the best choice today. I don't see any good right wave. I think we have a good day.
Yeah.
I think you have a good day. Well, probably we have this condition for all day, you know.
It's been a great day so far, and we're only 3 heats in. And you're working with a few people here, Pinga, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm working here with João. He's still in the first quarterfinal. And Michael Rodriguez, David Silva, and Kyle came to compete just for one event. No?
Right.
He need to compete one CS event. But it's okay. We good. Michael had a good result in Portugal. And all the guys in the bubble now need a good result in Haleiva now.
How do you approach, sorry, Maida, you got a question for Pinga?
No, yeah, I was wishing to talk about this, about your work with João, and how do you think his mindset and everything right now at this point of the competition?
I think he now is well, and João has a very good pre-hit. No, he need to work very well with the pre-hits to control his focus and his emotion. No, when he control his emotion, he normally he made a good hit. He make a good reach. No, I think the more important is we working before the hit, for he understand what's happening. He working his mind more quiet, more calm, more confidence. No, it's like Summer. No, Summer is a good surfer, but she need more confidence. Maybe this result put her confidence back. No, because her confidence now, she's confidence now is very, very down, very down.
Well, hopefully she can pick it up. We're actually talking about João right now. He's with Bruno.
Oh yeah, he's here with me, Mitch. Now he's cheering for his girlfriend, but he's doing his prep for his heat. And how he's doing the two mindsets different?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard because like we get nervous for my go in the water, and like we still want to like not get emotional at all and like keep focused to my heat.
Conditions wise, how's it going? It seems like the sets are bigger, but a big lows between, huh?
Oh yeah, conditions wise it's pretty much perfect. I feel for finals day, winds kind of settle down and we have like good direction of swell. Not actually a swell, but like Saquarema pretty much pump waves all the time, every day. And we got some fun conditions out there. The left is kind of showing off and like, yeah.
Okay, this is the place to be. Área dos Atletas, Banco do Brasil, the athletes area. Back to you guys on the booth.
Obrigado, Bruno, and boa sorte to João Chianca. He'll be coming up in quarterfinal number 1 in 2 heats. 8 minutes to go. Amuro Suzuki in the lead. Summer Macedo in second place. Still requiring an 8.47. Great heat coming up. Alyssa Spencer and Keely Andrew for the last quarterfinal. Pinga, working with João, and I know you've worked with a lot of local surfers at their home break. How do you approach coaching when you're helping a surfer out at their home location? What's it like doing that?
I think, like I talked before, I think for the kids, no, the more important is school. No, I think they need to go to the school every day. It's good for them. No?
Right.
And after this, we put for training, no, outside water too, no, for dynamic, no, for the kids need to understand how more early the guys or the girls understand is important. We work not just inside the water, in the water, no, outside too. And the guys surf now. We try to this involvement, this natural surf, no, natural surf. I don't like change a lot.
Right.
These kids, the style, etc. I think surfers like Olympic gymnastics, you know. It's where you put your personality.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, originality almost.
Exactly, because it's not a robot. No, what you think everybody's make the same, doing the same in the heat. It's not cool. I think we need to use the personality, more aggressive, more calm. It's like Miguel. No, Miguel is not soft. His personality, he's calm, clean guy. No, it's different. We need to use this.
Right. And it reflects in his surfing,
exactly,
too.
because I think the surf is like this, no?
And when do you think it's time, like, to work on the weaknesses of these young athletes?
I think everybody has your time, you know. We don't have one rules. No, 13 years we need doing this. 14 years we have a plan. You know, it's 3 to 4 stages. No, and before 11, 12, between 12 and 14, between 15 and 18. After this is pro athlete, no.
Right.
We have this plan, but many guys cut this stage, you know.
Right. They leapfrog it.
Yeah, the phenomenon. Maybe it's more long. I have a good example. And Felipe and Gabriel, Adriano, Jadson, did the CT when they has 17, 18.
Right.
No? And Italo made a CT at 20, 21. Because we need to respect the time. It's different times, no? It's different personality, different life histories, no?
Love that analysis right there, Pinga.
Yeah, I think that's more important, no? We need to respect this, no?
We had a paddle there from Summer Macedo, still in second position. And interesting enough, looking at the heat recap now, only 5 waves ridden in 25 minutes. Opened up with a 5.17 did Summer Macedo, Maida. And a decent start, but unfortunately for her, she has just faced an in-form Amuro Suzuki, who has gotten a quarterfinal finish this year, and she's guaranteed herself at least one more here in Saquarema.
Yeah, Amuro Suzuki looking really sharp right there. She just smashed these 2 waves. The first one was this one, 7.17. I really like this turn, and she's doing pretty good down here at Saquarema.
Pinga, you were mentioning the amount of confidence that surfers need to succeed. It seems like Amuro Suzuki has been very confident in this heat.
She's a good surfer, no? And it's not a surprise the bronze medal, no? In Japan. And she not put a lot of focus in World Tour, right?
In qualifying,
yeah. She put now?
Well, she is now. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, this year was, you know, maybe not the year that she would have liked.
Yeah.
You know, this is already her second best result so far. If she makes it into the semis, it will be her best. But, you know, it's a bit surprising, though. I'm right there with you. I think she has the talent to make it to the CT stage. She's obviously been close to qualification before, but, you know, this year I just don't think that the start was really there.
Yeah.
She did bad in Australia, both events. Did better at the U.S. Open, a 5th place there. But, you know, you go into the last 4 events of the season, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders.
But the woman's very hard, you know, the points, so...
Dude, there's 5 people that qualify, and we might guarantee 5 people today.
Yeah, it's crazy. Because I think Teresa is very close to guarantee, no?
Yeah, if she makes the final, she's basically in, and so is Sakura. So that would mean that nobody's going to be able to qualify at Haleiwa afterwards. Now we got some things going down today, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a fun day. And even on the men's side, too, we could see a couple of people qualify.
Yeah.
Ian Gentile, Maxime Husino.
It's very cool to see Maxime.
Yeah.
For me, he's the guys like work more in the water and outside the water. Maxime work very well.
Yeah.
And he has now, I think, 29, 30 years old.
He's 30, yeah.
30. And it's very cool to see him in CT because he is work for this, no? He's a world champion, Pro Junior world champion. He try a lot, you know. Every year he stay there in the bubble. Every year in the bubble. I think this is a good name. I'm very happy if he qualify to CT next year.
And it would be the first French surfer to qualify in some bit, too. I mean, we've seen the success that French surfers had on the CT. Jeremy Flores, obviously, Michel Perez from Tahiti. But it would be great to see both him and Joan requalify and maybe have that little camaraderie and travel partners, too. Is that something that you feel is a necessity, too? Obviously, the Brazilians do it very well traveling together.
Yeah. We travel different things, but always the guys stay together, you know? That is good.
And
do you think they get some strength, like in this, like being always together? And
I think it depends the personality, you know? Because depending what the guys think, what's his approach, is different, you know? It's different persons, no? It's different focus, different approach, no?
And also, I was curious, Pinga, are you working with like very young guys right now? Do you have like a name?
Yeah, I work with Matheus Jones. Has a kid has like 9 years old.
9.
Yeah, and Ryan Martins, a kid from Florianopolis, and 14 years old. And Yuri Barros, he's from João Pessoa, Northeast, but he lives in Florianopolis now, maybe changed to Guarujá. Matheus is from Bahia Formosa. His father is Alan Jones, a Brazilian pro surfer. He did a final in QS in Praia Mole this year, his father. But they are living in Guarujá now too.
In Sao Paulo, yeah.
Yeah.
40 seconds to go. Amuro Suzuki in the lead, and I want to see those names in the Pro Juniors and maybe even in the QS in the next few years. 30 seconds to go. Suzuki with a commanding lead. Summer Macedo needs the highest score of the day so far. And the Japanese surfer going to block the Brazilian on that wave. 20 seconds. Might see one more wave or two afterwards. And that one, unfortunately, not going to break. So 5 waves in 30 minutes. An incredible feat by Suzuki. Effective. Only caught 3 waves. And those 2 out of the 3 that she caught that went up into her top 2 scores. 13.64 heat total. Impressive stuff there by the Japanese surfer, and she's going to guarantee her best result of the season so far. And she would love to win an event here in Saquarema to move up in the CS rankings before the year ends. Well, as we see the beautiful shot right there, Suzuki takes out Summer Macedo, Mitchell, Maida, and we're going to say goodbye to Luis Campos.
Okay, thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, and have a great day.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Yeah, we'll be right back with more action from the Corona Saquarema Pro. Don't go anywhere. Quarterfinal number 4. It's going to be Spencer and Andrew hitting the water.
Esporte é vida, é emoção, é disciplina, é inclusão. E é por meio da Lei de Incentivo ao Esporte que grandes eventos esportivos acontecem. Viva o esporte!
Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, o Estado do Esporte.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Finals day out there in the water. Quarterfinal number 4, Alyssa Spencer. Still within striking distance of qualifying for the CT. Number 14 in the ranking. She's going to be in the red. And former semi-finalist here in Saquarema, Keely Andrew, out there in the blue. She came into the event ranked number 35. Not really in contention anymore to qualify for the CT, but she would love to gain those points, move up into the leaderboard for next year's CS, and also get some nice $20,000 for her bank account as well. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops, and Maida, great heat out in the water. We could see Alyssa Spencer qualify for 2023, but she does need to make the final here, and it's a great heat. Keely Andrew with a lot of experience, has done well in Latin America before, won a QS 6000 in El Salvador in 2016, has made the quarterfinals in Los Cabos before, and she has a good relationship with this wave right here.
Yeah, she does. She made like semifinals. When it was, Mitch?
I believe 2018.
2018, yeah. and so she knows how to serve this spot here in Saquarema. But Alyssa Spencer is doing pretty well, like for the whole event. She won all the heats that she served, and she's doing fine. I think she has one of the best scores of the women competition as well. And yeah, nice heat starting right now. We kind of had a slow one just right before this one, and not many waves ridden, but look, they're already looking for this.
Yeah, and positioning, one of the most important things, if not the most important thing at the beginning of the heat. And Spencer's resume this season, very impressive on the qualifying series within her North American region. She has 4 victories, a semifinal finish, and 1 throwaway result, but that was actually outside of her region. In terms of the junior tour, she's still a junior, only 19 years of age, has a win and a 5th place finish, and then on the challengers, has a couple of 5ths, but everything else, really not the result that she was looking to keep. Has CT experience too, has competed at Bells for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, but she is looking for her maiden victory at the Challenger Series level here in Saquarema. An impressive young lady from San Diego, California, North County, and she has all the tools that it requires to qualify for the CT, Maida.
Yeah, she does. We saw this here during this whole week in Saquarema, and they're looking for this set right now. We saw that how important it is to catch a good wave right in the beginning, about like they build confidence. We saw Muru did this like the heat before. She took like 7.17, and let's see who's gonna find the first opportunity here.
Yeah, and Spencer has won every heat that she surfed in so far in this event too. 3 heat wins, and she has looked dominant. This is gonna go on the first wave here of quarter number 4. More of a setup turn there by the goofy footer from Southern California. Wrapping it back yet again, working with Matt Myers out of Myers Surf Mentorship. And Alessa, great turn right there in the pocket, a lot more aggressive. And she's looking to get one more before the finish. And that's going to be it for the surfer in the red jersey. Spencer, ranked number 14 from Carlsbad in North County, San Diego, but surfs for Encinitas in terms of the Board Riders Clubs. And this is an incredible heat. Spencer has a chance to qualify here, and it seems like she knows what's on the line, Maida.
Yeah, she does. She found this really good looking wave, and started to put some turns in. And I liked the very end of the wave, that she was more aggressive and explosive. But the wave really offered her many opportunities to show what she can do here.
And she used it to great effect here as well with the drone angle. You see the first wrap, and this is something that Matt Myers has been doing well all week, making sure that his surfers don't risk anything too hard on those flatter sections, but when they do stand up, they're using them to the perfection of the wave.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. Yesterday we saw all these girls like showing their strong backside on those rides. So probably today, as the conditions changed, we are gonna see them like surfing on the forehand for this left, and they're doing good until now.
Yes, they have. 23 minutes to go. Here's Keely Andrew having a look. You know who's had a best performance over a year so far? It's Amuro Suzuki. She's with Rachel.
That's right, Amuro Suzuki. You were looking pretty confident this heat. Actually, the whole event. Were you expecting for that 7.17?
Yeah, I'm really happy right now. And then, yeah, we got finally good wave today. And then, yeah, of course, I know she's definitely high score. So, yeah, I don't want to give a chance to her. Yeah.
It must feel good to beat one of the favorites here. Summer is one of the favorites here. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I'm super happy to compete with her because she has really good experience and top surfer. Yeah.
Congratulations, you're into the semifinals. Back to you guys.
Arigato gozaimasu, Rachel, and congratulations to Amuro Suzuki. Huge heat win for her into the semifinals, and she is going to face the winner of this heat in quarter number 4. 4.5, the opener of Spencer. Decent ride to start things off, Maeda.
Yeah, I think so. What I was saying, like it's so good, like to start the heat with decent score, and especially like with no making mistakes on this wave. I think this builds confidence, and we know that the ocean. Look, let's see this Kili wave.
Here's Keely Andrew, great opening turn right there. Bigger size wave too, huge section on the second one. And unfortunately not able to finish right there. So the former CT surfer gonna, fall on the second turn, of her first wave. 27 years of age, will be 28 by the year's end. 5,700 points, and number 35 in the rank. So out of contention for qualification for this year. We're probably gonna see her on the CS next season as well. Been traveling a lot with her mother after Ediseta. They actually went to Italy for a few weeks. First time she's been to Italy. The parents had been before though, and is having a great trip with her mother so far here in Saquarema. Looking at the drone angle, beautiful looking conditions this morning, Maeda, and great turn right there.
Yeah, really great turn. It was a shame that she couldn't complete the second one because it was a good wave, like nice size. I think if she could hang the last one, it would be a very great score there. She caught like 4.33 for this, so imagine if she could like complete.
Well, they appreciated the one single turn, especially on the first section. A lot of risk, and they understand the difficulties of competing with these lefts that are peeling down the line, and they're quite quick too. The speed of these waves definitely deceiving out there. And Spencer now with priority, she's been lethal in terms of selecting the best waves in 30 minutes. And she also knows what's on the line. But her coach, Matt Myers, one of the best in the business. Matt originally from Santa Cruz, California, lived in Southern California for quite some time. He used to be the Rip Curl team and promotions manager. So he's actually known Alyssa for almost 10 years now, since he started sponsoring her for Rip Curl. And now they actually work together in terms of a surfer and a coach. So maybe that dynamic between them, knowing each other for such a long time, helps their relationship out even a little bit more, Maeda.
I think so, for sure. We just talked to Pinga, and he was talking about this, how important it is to have this relationship since the athletes are pretty young. And Pinga, I think, is one of the best doing this, He's always like working with very, very young guys, and he said how important is to build their confidence and also educate them. I think this is the most lovely thing that Pinga did with Adriano and also with Italo. They came from very humble beginnings, and Pinga was always there for them.
Right. Big things coming not only from Luis Campos, but I think for a lot of the younger generations, having himself and a lot of other scouts going out and seeking these young surfers all across Brazil. And we see a lot of people do that in other nations worldwide as well. Australia is one of them. There's a reason why Keely Andrew was, one of those surfers that succeeded on the CT for years, made a few finals, and she is currently in second though in this heat. As Alyssa Spencer having a look. Up and riding using priority. Great first turn right there. Wrapped it all the way back. This wave standing up more, and a nice second jam right there by Alyssa going down the line. And she is just attacking this wave like if there were no tomorrow. And with 17:30 to go, she's going to extend her first place position. And this should be her best wave so far, Maeda. And we were talking about her wave selection. Didn't necessarily look like one of the best waves out there, but somehow ended up being the best of the heat.
Yeah, really do. So look, I really loved those maneuvers there. How she connected every maneuver, the flow and the strength. Really good wave for her. We couldn't even think about like in the beginning of this wave. And yeah, good choice.
Oh man, I love this angle too. It really shows you what the judges are looking at. The first wrap right there, and then all of a sudden the wave stands up, Maeda, And this turn right here, the best of the wave, wow, really lays it down and then straight up into the lip afterwards. Little bonus section at the end right there. I honestly wouldn't even be surprised to see the best wave we've seen all day so far in that score.
So do I. I think it has potential.
And there you see the direction change in terms of the swell. A lot more southeast than it's basically all lefts today, Maida.
Yeah, I think this is the best direction for here, like for Saquarema. Then we can see like these long walls for the left side. And yeah, we cannot even believe that we had so many days of waves pumping here at Saquarema. I think this spot is amazing. Like, it's always pushing some waves, even if we don't have like too much swell coming. Yeah, it's amazing.
And you look at the amount of time that there still is left on the clock, plenty of it. But Alyssa Spencer just dropped a 7.33, one of the best waves of the day so far. And the goofy footer from Southern California with a strong lead. Keely Andrew now needs a 7.5. Andrew, a semifinalist here in Saquarema before at the CT level. And it's funny that you actually mentioned that this is the best direction. Travis Logie also said the same thing. He competed here in 2010 at a QS event when Willy Cardoso won. But he said that the left was breaking almost off of the rocks. And he said that it's the best event he's ever seen here in Saquarema. 15 minutes to go. Andrew with priority. And she is trailing the red-hot Alyssa Spencer, needing a 7.5. Quarterfinal number 1 coming up. Kalani Ball and Joao Chianca, but we still have the second half of the women's heat.
Como Saquarema é lindo.
Nossa, o Kai voltou.
Such a special place, such a beautiful village.
You can check out the Corona Lay Days on WorldSurfLeague.com. The big dog in the house. 3-time world champ, Gabe Magina. Gonna hit the water for quarterfinal number 2. He's going up against a very informed surfer, though, in Maxime Housineau, who has a chance to qualify at the end of this event. Live action, though, quarterfinal number 4, the women out there. This is Keely Andrew, the Aussie from Noosa, Australia on the East Coast. Beautiful waves around there. Some excellent point breaks, and you can definitely see it in her style. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Popst, and Maida, you know, it's been some good wave selection by Alyssa Spencer so far, and Keely Andrew has struggled really to find the best waves in this heat.
Yeah, she does. I think this would be like the most important thing for this morning. We saw just Amuro Suzuki doing a really good job, like choosing the waves. We don't have like too many opportunities right here, but the ones that we have are looking pretty good. So I think this is gonna be the key point for them, like the wave selection here.
12 minutes to go, and you're absolutely right. It's been Alyssa Spencer with only 2 waves caught so far that has her in the lead, and that 7.33, I think a lot of people probably would have let that wave go by, but Alyssa said no, that's one that actually looks good. Here's another one that looks good to her. Up and riding. You can see the wind picking up a little bit, the texture on these waves. Nice little setup turn right there from Alyssa. And the tide is rising, so we're going to see that backwash come into effect. Not right there, though. Great turn by Spencer. I love the aggressive attack right there from the goofy footer. She's going to finish off this wave and add some more pressure to Keely Andrew. Looking to improve on a 4.5 right here. And not for lack of trying. Andrew's an incredible surfer, but it's been Alyssa Spencer all event long. She's been finding the best waves out there.
Yeah, I do think so. This wave looks like really nice, and I think she's has been like the better one to deal with all this kind of conditions. You know, she ripped when the waves were kind of chunky and stormy at the first day of the competition, and now she's looking pretty good on this kind of condition.
On a tricky wave to ride too, as you can see from this angle. Great turn right there, but a lot of backwash on this one. It wasn't necessarily one of those waves that reeled down the line all the way. She really had to hunt down those sections, and it's going to pay off for her. 10:30 to go. Waiting for the score. Priority now with Andrew. Incredible talent coming out of Australia. As I said before, has a great relationship with Latin America, has been successful in the past. Huge win in 2016 for her. Won the final in El Salvador against Alessa Quizon. And there was no doubt in my mind in that event, I actually was there to cover it, that she was the most informed surfer I saw all event long. The waves are pumping at the CT location of Punta Roca. And Keely Andrew has one of those amazing point break styles that I can recognize from a mile away. And unfortunately in this heat though, she just hasn't been able to get those waves that have allowed her best surfing. Had the 4.33 to start off, but she's been waiting ever since. Waiting on the score still for Spencer. Looking like she has a chance though to improve as scores are coming through. It is a 5.4, so she does better. And now puts a lot of pressure on Keely Andrew as the surfer in blue now requiring an 8.4 to take the lead. Tough situation right now, Maida.
Tough situation. We know that she can switch like her mindset. She really will need to use this priority, like catch a good wave, because otherwise she won't have time to catch another one. Probably she will need to split this score in 2 good waves. Like, I mean, she can ride at 8.4, but maybe she will need to split.
There's a chance she could. I mean, there's enough time too, 9 minutes. You'd be thinking, okay, if I can get one within the next minute or two, I could get back out there, and all of a sudden, I'm back into the heat. Well, you know who's in the heat? Bruno Bocayuva. Where are you at, Bruno?
Hey, Mitch. I'm here in the VIP area. I'm here with one of the biggest stars from Brazilian surfing, the Pro. How's it going, bro? Enjoying the comp so far?
I don't speak English, irmão. Fala português comigo. Tu tá no meu país. Tu quer falar inglês? Eu só quero falar, irmão. Não quero pensar, entendeu? Fala português, tu não é brasileiro?
You know what? The guy doesn't speak English. He don't want to speak English. We are at Brazil. Nice point, huh? So I'm going to speak a little Portuguese with him. So, então, Pro, e aí? Tá torcendo por alguém? Tem alguém que surfa melhor que você aqui?
Pô, surfar melhor que eu, tu já quer demais, né? Os moleques estão mandando bem. O Gabriel mesmo eu treinei e tal, o menino tá surfando bem. Lembra muito o meu começo. Esse aéreo que ele deu ontem foi maneiro. Foi o que eu expliquei pra ele, ó. Bota o olho na esquerdinha ali. Vai vir uma junção, dá pra tu voar bem do jeito que eu te ensinei, entendeu? Não tô torcendo pra ninguém, não. Porque melhor que eu não tem, irmão, tá ligado? Mas os moleques estão mandando bem.
He's full of confidence. He's saying that nobody's better than him. He spoke with Gabriel. He said, hey, keep coming with that aerial that I taught you how to do it. So the guy's a legend. I'm going to speak one more time with him. E as condições? Tá gostando do mar ou tá muito marola?
Cara, tá marolinha, entendeu? Mas tem uma esquerdinha ali que eu tô botando o olho nela, que dá pra vir, meu irmão, dar 2 forte, paulada reta e depois finalizar com um voo ali. Hoje dá pra ter show de surf, irmão. Quem não surfa bem é porque não tá treinando direito. Porque, meu irmão, a esquerdinha tá vindo ali toda hora. Se não pegar ela, tem alguma coisa errada, entendeu?
He's aiming the lefts. He's digging the lefts. The lefts are good, and the pro is here, ready to talk some things about the comp. He's full of confidence, as I said. He's very funny. He's a mediatic guy. Arthurzinho, the pro. Back to you guys.
Hey, Bruno, before we let you go, though, would you mind asking Arthurzinho when his heat is?
When is his? Quando é sua bateria? They asking.
Eu nem quis competir, irmão.
He didn't want to compete here. The level is not that high, you know. He likes the championship level, huh? City level for you.
Eu não quero competir, irmão. Não tem ninguém do meu nível aqui. Pra que eu vou competir?
Nobody at his level, you know. He just put the bar too high, and the expectations are there too high, huh? Back to you, Mitch.
Obrigado, Bruno. And yeah, might be. I mean, he's claiming a lot of things out there. He's a character for sure, but that guy on screen, easily one of the best surfers of all time, and he's got nothing to prove and everything to gain here in Saquarema. Just under 6 minutes to go. Alyssa Spencer still in the lead with a 5.4 as her backup wave. Keely Andrew did paddle for a wave. She lost priority. Now needs an 8.4 Maida. And it seems like Spencer doing what she does extremely well, getting her opponent out of position. She's been pulling her off of the main peak.
Yeah, it's true. And she's with priority right now. So Keely she will really need to be smart right now to try to have some opportunity there under priority, but she really requires a very, very high score.
Just under 5 minutes to go, and Alyssa Spencer with the lead. Let's look at the heat recap and see how she got that. Keely Andrew opened up with a decent score right here, a 4.33 basically for one turn. Unfortunately, right there, just wasn't able to get the finish. Not for lack of trying, though. Andrew going for the big section there at the end, but then it was the big answer from Alyssa Spencer right here. This gave her a 7.33 Maida.
Yeah, really nice looking wave. Very strong maneuvers. I love this one. And she could surf until the very end of the wave, very long wave.
And then backed it up with a 5.4 right here. Smaller wave, but capitalized on an opportunity to better her second score, and that put Keely Andrew in a tough spot, now needing an 8.4.
I really like this last turn, almost last turn.
Got an incredible style too, doesn't she? Going up in that North County part of San Diego. Some incredible surfers, by the way, from that area. I think the most well-known one is Rob Machado. He's from that area of North County as well. But, you know, Alyssa has grown with a lot of great surfers. Taylor Clark, I think, is another person that you might have heard of. Another incredible goofy footer, too. And then you see that whole scene of Southern California. And really, I think the West Coast of the United States produces so many incredible surfers, too. Connor Coffin last year, number 4 in the world. We've seen Tom Curran from Santa Barbara. Obviously, you have the people from the East Coast as well, such as the 11-time world champion Kelly Slater. But in terms of, I think, the development of surfing within the United States, a lot of it starts with those great programs such as USA Surfing, Western Surfing Association, NSSA, and it's honed the skills of Alyssa Spencer and a lot of other young ladies, such as Kira Pinkerton as well.
Yeah, and also Colo Rendino.
Yeah.
Colo Rendino, Kano Igarashi.
Mm-hmm. Tati Weston Webb before she made the switch.
Yeah, many good surfers from that area.
Yeah. No, there's an incredible amount of talent. And I'm telling you, Sawyer Lindblad from that area, San Clemente too. Samantha Sibley, who was in the event. Nolan Raposa. And I think Levi Slauson is one of those kids that will still be up and coming in the next few years. And then that whole area of North America, you have Mexico with Alan Cleveland Jr., Johnny Corso, who's been around for a few years as well. There's going to be big things coming from that North American region in the future. And Keely Andrew right there, nothing but smiles, but in a tough position, needing an 8.4 to take the lead. She knows that Spencer is going to try to block her on every single one of these best waves as long as she has priority. And within the rule set, you can block a person, but priority will switch. And right now, it's just going to be Kiliandra trying to hunt a wave underneath Alyssa's priority, Maida.
Yeah, she has like 2 minutes left and very tough job to do because she needs an 8.4 and with no priority there. As I said, like wave selection would be like the most important thing of this heat. We saw just like 6 waves ridden, and Alyssa did a great job.
Well, in terms of confidence too, for the 27-year-old out of Noosa in Queensland, best result of the year so far for Kiliandra. She can't be disappointed about that. Great performance again in Saquarema, a place where she's had success before. A semifinal finish a few years ago at the CT level. Ended up losing to Sally Fitzgibbons, who won the event as well, so no shame in losing to the event champion. But she's got that fire in her, and I know she really wants to requalify for the CT. Hopefully she goes to Hawaii and competes at that last event of the season too. I think that wave really suits her style. And Alyssa Spencer gonna block Keely on this wave, up and riding, the heat leader. 45 seconds to go, big section here, and throws the tail, and that's gonna be incomplete at the end. And now a chance here for Kiliandra. Up and riding, needs an excellent score of an 8.4. Decent start, and you can see right there by the body language. Throws the thumbs up to Alyssa Spencer, saying congratulations. And that's going to be it with 20 seconds to go. It's going to be the American moving through into the semifinals. Unfortunately, we're going to lose Kiliandra, but a huge result for the surfer in the red jersey on screen. She needs to make the final at least here to keep her dreams alive.
Yeah, and she can do it because she's surfing like pretty well. She looks very confident and also in tune with this wave here at Saquarema.
And once again, very effective. Only caught 4 waves in the heat and 3 of them above a 4.5. So if Alyssa Spencer does not finish within the top 2 spots, she's gonna not be able to qualify at the end of the season, as Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has a chance, and obviously Teresa Bombola will need to win the event in order to qualify for 2023 as well. So a few situations, but Alyssa Spencer has on her mind only one thing, a victory. She gets a victory here in quarterfinal number 4, takes out Kiliandra, and we're going into men's action. After the break, it's going to be Kalani Ball from Australia and the local boy, Joao Chianchi. Don't want to miss this heat. A lot of qualification implications on the line as well. Great heat and an even better one out there in the water next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Zooming down from outer space to the country of Brazil and to the small beach town of Saquarema, northeast of Rio de Janeiro proper. And it is a beautiful beach town as we look at the white sandy beaches, Bahia against the rocks, and where we are, Itaúna against the rock formation on the other side of the beach, wide open to Atlantic swells from all directions. a swell magnet in the way of Saquarema, beautiful country beach town. The topography conducive to surfing. You can see the sand flow coming out of the river and the southwest swells coming through, favoring Bahia. As we move down the beach, southeast swells hit the rock formation and the sandbanks here at Itona, creating a peak formation and running long lefts. The site of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And we got quarterfinal number 1 out in the water. Kalani Ball against João Chianca, competing for a place in the semifinals. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, joined by Bruno Bocoyuva and Pato Teixeira. Thank you for joining us again, Pato.
Thank you so much, and good morning.
Good morning, bon dia. How are you feeling about today's competition?
Well, what a great day. And the wave's getting better and better every single day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Conditions are amazing now. Tide's getting high. Wind is just a little bit of southwest, you know, but still good lefts. As tide's getting high, the right is going to show up, and we're going to see another beautiful show.
I think we have a good show out there. Bruno, what do you think about this matchup between Kalani Ball and Chombinho?
Huge implications, huh? For the local one, he was there moments ago cheering for his girlfriend, and now he had to do it.
Here we go. This is the opening ride on the replay, Bruno, of Kalani Ball, the Australian from Stanwell Park.
Oh, 2 nice turns. And then the third one, and the finish. 3 snaps and 1 off the top.
One more look at it, Pato.
Wow, he started really good. That first turn is great. And the combination of the second turn, I feel like same turn the whole wave, you know, and that's the whole contest. If you see it, the judge doesn't like that. They like the variation. And let's see the João's first wave.
Yeah, different drive, huh? Two snaps on the shoulder, and then prepping to go big at the end.
So we know that this is a 5.17 that you're watching. A 5.17, Pato, for the opener for João Chianca.
There you go. You know, Kaipo, what I feel it's a very challenge hit for João. You know, we all know how he did in the city on the beginning of this year. How great it was hits in Pipeline and Bells Beach, and you know, unfortunately didn't make the cut. And here he is, you know, challenge and chasing for his spot back on the game.
Pressure heat, chasing for his spot on the championship tour. On the women's side, we have a young lady chasing for her spot on the championship tour. She's getting closer. Alyssa Spencer is in the semifinals, and Alyssa's with Rachel.
That's right, Alyssa. This was your best result in the Challenger so far. So talk us through the conditions right now and what was the strategy to win this one?
Yeah, the waves are really fun out there right now. It's a lot of really good lefts, and this wave is actually really similar to my home break at home, so I felt really comfortable out there, and I just wanted to pick off 2 good waves. It was definitely tricky to find your lineup with such a big lineup out there, but I managed to find a couple.
And what it's like to have your coach, Matt Myers, here in such a high-pressure situation now?
Yeah, Matt is amazing. He's been supporting me throughout the whole year, through all the ups and downs, and yeah, I'm super happy to have him here working with me, and the whole rest of our crew has been amazing to be down here cheering me on for every heat, so we have a lot of good energy going on, and yeah, I'm hoping that I can keep it going.
Congratulations, you made it to the semifinals. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rachel. Congratulations to Alyssa Spencer. She will be in semifinal number 2, and we switch channels back to the women's division against Amuro Suzuki Bruno.
Oh, yeah. It's so nice to see that big smile from Alicia. And what a great surfing she put on the tight event. Huh?
Yeah, tight event so far. Let's take a look at the scores right now, because it looks like Pato, Kalani Ball got the best of that opening exchange with that 6.5 opener.
Very interesting. You know what, Kaipo? I want to see João, how he works under the pressure. You know, it's the whole competition, he's been on the top. You know, he start good. He have his first wave. He's dominate the whole heat. Now he's under pressure, and that's what I want to know.
Pressure
how João is
situation.
going to do it.
Yeah, pressure situation for Chumbinho. Looking down the line, oncoming section, losing a bunch of speed. A lot of downtime. Skips that section into some open face. Nice hook on the backhand, and that's all he gets.
Yeah. He was behind the wave, behind the peak the entire time, but managed to pull together to generate some speed. And I thought the second session was supposed to be good, but it didn't work out.
What do you think about this ride, Pato?
Yeah, he knows down the line there's a good pick, you know, but he looking for this connection from this turn to the other one. But unfortunately, the bump just got the rail, and unfortunately, he didn't make the second turn after this one. That would be a very good combination.
Yeah, here he goes, and just gets one move. He's going to move into first, but that's just because he's the only surfer with 2 waves. The last wave for João Chianca, a 3.77 Kalani ball with priority in the red jersey. Just needs a 2.44 to take away that lead, Bruno.
Well, yeah, man, I was remembering about how he came up, runner-up in this last 2 QS's events here in Itaúna, the Saquarema Surf Festival this season and the last season also. He lost to Iago Dora last season, and this year he lost to Miguel Tudela from Peru.
So he's got a taste, João, of what it takes to make the final.
Yeah.
So I feel like he needs to get that energy and project it today. But he's got a big challenge right now against Kalani Ball. Because Kalani,
he's doing great. Huh?
well, he has nothing to lose. He's number 94 on the rankings. He's free to surf, Pato.
Oh, 100%. That's caught my attention, Kaipo. He never make one hit the whole year. And he is on the quarters, you know.
This is his best result by far.
Yeah,
so
dream
far.
result.
And like you say, nothing to lose.
Here we go. João. Nice snap to begin with. More room ahead of him. Bangs it one more time on the backhand. A little bit of backwash to contend with. He's going to keep with those 2 turns for a score. Looking to increase upon his score line if he improves upon his low of a 3.77.
A lot of white water there, huh?
And that's great, you know. That's what João needs to do. You know, put the pressure on Kalani and not have the pressure.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like you say, he's running up on the 2 QS, but this is a different game.
Yeah.
You know, this is all on the line. You know, if João make this hit, he would be very, very close to CT next year, and the dreams, you know, come true.
This is true. Dreams can come true for João Chianca. He certainly has a skill that belongs on the championship
for
tour,
sure.
Bruno.
We were talking about that, me and Pato, a couple of minutes ago, like the justice, the divine justice that we can watch here today. If he can make it through the semis and maybe going to the final, huh?
I think the whole world, you know, what João shows the world on pipeline against John and also against John again on Bells Beach was great. You know, it was incredible surf. And he showed the whole world that he belonged to the city.
100%.
Well, looking at scenarios, if this man wins this event, he's on tour. That's what he's got at this big day in the career of João Chianca as we see him go down. His previous wave, a 5.03, so he has built on his 2-wave total, Bruno.
Oh, he's chipping away, but trying to make it, huh? Paddling hard.
I think he have one more. That's 503 is the previous wave.
That wave that he just surfed is a 4.17. So he's still going to hang on to those 2 scores, the 5.17 and the 5.03. Here's a replay, Pato.
There you go. First great turn. You know, unfortunately, the wave didn't cooperate. You know, if he had the second turn on this combination, Kaipo, then the score would go up, you know, maybe 7, 6, and, you know, high 6.
Has to put together, Bruno. Joao's been surfing more on the inside right now in
Yes.
this heat, as opposed to Kalani, who's got his anchor way out the back.
That's it. Yeah, local knowledge. He's willing to get those stiff walls.
Here's a set.
Inside, yeah.
Yeah, here's a set coming through. Kalani's going to go. And Kalani, carve to hook. Negotiates some warble. Another hook on the backhand for Ball, working his way down the line. Make it 3 for Kalani Ball. Combination of maneuvers, and that's going to be a good way to back up that opening 6.5, Pato.
A great, very great option in selection of waves.
Yeah.
2 waves, but very well known, very good surf. And I believe he will make John's life very hard on the next 60 minutes.
Oh, yeah. He will back it up with a strong score. Not as good as the first one. Will be enough maybe to get in first again. Look at that, 3 moves, no downtime there.
Well, he's going to take the lead back. He just needs a 3.7 on this ride to overtake Joao and take back the lead. He got that and more, Pato.
100%. Kaipo, what Joao needs now, sit down, wait, be more patient, and find the waves that Kalani has been fine, with open wall, critical parts, and try to do the surf there. He's been doing, look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The crowd is, the Australian backup squad in the competitors area are applauding, and you know why? Because Kalani Ball just dropped a 7.27. 7.27, 6.5, 13.77. Now, Joao Chianca needs excellent surfing. He needs an 8.6, Bruno, and here we go with Joao. What's he got for us? Hook just to set up. Another beautiful turn, but needs something explosive and dynamic at the end. Pushing through the water. He's going to make it 4 on the backhand. Make it 5. And he kicks out, so we're going to see where that score goes.
Oh, my goodness, huh? Such big angles. He's carving, and his bottom turn is so with a lot of extension, huh? The angles are great, and the power is there.
I feel a lot of he repeats same maneuver over and over, and like I say on the beginning, I don't feel the judge like that, but it was hard to surf, it was super hard, and he did a great job, amazing job. I definitely think he will back on the game. That will be a high 6 or even 7s.
Yeah, the composure.
I don't know, that's the judge, but
the link
it was a
between the
good
turns.
surf.
Yeah,
great
look at that.
surf.
How he compressed his body in the bottom turn. These 2.
And Kaipo, the good call was he got this wave right away after Kalani.
Well, you know what? He got a lucky score in this last wave, a 7.77 lucky score for Joao Chianca. He will not take the lead, Bruno, but now he only needs a 6-point ride.
Oh, yeah, he's building his campaign, evolving during the heat, understanding what to do. To choose a longest wave.
It was great surf.
There's all the numbers, Pato.
Yeah.
Look at a judge went as high as the 8.3.
Right. It was almost excellent.
Oh, yeah. Our world champ, Felipe Toledo, would like that number, 777.
Right. What a wave, huh?
Yeah.
I wish to know what Joan's thinking
Now he's losing some steam, huh?
Well, I mean, still a lot of pressure for Joao Chianca because of the qualification implications in this heat for Chianca. He has a much heavier jersey on his shoulders than Kalani Ball, who has nothing to lose, everything to gain. The jersey of Kalani Ball, Pato, is just light and free. The jersey for Chuminho, a little bit heavier with all this pressure.
100%. And you can see on the heat, Kalani was just moving very light and looking for proper waves, and João just going, chasing waves all over the beach pretty much. And there you go, another wave.
Another way for a ball, wants to throw some variety, goes down, incomplete, not going to change the situation. Now, opportunity, Bruno, to Joao Chianca, because now he has priority.
Oh yeah, he was almost there, Kalania. Just a fraction of the second half of the move.
And you can see, it's like Kaipo just say, he's light.
Yeah.
He's just going for anything, you know, he's under pressure.
You know what, I was thinking about that. You know the nickname Chumbo, Chumbinho? Chumbo means lead, the metal, you know, so it's heavy. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have the team, the family team is triple lead.
Right.
Três chumbos.
You have Lucas,
Chumbão, the father.
Yeah, Chumbão.
Chumbo and Chumbinho.
And Chumbinho.
That's it.
Which is little Chumbo.
Yeah, three layers of lead.
Here's a replay, Pato.
Look at this wave. Well, Kalani's first time it was okay, but then he's going for the air, and if he make this one, would make João's life even
It was a
harder.
nice decision to go big, huh?
Oh, 100%. He's light, like Cabo say. He's just moving light, nothing to lose, and, you know, just here to do another hit.
That's right. So 11 minutes and 40 seconds. Priority with Joao Chianca. Again, the requirement for Joao, a flat 6-point ride to take the lead off of Kalani Ball. Again, a ultra important heat for Joao. If he is able to make it into the final and win this event, he will clinch a spot on the 2023 Championship Tour. So big implications for the Saquarema local, Joao Chianca.
Oh yeah, that would be the dream scenario for him to lose the pressure before going to Haleiwa.
11 minutes counting down. And we will continue to just monitor Joao Chianca.
Imagine.
Look at that, what's going on?
Warm up by Gabe Medina. He's going to be in quarterfinal number 2, but when we come back, we'll have the conclusion of quarterfinal number 1. Stick around for more action.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, and by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil.
Thank you to Corona for the support of this number 6 in the Challenger Series events. We are in quarterfinal number 1 if you're just joining us or if you're returning. And Kalani Ball in the red jersey, the Australian, in the lead over the local boy, Joao Chianca. It's Kaipo, Bruno, and Pato talking you through all of the action as we started our men's competition today. Winner of this heat moves into semifinal number 1. And Joao Chianca, Pato, with a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Oh, you know, it's a very hard situation and a moment where everything can happen. And, you know, Kaipo, what I see and what I feel is João needs to prove to him that he is able to do it and ready to do it. And that's the very important moment.
Yeah, Bruno, I mean, it's finals day, and in situations like this where you have to be a warrior.
Oh, yeah. You have to put all on it. And he was, we can tell, but he was looking towards the horizon just to X-ray, you know, X-raying something coming up.
Wind just pick a little bit from southwest, so you know it start to have it makes the left a little bit more complicated to surf, especially on the backhand, because you know that wind Kaipo holds you on your bottom turn, and that makes it a little bit more hard than we see in 20 minutes ago. I can see the wind just start to pick up like a little bit more stronger than it was.
So another challenge for João Chianca. He's trailing. He needs a 6-point ride, and conditions are changing right before our eyes in this heat, Bruno. And we have an ever-changing playing field. That's the game of surfing.
Yeah. And he has like priority number one. He's calling the shots right now. He had to do a good decision in the next set. Huh?
Well, Pato, one of the things, you know, as competitive surfers and the playing field always changing, to be a successful surfer, you need to be able to adapt and change when the conditions change.
100%. And the good thing is, João knows this wave very well. You know, born and raised around here, surf here every day, being at home, sleep on his own bed, you know, sleep on his house, and be here for like 3 or 4 weeks already. So he knows this wave very well. He knows the wind. So let's see what's, I think, Kaipo, the most important here would be his mind, his mindset.
Yeah, it's a mental game and the physical game, and João playing the game right now. It doesn't look like he's even making a move at all with any of these waves coming through. Kalani Ball sitting right by his side and watching every move of João. Maybe a good play, though, in that if it goes slow and João is able to hold on to priority, he can make a last-ditch run and not let Kalani have any type of way to return that. Meanwhile, we're following, sneaking up on the 3-time world champ, Gabe Medina, checking in for his heat. Medina looking fit, looking confident. He's been working on his routine, his training and warm-up routine for competition, fine-tuning himself, Bruno, to compete on the 2023 Championship Tour.
With his team, there is Alaminashi, is his physio. He did the preps. He was there sweating, stretching. There is Felipe, one of his managers.
All right, the music comes off. It's time for Gabe Medina to rock.
The gladiator is going to the arena. Oh, the great white shark is going to the water.
Heading out there, Gabe Medina with the Cabianca designs under his arm. Pato, I love how he looks on his equipment.
Amazing. Kaipo, it was 5 o'clock this morning when I started to surf. And Gabriel was in the water already.
I hear Gabriel was the first competitor out in the water this morning warming up.
Exactly. You know, that caught my attention a lot.
Yeah, that shows a lot.
Exactly. You know, how much focus, how much determination. 3 times world champion.
Yeah.
On a challenger.
Yeah.
And it works like he was on a big comp for him, you know. It's incredible. And I'm very happy to see Gabriel on this mode, I would say.
Scratching into this one a little late in there. Okay, here we go. Chumbinho. Couple of nice turns, has to hang on. Needs a little more. Remember, he needs a 6-point ride. Wave tapers off. It's going to be right on the line.
I know, he was willing to last section there, vertical one, huh?
What do you think, Pato? I mean, that was a tough wave.
It is, but if you compare a 6, that there was a 6.5
for Kalani
from
Ball,
Kalani. If you compare that, I would say 6. it's hard.
It's going to be right on the line.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. And personal, I think he did.
Take another look at it, Bruno.
Yeah, nice snap at the top. This is maybe, yeah, the best one. More vertical. Then one more snap, trying to extend the line on the second half of the turn.
What caught my attention on João's surf, he used so much the whole wave. And it's so about rail, big bottom turns, and so much extension on his serve. I'm a very big fan of him.
His body language is amazing.
Amazing.
Like you said, he goes all the way.
We're waiting for that score, and the clock's ticking down, and we'll see what the situation's left. Kalani Ball with the lead. Kalani Ball in the red jersey also has priority now to finish off this quarterfinal number 1. And the way that Kalani Ball reacts in these final 2 minutes is going to be determined on what the score comes through. If Joao gets the score, Kalani will have to surf a wave immediately. If Joao does not get the score, Kalani can trail Joao, play some defense, and close out this quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, this score is so important for both, huh?
They will compare the 4 waves, though.
Yeah, they're now doing it.
Exactly.
Yeah, judges up in the tower utilizing the replay. They're going to take another look at it. Hey, this might change the situation just a little bit too, guys. Here comes a wave, and it's going to be a decision time for Kalani Ball. Does he hold priority, or does he allow Joao to go? Here we go. Joao's going to get a second chance now. Oh, goes right. Interesting.
Exotic decision.
Maybe just to create a little bit of separation and a repositioning.
Move, huh?
So to get away from Kalani Ball, just in case, I think, that he doesn't get the score, so Kalani can't block him in these final 55 seconds. But nobody knows the score yet for the important wave, Pato, of Joao Chianca.
What a moment. I wish you know what João's thinking now, Yeah, it looks like he knew he needs another wave just in case.
Yeah.
And that's what he gets separate from Kalani and try to get these rights because the tide's getting high and the rights start to show. So he knew it. And that's what he moved to try to find another right.
Scores coming in is going to be razor-thin margin for Joao Chianca. If he gets the number again, he needs a 6-point ride. Kalani up and riding is going to add to the math equation here, taking this right. Kalani Ball, a series of cutbacks through here. Looks to the outside, and he's going to hear the news that Joao Chianca got a 6.03, and that isn't enough for Chianca to take the lead. But Kalani just surfed that wave, Pato, and Kalani, if he gets a 6.54, will take the lead back.
And that's what I told you. Tide's getting high, the right. He saw the right, he saw João, he moved to the right, he takes the right, and he did the surf. The wave didn't extend that much. It's so much emotion on João's head now, and he asked for the whole people on the beach. But we have to see this wave. This is a very, very important wave.
Yeah, you know what, you guys? This wave that we're seeing on the replay right now was not enough.
Yeah.
Not enough.
We could tell that.
Not enough.
Wow. What a great moment
He
for
made a
João.
great effort, but wasn't too much there.
And what a great competition for Kalani.
Yes.
Great competition for Kalani. He's going to take an equal fifth out of Brazil, but Chumbinho, Joao Chianca with an emotional moment. He had a hard fight. He's going to be in semifinal number 1, and he's letting it all soak in right now. What a moment.
Such a drama until the end.
Oh, the incredible drama that we're already seeing today, finals day at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Stick around, though. When we return, 3-time world champ Gabriel Medina will be in the water against Maxime Huchno.
Wow.
mundo do Brasil. Bateu acima na sessão anterior, na torcida brasileira festejou. Apareceu daqui uma rodada. De torcida, olha aí, longa, alta velocidade, já está na linha de roda. Chamado cartão de defesa de Pires para Gabriel Medina. Gabriel Medina com a live que mostrou. Atuada agora, hein?
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
If you're just joining us, we've seen some emotion, we've seen some drama. Joao Chianca moving on into semifinal number one. Who is going to meet Joao in that semifinal number one? Will it be Maxime Husno, ranked number 9 on the Challenger Series rankings with a chance of qualifying for the championship tour? Or will it be 3-time world champ Gabriel Medina? This is Kaipo Guerrero. I'm joined by Bruno Bucuyuva and Pato Teixeira coming back. This is what happened during the break. Gabe Medina just starting off here, lining something up, but incomplete on his first attempt. I'm sorry, complete on his first attempt, but some downtime until that air. Number for Gabe Medina, that's a 5-point ride, Bruno.
Yeah, he was so behind the peak. He's the only one that couldn't make it this. It turned out the closeout into a nice score.
Pato, how about the ability of Gabe Medina to make a maneuver like that in a not very good way?
Man, Kaipo, what I can say about Gabriel Medina? It's just a freak, just unbelievable, one of the greatest surf ever. And, you know, like I say, looking at this morning, I was talking to him this morning, looking on his face, his determination, his focus to be in a competition like a challenge. And we never see Gabriel in the last 10 years on the blue
jersey.
You know,
that's it.
And
always a top seed.
But I want to say, for Maxime, this is an important hit. This is the whole year work.
This is Maxime Husno's entire year, and at 30 years old, he's been on that qualifying series for over a decade trying to get onto the championship tour. So super important heat, but a super important heat was for Joao Chianca. He had to make that heat, and he did. Chumbinho is with Rachel.
Chumbinho. Wow, that was a tough heat again. How mental was this heat for you? Because you have the knowledge, you just needed to be confident.
Yeah, really important heat. I don't know, I woke up this morning feeling okay, another finals day, reset everything. The week has been great. Boards, team, wave choices has been like on point, like just like one more day, like let's reset and like think straight and think simple. I knew the left would be my go-to today, and I don't know, I just like had to put everything together, zip it, and like trying to control everything that I have, like every knowledge, every experience that like I have been learning. So yeah.
And what was it like to wait for the score in the end? Did you think you would make it?
Actually, I think it was it was gonna be really close, and I knew I had like to give my last effort. I had to like make it up something. I tried to go to the right so like I could stick a air or something, do something. Like I didn't want it to like lose like without fighting. So like when I stood up my last wave and like heard like 6.03, I just like lost my legs, lost like every single strength I had, and like start kind of like bawling like on the inside. But yeah, just huge victory for me. I'm happy to go to the semi.
Congratulations. See you in the semifinals. Back to you guys.
Thank you, and yeah, emotional victory. Pulled it off right in the final couple of minutes. Needed a 6-point ride, got a 6.03, just barely above the line, Bruno.
That's it, a 0.03 difference. And he's so spontaneous, so full of life.
Radical.
Always tells the truth.
Yeah. Radical finals day. Radical finals day, Pato. And we're just beginning. We have so much more today.
Man, I was thinking here about scenario. Let's see if Maxime makes this hit, right? Against Gabriel.
Yeah.
Then we're going to have a hit of the whole challenge.
Good point. Maxime Husno, if he makes this heat, he will be up against Joao Chianca in semifinal number 1. And the scenario out of that semifinal, Maxime, if he makes the final, he clinches his spot on tour. Joao needs to win the contest to clinch his spot on tour. But either way, Pato, looking ahead, that is very impressive because one of those guys is going to get that much closer. And it's the top half of the draw, to me, is very, very difficult when you look at this. And yeah, that's going to be a grudge match. If Maxime is able to survive and encounter
this little hard task,
Gabe Medina. And for Joao Chianca, if Gabe wins, then Joao's path, he has to get through Gabe Medina.
Exactly. And not only that, Kaipo, but Maxime lose.
Yeah, Medina will block.
Then João can pass Maxime.
Yes.
On the ring, you know. But what I feel too is Maxime, like you say, it's been 10 years on the tour. Try to get his spot on the city, right? Now is the time that he had everything to prove he deserved to be there.
Perhaps the most important heat of his life right now so far in his effort to get on the championship tour, and he pokes the nose and goes down after the setup, Bruno. Gabe Medina, again, sees that Maxime Husno went down, kicks out of the wave early, and is going to paddle back out to regain priority, because Gabe Medina is one of the smartest heat surfers in the entire world.
Like you were saying, maybe Maxime is feeling this pressure building, no?
And that's what he's gonna have on the city. And you know, he needs to be proved not only for us, but for him that he belongs and deserves to be on the city. And this is the moment.
This is the moment. You are 100% correct, Pato. As we see this wide view from high up above, and Gabe Medina making his way back up to the peak. The priority is with Medina now, so he has control of the heat. He has the lead and priority. 20 minutes on the clock, counting down, and Gabe Medina just looking very calm right now.
Yeah, he's calling the shots. He's always calls the shots, but...
Yeah. Here we go. The machine, the rocket Maroc is warming up.
Come on, don't do it with João.
That's a great surfer. Another beautiful. That's another guy that got me impressed the whole competition. What a great surf. What a beautiful style.
Yeah. It is Ramzi Bukhayam. He's going to be up against Ian Gentile, quarterfinal number 3. Both surfers in contention for a qualification spot, Bruno.
Oh my goodness, one battle, one duel after the other. So many implications and stories.
So many implications.
Life achievements.
And when we look at stop number 7 on the Challenger Series at Haleiwa, there's going to be less spots available for people to qualify there at the last in Hawaii. Here we go. Maxime bogs a rail, goes down, has to try again.
That's the thing he, you know, against Gabriel Medina, the best competitor in the whole world, right? You have how much focus, how much mindset you need to do a hit like that.
And you have to do your best surfing on the best waves because we already saw Medina and what he's able to do. He doesn't need the best wave to get a big score.
He can generate some moments.
There you go.
Yeah.
Medina, nice carve to start. Just another carve, keeping the rails active. One more for Gabe Medina, and lackluster wave, actually, when you think about the performance of the three-time world champ, but just getting another number up on the board. He's got a 5-point ride, so smart surfing, Pato, where he did back it up.
Yeah, in what I feel, Kaipo, is tide's getting high, and this left start to disappear, and the right start to appear. We just on the focus on the left now, the camera is very close, but I saw here in my back, and the right's gonna show up. And it seems like, you know, Maxime may be looking to that right that we saw on the TV, and maybe move to there. Can be a good movement.
Yeah. Yeah, and we'll see if Gabe Medina's going to identify that right, because he's been getting some good scores on the backhand. He's able to put, obviously, we know Gabe Medina and the incredible backhand surfing that he has, Bruno.
Oh, yeah. He did a full rotation in this event in the previous rounds. His backside is amazing. Huh?
Because what I feel is, you know, we have Gabriel Medina, the greatest good footer ever, and he haven't do more than 5 yet. So that's what I feel. The lefty really disappear a little bit, you know.
Yeah, not giving him the canvas or the opportunity. Those waves didn't have the number in them just to begin with, no matter what you do on the wave.
Exactly.
It takes a certain type of wave to get an excellent score. I mean, even if it's a closeout, Bruno, it needs to have power enough to give Gabe Medina the opportunity for a big turn or a big air.
Yeah, launch platform.
Interesting though, Pato, look at Gabe is sticking on the left right now.
And but you know, he moved to inside because he knew that inside, there we go.
Maxime, first turn, solid, setting it up for the inside, wave steepens up. Another more dynamic second turn, times turn number 3, skips it out of the fins.
That's a mistake. He cannot do against Gabriel Medina.
Yeah. Well, we could tell, like, he was trying to go big, huh? And then lost a little timing.
But he's back on the heat.
Yeah, he'll be back in the heat right now. Maxime does need a 5.9 to take the lead off of Gabe Medina. I don't think that wave is going to go up into the 5.9 range, but I mean, these turns actually now, Pato.
Yeah, it was great turn.
The first and the third now, look at that.
Actually, he does have a chance.
Yeah, this one, yeah.
And then just that one, but the judges don't take away points, they just don't add points. So if you get it done outside with this first couple of turns, Pato, you can get the number.
100%, and I do believe it was more than 5. You know, it was too good maneuver.
Yeah. Crispy.
Very crispy, and that's his best, you know, about Maxime. He can put his board on a very critical part of the wave and throw a lot of water.
Yeah.
Well, priority now with Medina as we wait for the scores and the situation for Maxime Husno. We're about halfway through this heat at 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Flying by Gabe Medina, who's now dominating the peak and patiently waiting for the next set to hit the bank here at Itaúna. 5.5 for Maxime Husno. He needed a 5.9, did not get no lead change, but Maxime now only needs a 2.67.
Like Pato said, back on the heat, yeah.
In that one, maybe put him on another mindset. You know, oh, I can make it.
Yeah.
You know, I can do this.
He can find confidence again.
Exactly.
Huh?
Hey, he's just heard the news from our on-site beach announcers. He just heard the news, and here's the reaction from Maxime Husno. Needing that, he just needs a 2.67 to take the lead. Already looking on the inside to take Maybe a little one, get the number, put some pressure on Medina.
Hard to put pressure on Medina, but
take the lead.
Yeah, take the lead.
He's feeling it. Yeah, yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I don't think Gabe Medina feels pressure.
No, not much. No.
14 minutes, 15 seconds as we wait for the next exchange in this quarterfinal number 2. Conditions continue to change, more ruffle in the water.
And Maxime has the best score from the heat so far.
At 5.5.
Exactly. He's on the game, you know. Now is the time, I don't know, it's kind of a time to looking for another 6, 7, and then really put his serve on his backhand. He's been served great, amazing the whole week. You know, his backhand, it's incredible. And 10 years of experience, it can change.
We have to remember, 13 years ago, this guy was a Pro Junior World Champ, and Gabriel was at the comp and took 3rd place, finish.
So, there you go.
Here we go, Gabe Medina paddling for this wave. Let's see what Medina has. He's going to go left. Carving, pulling on the rail through that first turn. Little check turn there, gets to the lip really quickly, combos it up for the finish. Gabe Medina looking to improve upon his low of a 3.17. My gut is that he did that, Bruno. What do you think?
I agree with you.
Reaction from Maxime Husno, a paddle, and he's going to hold on to priority for the moment. Replay, Pato, of Gabe Medina.
Great first turn. All rails on. Another check turn and complete. Medina is a machine.
Medina style, you know.
Yeah, he's
Such
a machine.
Short
you know.
space.
He knew how to compete in no matter what condition, no matter what competition.
Gabe Medina, a surfer with no weaknesses.
Oh, yeah.
Rail turn, airs, front side, back side, small waves, big waves, mushy waves, hollow waves, long waves, short waves.
All day long. We can go.
We'll be back. We'll see more surfing from Gabe Medina. Can Maxime Husno come back? We'll find out after the break.
Saiu 5,40, Medina trocou 3,17 por 5,40, a melhor média do líder. Destaca 5 pontos, Medina. Anda Jeremias Fábio, 5 pontos, chegou. O melhor score do líder que ele seguiu, a Medina. O terceiro score da segunda, 7 pontos, 5,40. Jonas Papu, 5 pontos, chegou. Alves, 7 pontos, 25 Continue, vide em posição, Visual Mecnan, 4-1, 9-0, 4-1, 9-0, o parceiro a primeira posição. O Maxime precisa agora de 4,90 para avançar para o primeiro.
Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Thank you to Saquarema for hosting us for this year's Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. You're joining us in quarterfinal number 2 with 3-time world champ Gabe Medina in the water versus the French surfer Maxime Husno in the red jersey. When we went to break, we were waiting for a score for Gabe Medina, and the score comes through for Medina at a 5.4. Medina with the lead over Maxime Husno. Husno, the challenger, needing a 4.9 to turn the heat. It's Kaipo, Bruno, and Pato in the booth talking you through this action. And Bruno, Maxime Husno, he doesn't need a big score, just needs a mid-range.
Yeah, that's it. He knows the road to get there.
Pato, what does Maxime need to do?
Okay, but now he needs to focus and do a very good score, because we all know that Gabriel is not gonna hanging out with fives. You know, any kind of wave, any second he can do a huge air and moves everything. So Maxime has to pay attention, get the best wave of the whole entire heat, and doing his best, the backside serve that he's been doing the whole week.
Medina goes. Maxime with priority. He has to keep an eye on him. Medina wisely gets out of the way. Maxime uses his priority for nothing.
Oh, my goodness.
Priority air, and just played into the hand of the three-time world champ, Gabe Medina. Pato, that's what he does.
Yeah. And you know, Maxime, like I say, to move this hit, he needs to do his best hit ever.
I think Medina tricked
he sold
Maxime into that
He
wave,
bought it.
Bruno.
Yeah, that's it. Tactics
coming
to play. Yeah.
This is Gabe Medina. Not only can he just beat you with his surfing, but he'll surf such a smart heat.
He was slapping you in the face with the rules.
Such a high heat IQ. Now it's 8 minutes remaining. Again, Maxime Husno needs a 4.9, but Gabe Medina just regained priority to control this heat.
Yeah. It's incredible. And if you can see the whole heat, Maxime still have the best wave of the heat.
Yes.
You know, but Gabriel knows that.
Yeah.
And he play what he doing. Not only a best surfer in the world, but the best competitor in the world on this moment.
Oh, great point.
Gabriel Medina is a machine, and machines just function at a high level.
Don't have emotions.
But machines need fine-tuning too. And we can fine-tune some of the athletes right here on site. Let's take a look at what's going on in the athletes area.
I am here at New One Athlete Medical Center, where the athletes can find a very nice recovery. I'm here with the physical therapist, Flor, and she has like many different kinds of therapy, like acupuncture, like many of them. And also here, Kiala is waiting to have her treatment. How important is to have this kind of treatment here?
Yeah, I mean, it's really important for us to have this kind of work done while being in the contest. So yeah, it's amazing to like have this here for us.
Yeah, it seems like with this kind of treatment, the recovery is like 5 times faster.
Yeah, I mean, she's amazing at what she does, and yeah, you definitely feel a lot better.
Okay, so enjoy. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you for the reporting, Maira. And back to the water in the action. Nothing's changed, but yeah, you're right. We have a tremendous resources here at World Surf League events. The medical staff is top-notch in every single stop, and Flora is an absolute magician when it comes to body work. And I showed you guys my bad knee that I hurt on this trip. Maybe I can see her a little bit later.
You should. You should.
There's a long line, though, for that treatment.
Yeah.
And when you're a commentator, you're in the back of the line. The surfers get it first.
No,
And
when your time comes,
you deserve.
You have to go back to the booth.
I know. I always let every single surfer go first. Okay, so 5 minutes, 40 seconds counting down. Gabe Medina with control of this heat. He has the lead, and he has priority. He looks like he may be interested in this wave. Yeah, just a duck and a weave there. Make sure that he didn't put a concerted effort into paddling for that wave and lose priority. So, again, Medina, ultra smart, ultra talented, and that makes him a scary opposition, whoever's faced up against Maxime Husno. Taking a look at Medina, seeing if he's going, and Maxime decides, no harm, no foul. He's under priority. Nothing's going to change for Maxime Husno. Medina looks again. Maxime realizes that's not a good wave, and he hears, Bruno, it's only 5 minutes.
Yes. Medina is feeling, huh? He's reading that situation there.
A lot of pressure right now for Maxime Husno. If he makes the final, He's on tour in 2023. He's got to get through Gabe Medina in this final 4.5 minutes, Pato. Medina with priority and the advantage. What's Maxime going to do?
Man, what a hard situation. What a, imagine your whole dream. Imagine you being work the whole year.
All year.
And then you get in Rio de Janeiro. You have a chance to, make your dream true. But then you hit the most incredible surf on the planet.
Yep. Maxime, a quick up and out. If Maxime does go down in this heat, though, all hope is not lost, because we still have one more Challenger Series event. That's going to happen in Haleiwa, Ali'i Beach. That's all going to kick off November 26th is the starting of that waiting period, and that's going to be the final Challenging Series event of the year. The question is, how many more spaces will be available for both the men and women? Remember, the women get 5 slots out of the Challenger Series. The men get 10, and there's already 3 men that have taken slots, so actually all that's left is 7 spots for the men.
And like we said, the whole comp here, we're going to have the Hawaiians, the CT guys, so the field there is going to be very tough. Huh?
There you go.
Who's know? Nothing going on that wave other than the clock ticking down.
One thing I know, Kaipo, you don't want to go to Hawaii, need a result.
No. Not at a tricky wave like Haleiwa.
No, not really. And like Bruno say, with all the best surfers in Hawaii, compete. So it's kind of very, very hard situation.
Maxime.
And Maxime knows.
Here he goes. Big off the top, and the pressure seems like it's starting to really force down on Maxime Husno.
He had to go big, huh?
Well, yeah, and he knew he had to go big.
The angle, we saw it.
He only needs 4.9.
He could work like with the carving and stuff.
He's doing this every single day in his whole life.
This is true.
Yeah.
This is not new. And Gabe Medina now is closing in on Maxime Husno, knowing that he can play some defense right now with priority. It's a 2-minute drill at this point. Medina, if a really good wave comes in, he can block Maxime Husno and give him no opportunity. And you can see Medina doesn't give you an inch. Here he goes. Medina realized that wave was a bad one, didn't even flinch. How smart is this guy? Look at him looking at Maxime and says, hey, you're not getting away from me.
So talented, and so sensitive.
We're watching a challenger, right? We're watching the 3 times world champion
in a challenger
compete like he's doing his best.
Yeah.
I don't think he knows how to do anything but his best, Gabe Medina. He's such a and this is what world champions are made of. You know, he's so competitive in anything. You look at Kelly Slater, 11 world champs. He wants to win anything you do. You want to play any kind of game, a card game, he wants to win. You want to play ping pong, Kelly Slater wants to win. You know, you want to tell a joke, he wants to tell a funnier joke than you.
And that's about Gabriel Medina.
We have to remember Rob Machado, don't beat him at ping pong, you know. We all remember that quote.
What a situation for Maxime.
Yeah.
What a situation.
So at this moment, Gabe Medina doesn't even need to catch another wave. All he has to do is block Maxime Husno in this final 50 seconds.
But now they're split now.
No, this
has to be the other.
No, Gabriel not going to give any space for Maxime.
That was weird, huh?
No, not really. Look, Gabriel, just chasing him.
Chasing. The great white is there, shark.
What incredible surf. What an incredible person, you know, to be alive. Man, amazing, that's incredible.
How grateful we are to watch this. And
Bruno and Kaipo, I want to see this. Now, if Medina make this hit, take Maxime out of the competition, and not only that, but going against his good friend João on the same eye. If Medina is going to do all this and doing all this competition, or Medina is just going to go low
I don't think he knows how to give it up. I don't think, maybe we're going to see, because semifinal number 1 is set. It's going to be Gabriel Medina versus Joao Chianca, all Brazilian. Semifinal number 1 is going to be coming your way, but we still need to fill the seats for semifinal number 2, and we're going to head into quarterfinal number 3, and that's when we're going to fill the next spot for semifinal number 2. Gabe Medina making it to the beach. He's going to rest, relax, get ready for that semi number 1. And we're going to take a break because we need to relax with all of this situation. But we'll be back. And when we're back, quarterfinal 3 will be in the water.
Welcome back. I'm here with Gabriel Medina one more time. And Gabriel, looks like the conditions are not so good at the moment. So what was your strategy to do your wave selection now?
Yeah, it's really hard out there. Looks beautiful from here, but yeah, I mean, I tried to catch my waves. I had to play the game in the end of the heat, and yeah, I'm happy with the win. Hopefully I can get more waves and have more opportunities. You know, it's gonna be a good hit against João, and yeah, that would be fun.
What are the expectations on the next heat with João?
It's gonna be good. I mean, João has been surfing really good. I think with this result, it's a good chance for him to come back to the tour, and I think, yeah, hopefully we can put a great show.
And what it meant to you to win this event here in Saquarema?
To win here would mean a lot to me. I've been working really hard. I really want to make the final, and hopefully everything works out.
Congratulations, you're into the semifinals, and back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Rachel. Parabéns to three-time world champion there, Gabriel Medina, moving through into the semis. He's going to face local boy Joao Chianca. It's going to be Rio de Janeiro versus Sao Paulo in semi number 1. Quarterfinal number 3, though, out in the water. Ian Gentile, number 7 in the rankings, coming off an impressive semifinal finish in Ericeira, up against the surfer from North Africa, Ramzi Bukiem. Mitchell Salazar here with Mayra Pabs, and Mayra, 2 surfers out there that are on the cusp of qualifying, and one of them is this gentleman on screen, Ramzi Bukiem. Opened up with a 4.5 right here, a decent combination for the surfer from Morocco.
Yeah, I mean, like Ramsey, he looks so good, like surfing here, and now we see the replay for Ian as well.
Opening ride for Gentile. If he qualifies at the end of this season, he would only be the 3rd surfer from the island of Maui to do so. Dusty Payne didn't just over a decade ago. Imai Kalani Deval did it last season. And now Gentile has a chance to qualify and represent the Valley Isle of the Hawaiian Islands. 26 minutes on the clock. I spoke to Leandro Dora yesterday afternoon, Ian's coach, and it's his first season working with him. Coming off of a semifinal finish, huge performance. He has 2 9th place finishes as well, but Leandro told me that he wants to secure his spot right here and he could do so if he makes the final, Maeda, but he has 2 heats still to surf in order to make the final, and this gentleman on screen wants to make things a lot more difficult for the surfer in red.
Yeah, for sure, because Ramsey has some aspirations as well to classify, so this might be a very interesting battle for both of them, and yeah, it's going to be tough.
It's going to be an incredible heat. Already started off with a 4.5, a decent score for the Moroccan. And with 25 minutes ago, we were talking about rankings. Ramsey within striking distance. So is Ian Gentile. He came in number 7 in the event. As you see right there, he's going to move up into the leaderboard as well. Leonardo Fioravanti, Rio Waida, and Ryan Callanan have already secured their spots on the championship tour for 2023. Liam O'Brien right there, number 4, though. He lost out a few rounds ago. Ezekiel Lau, he'll move down in the rankings. Dylan Moffitt had another decent result here in Brazil. But then Maxime Housineau, who was just in the water, lost to Gabe. He was number 9. I think he did move up all the way to 4 by his result already. And then we still see a few people in the top 20, Maeda. One of them is Ramsey Bukiem in the event, number 14 coming into stop number 6.
Yeah, he's looking for a win here then to make his chances to qualify in Haliva as well. And yeah, let's see how this heat turns. Like he has already like 4.5, a nice looking wave, but she probably will need something better than this.
Yeah, he will, as he's facing Ian Gentile. We saw Joao Chianca right there in the ranks too, number 18. He's in the semifinals. One of his keeper results already has a final finish, at the Vans US Open of surfing. Lost the final to Ezekiel Lau, and that young gentleman on screen, the surfer from the island of Maui, would love to see another Hawaiian on the championship tour. Not too many as of right now. Zeke Lau more than likely going to be on the CT next year as well. Already has a victory in Huntington Beach. But Ian Gentile hasn't really won a huge event in his career that has really stood out in terms of his performances. Qualified through the Hawaii ranks at that event at Pipeline. And this kid, I would love to see him compete at the first 2 stops on Oahu, Pipeline, and then Sunset Beach, Maeda.
Yeah, I would love as well. He's such a great talent. And also, I think both parents are Brazilian.
Both of his parents.
Yeah, both are Brazilian, and he has been training with Robalinho like in the beginning of his career, and Robalinho was telling about how he is, how mellow he is, and yeah, but a very, very great surfer, and he can turn very competitive in the water.
Yeah, no doubt. He's a very quiet, reserved young man. Was a prodigy basically since he was 10, 11 years old, and people were saying that he was the next big thing to come out of Hawaii. Same thing for this guy on screen, Ramsey Bukiem. Been around for a long time, spent some time and really traveled the world with the Quicksilver team back in his Grom days with Kanoa, Leo, Jack Robinson. They had an incredible crew, and now without a major sponsor, a guy that's really looking to solidify his place as one of the best surfers to ever come out of Africa. And when you look at, you know, the, I guess, surfing scene in Northern Africa, not a huge presence on the World Qualifying Series, and the only surfer from Morocco on the Challenger Series too.
Yeah, it's true. It's really interesting to see how Ramsey is all together with all this European crew, like always hanging out with Leo Fioravanti and all the boys from Europe. And I think this can make him like more confident, because like traveling by his own, like as the only representative of his country in the big leagues. So, and for me, it was really surprising that he speaks Portuguese, actually, and how he is feeling good here in Brazil and really like in tune with the Saquarema spot.
Yeah, well, he speaks several different languages. In Morocco, they speak French, they speak Arabic, he speaks some Portuguese, and obviously he can get around with some Spanish as well. I've heard him speak the language quite well. And
maybe Italian as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, he's known Leo for a long time, probably traveled to Italy a few times as well, but, you know, spends a lot of time in France, in that southern part of Europe too, in Portugal. loves competing at home in that region. And despite being from Northern Africa and Morocco, I think he could really be calling him a European more than anything. He qualified through that region, spends most of his life in that part of Southern Europe. And here he goes. Ramsey up and riding, wrapping it back. Just more of a setup turn right there for the Rockin' Moroccan. Roundhouse cutback for the second one. And loading up for a big finish right there. And Ramsey with the devastating turn. Aggressive and violent right there at the end. The crowd loves it. Just under 20 minutes to go. And a huge consequential maneuver right there at the end of this wave, Maida. Should be a great score.
Should be for sure. I really loved the last maneuver. So confident and like a lot of commitment on that, you know. I thought he could lose the tail there, but then he could pull it.
That was not an easy section either. Looking at the drone angle right here. Great view from the sky. A couple of wraps. I really love that beautiful drawn out roundhouse cutback. Seems like Ian was up and out real quick, but the third turn is easily the best of the wave. And looking at the slow-mo replay right here, great angle right there. You can really see the amount of pressure that he put on the back part of that surfboard.
We could see how like the top of the board got in the water, and
the
nose, thank you. And I really don't know how he could like manage to complete this.
Well, there's a great angle of Ian Gentile just waiting on the outside and really having to be forced to go left. Now, a lot of his best scores in the first days of competition had been on rights. We did see him compete yesterday on the right closer to the wave that they were surfing in previous days of competition. One of the few surfers to actually get his best scores on rights yesterday, excuse me. But today, really forced to go on the lefts. And let's see if he can pull it off. It's a 6.33 for Ramsey. Extends his lead. His backup score now a 4.5. That means that Ian Gentile at the moment with 18 minutes to go needs an 8.33. Not an easy task, Maida. And especially when you consider the amount of time that we have remaining, there's much more than a chance for Ramsey to better his low score of a 4.5 as well.
Yeah, for sure he can better his backup score. But also we have like plenty of time for Ian Gentile to put some better scores on the board, because he only gets like have this 2.5, and for sure if he wants to win and keep his dream alive here at Saquarema, he will need to throw all these scores away.
Priority with Gentile. Waiting for a wave to come through. We heard some whistles in the background. Seemed to me like it might be indicating that there is a set approaching, and Gentile paddling further on the outside. Ramsey with already a decent heat total, 10.83, close to 11 points. Looking to improve on a 4.5 now, and here's a wave coming on the outside. Might be a good one if Gentile can get into position right here. And as you had mentioned, both of his parents originally from Brazil, but they moved to Maui. And Ian, a great representative of that island. Gonna let that wave go. Didn't like the shape of it. And, you know, speaking of the development of surfing on the Hawaiian Islands too, some incredible surfers on the women's side as well. Sakura Johnson is the one that comes to mind to me. But also, you know, Maui has a lot of talent when it comes to aerial surfers. Albie Layer, Kalani David was living on the island of Maui before he passed away. Matt Mayola is one of the other people that I always think of too, and obviously you have some of the biggest waves in the world right there with Peahi and Jaws and the likes of Billy Kemper.
Yes, I was thinking about this. And you know what? Do you know like Yuri Soledad? Yuri Soledad is a big wave surfer from Brazil that lives in Maui, a very talented surfer. And he has like really, he's close to Young Gentile as well, and it's a very important character for him. And look, this first turn, I really like this one. Sadly, this wave didn't offer much for him, but it was a good wrap, huh?
Well, it ain't going to be good enough, though. He used priority, 16 minutes remaining, and a questionable decision right here to go right, really, when it's been all lefts all morning long. Haven't really seen a score above a 4 on the rights. And not to say that it was a bad turn on the right, but it just doesn't seem like the wave quality is really there at the moment. Still has plenty of time, obviously, but I just think that he's playing with too much fire right now, knowing the amount of weapons that Ramsey has on his forehand. And even if a right comes through, he relinquished priority. Ramsey can take that wave off of him right now, Maida.
Yeah, probably he will. And I mean, he has been like getting good scores on the right, but today he really needs to look for those lefts because they are offering way much more. So probably he will need to reset his mind and have a good chance on the left.
And he is way off the main peak right now in Praia de Itaúna. Gentil trailing, and we have one more quarterfinal to go after that. It's going to be Leo Fioravanti and Joandro. Be right back with the rest of the heat.
My name is Ramzi Boukhiem. I'm from Morocco and I'm 28 years old. Well, I've been doing this for quite a long time now, so I've been kind of close a few times and I feel really confident. I know that I can mix it up with these guys up there, so that's why I keep doing it. It's time for me, you know, I'm 28, turning 29. I feel like I'm in my prime, you know, physically, mentally, and in my surfing, so it's time for me to get up there and show the people that I can mix it up with these guys too, you know. It's time to prove it.
Ramzi Boukhiem in the lead in this heat. Quarterfinal number 3 in the water up against Ian Gentile, and Boukhiem has a 4.5 as his second best ride, leading the heat with a 6.33. And Gentile, the surfer from Maui, number 7 in the ranks, coming into this event, needing an 8.33. Impressive performances so far in the Challenger Series for Ramzi, a 5th place finish in the first event of the season at Snapper Rocks at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. 9th place finish at the Vans US Open of Surfing. The other 3 results, though, Maida, nothing better than a 17th place finish. So he has room to grow and improve with this event and the last one at Haleiwa. But realistically, he's got to be thinking at least a final finish here in order to keep his hopes alive going into Hawaii.
Yeah. He really looks like he can do it here, you know, because I don't know, like he's been like one of the guys that I felt that is surfing pretty well here. And so let's see, he started this heat like pretty fast and got already a 6.33. Let's see if Ian Gentile can turn his mindset and catch some good waves to put some trouble for Ramsey.
Yeah, he's been in an incredible rhythm as Boukhiem, and at the moment has close to 11 points in his heat total. Hasn't really gotten anything less than that in each and every one of his heats. As here's Gentile, gonna catch a wave under Ramsey's priority. Great fade right there, strong first turn for Ian. And he's gonna kick out after the first one. Should be a decent score for just the one strong turn. And the surfer from Maui looking to make his way back out, kind of struggled right there to get his board back. That sharp eye looking great under his feet, though. Riding another one of Marcio Zuvi's board. How'd you like this turn right here?
I like it. It was really strong. I like the tail release, but I mean, for the days previously, we saw like good scores given in just a single wave, single maneuver waves. But for today, I'm not pretty sure because we saw like very long lefts right there, like people connecting so many maneuvers there. So I don't know if he will get something that he needs.
Right, but at least close to match the 4.5, you'd think, right? Just with the one turn.
I think so, because it was like powerful and very progressive as well.
So luckily for him, he still has enough time to just under 10 minutes, as Ramsey's still waiting on the outside, and a 3.93 for Ian Gentile puts him right back up into the heat. Needs a 6.9 at the moment for the lead. 9:30 to go. Ramsey with priority, and looking at Ramsey's results this year on the regional scene in Europe, nothing worse than a 5th place finish. One win at the first event in Netanya in Israel, won the Seat Pro Netanya 3000 event on the men's QS side. 3rd place finish in Galicia for another 3000 event. 2nd place finish in Angolais as well. So he's had quite an impressive run in 2022, but as I alluded to before, 2 keeper results on the CS. And he's looking to guarantee himself one more here with at least a quarterfinal finish. But, you know, looking at how good these surfers are on the CS on both the men's and women's sides, there's just no room for error, Maida.
Yeah, and actually he just spent the room that he had before, because like if he has only like 2 good results and
right,
he will need 4 in the end of the year, so there's no room anymore to lose, you know. And but it's always good to see when these guys when they surf like pretty well in the other leagues like the QS, and because I think they build some confidence on this, and then when they come here for these big stages, you can see that they are completely confident and in tune and really surfing well. So we can see this from Ramsey.
That's true, and you're going to face a lot of guys that you are going to see on the CS within your regional scene, but you're also going to see everybody else from different regions worldwide too. But, you know, Ramsey's no stranger to finals out here in Brazil. Made the final at the World Pro Junior Championships back in 2013, lost the final to Gabe. That was in Santa Catarina in the southern part of Brazil. And Ramsey going to let Gentile go on that wave with 2nd priority. 7:30 to go, and playing cat and mouse out there as Ukiem with priority and the lead, just going to be as patient as possible, waiting to block Gentile on the best wave of this upcoming set. 7 minutes to go. The wind picking up a little bit, Maida. We can see the texture on the lip line right there. Well, it might be a decent wave right here if Gentile's able to break off. But Ramsey's looking at it, though. He recognizes that this could be a potential score. Not in position, though, and neither is Gentile. So that wave going underneath both of those surfers' priority right there. And Ian had a good look at it. Maybe seemed like a good wave.
Yeah, I thought from the beginning it seemed, but in the end, I don't know. Maybe these guys can surf this wave like pretty well. But from here, from this angle, I thought the same as them, you know, not too many opportunities there. But I mean, like for Young, could be an opportunity, you know. He needs probably like 2 of them, and he's looking for this wave right now. What do you think, Mitch?
Up and riding, Gentile. Oh my goodness. Huge 2nd turn right there for the surfer in red. He needs a 6.9. Just a 2-turn combo, but an excellent one on the back end right there. 6 minutes ago, and say even if he doesn't get the 6.9, easily should be his best wave right here, Maida.
I think so. The first maneuver was fine, but then the second one was pretty good. I loved how he can like kick the tail, you know. It's very stylish on his backhand.
Oh, love that finishing turn right there. Reminded me a lot of a guy that I used to see competing on the QS from Maui too, as that second turn, as good as it gets, really. Dejo Kano used to have a turn like that on his backhand as well. So did Hank Gaskell. And this was right behind Ian's wave. Ramsey with a great two-turn combo right there, wraps it back, and then finishes off with another strong turn at the end too. So great exchange by both surfers. It kind of seemed like it was the right decision to let Ian go on the first wave of the set and use priority for the second one. 5 minutes to go. 5-3-3 for Ian Gentile. And waiting on the score now for Ramsey. Should be a decent one too. He's looking to better a 4.5. And if he does, you know, if it's around that mid-range 5 too, Gentile's going to be needing something in the 6s, Maeda.
Yeah, and now he has a good opportunity. He will be with priority sitting back there, and he needs to find a good one. Probably I'll be, if I was there, I will be patient and let for the good one, because like 5 minutes remaining almost. Yeah.
It ain't that long of a time. Still waiting on the score for the surfer in blue, and they're taking their time. We saw them really understand the significance and the importance of Joao Chianca's wave right at the end of the heat. Took them at least 4 to 5 minutes to get that score in. And we're seeing another very important score in this heat right here with 4 minutes to go. Judges don't know what the qualification implications are or anything like that, but they do know that this is a big heat out in the water. Gentile's gonna let that wave go. And Ramsey had a look at it, trying to sell Ian on it. It's a 5.5 for the surfer from Morocco in blue. It extends his lead. And now Ian Gentile needing a 6.5. Good looking wedge right here, but it seems like it's too small of a wave for it to break. 3:30 to go. We see some lines out the back.
Yeah, he will need a bigger wave, I think, because 6.5 would be the highest score of the heat. And he's looking now. He lost priority.
Well, we'll see. It still hasn't switched yet, and it does now. Ramsey with priority, and he's not going to block Gentile on this one. Here goes Ian. More of a setup turn right there, and there's a reason why Ramsey didn't even look at that wave.
Yeah, how cold blood was Ramsey, because he was with priority and very confident about how he was reading that wave. And yeah, kind of like mistake for Ian Gentile right now.
Well, it goes to show you he hasn't been in these high pressure situations at the end of these big events before. Really the first time we've seen him compete at this high of a level on the Challenger Series. Has competed in what was formerly known as a 6-star prime before in Hawaii, but it's not the same as when you're competing halfway across the world. 2:20 to go. Now needs a 6.5. Let's look at how we got to this point of the heat. Just over 2 minutes. And it was the quick start for Ramsey. They got him a 4.5, and then eventually took the lead, Maeda.
Yeah, very nice first turn there, and then a very solid cut back there. And he's looking for another one. Big section there. And I really don't know how he could manage to finish this one.
That came out as a 6.33. And then the answer back from Gentile here. His best wave, a 5.33. Great combination. But then once again, the surfer from Morocco in blue was just able to do what he does, and that's perform when he needs to.
Yeah, very sharp. 2 first maneuvers there. I like the flow, how he's connecting their maneuvers. Very good surfing for the Moroccan.
90 seconds to go. Gentile still requiring the 6.5. He's trying to break away from the surfer in blue, and this was a replay of his last wave. More of a setup turn right there, and I think realistically you're just looking at somebody that's looking to gain some distance in between the other surfer. Just over a minute to go. Would love to see Ian at least get a shot right here, but I'd feel for Ramsey too. As a fellow goofy footer, he's looking to make it into the semifinals, and if he holds on to the lead, it's going to be his best result of the season so far, and it would help out his route to qualification. But Gentile, though, still a dangerous character.
Yeah, he is. And at this point of competition, everything gets like pretty hard for both surfers in a man-on-man heat because all of them, they have most of the time they have implications in the rankings. Tough for them, like both of them can qualify until the end of the year, so loses here at this point wouldn't be good for any of them.
And we got a paddle right here. Ian's gonna sell Ramsey on this one, and priority will switch. We got 10 seconds to go. Will there be another wave? And it seems like they're just gonna salute each other, and Ian's gonna congratulate Ramsey on a great heat. But Ian Gentile with a quarterfinal finish, he's gonna have to settle for that. Great performance by him, but how about the surfer in blue, the Moroccan, moving through into his best result of the season so far on the Challenger Series, and he will be facing the winner of the next heat. It's gonna be Leonardo Fioravanti and Joan Duru coming up, but it was Ramsey moving through into the semis here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. We'll be right back.
Agora os dois chegando na praia, merecem o aplauso da torcida brasileira e argentino, Randy Buquian. Iniciando, ele traz por livre já para o lado do seu frente com o João Duru. A começando a surfada. Já com o líder do Challenger Series. Já está com o seu retorno no nosso setor.
On the championship tour, the level is high. You have to absolutely rip. Every heat you have to put up some big scores, and your equipment has to be dialed, you have to be dialed with the conditions, you have to be fully prepared at every event, and I think experience helps a lot. So, hopefully next year I can bring a bit of that into the World Tour. Why do I want to be on the championship tour? It's simple. It's, when I didn't make the cut, I was frustrated. I was frustrated myself, I was angry, because that's where I want to be. I grew up watching the best surfers in the world, Kelly, Andy, Mick, being on the World Tour. That's what I want to do. And when I fell off, there was nothing that was going to stop me from getting back on tour.
Great work there by Shannon Waller and crew with the challengers. As we're looking at quarterfinal number 4, Leonardo Fioravanti ranked number 1. Gonna be hard to knock him out of that spot with the results he's had this year. And then Joan Duru, the former CTU surfer, ranked number 40 coming into the event. He needs at least a final finish here to keep his hopes alive. Mitchell Salazar, Maida Pops with you, and it's a great heat, a battle of the Europeans, Maida, and Leonardo Fioravanti has been in form all year long. His worst result at the US Open of Surfing, and that's just a 25th. He doesn't have anything worse than a 5th before that. Here's Leo on the backhand, and just as he does, starting off quickly. Great first combination, and he's gonna look for a strong finish, setting things up for that turn right there, and finishing on his feet. The answer back by Duru. The French surfer in blue goes for the throw tail reverse. Great first exchange. Gonna be interesting to see the full replay there to see what Joan did on the outside. 33 years of age. Easily one of the best junior surfers to ever come out of the European region, but he also has CT experience, and he's made quarterfinal appearances here in Brazil before.
Yeah, very good surfer, and also he was like ISA World Champion this year, yeah?
Last year.
Last year, sorry, yeah. Very good surfer. I love this first maneuver there. And the second one as well. Third one, many good maneuvers. And what about the finish, Mish?
It was incredible, but the answer back here by Leo. Boy, this guy's just been in form all year long. He's looking to get back-to-back event wins. Won the last event in Ericeira, and it would mean a lot to him to win this event here in Saquarema, especially having that new real estate at the top of his board too, Maida.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? I feel that it's so interesting when this guy's getting this mood, you know, that they don't have pressure anymore about the rankings, and they just can throw their surfing and show the world the tools that they have. It's very nice.
Then Duru's last turn right there, the beautiful reverse to finish that wave off, waiting for scores, and they should be some good ones, as there's the stats for Leo. Impressive numbers, close to 27,000 points, ranked number 1 on the CS, 24 years of age. He's going to be 25 by year's end. But I just don't see anybody taking that number 1 spot away from him. He's looking to at least make it into a final here. It seems like they're having a chat, and it's some friendly competition out there between the good friends, and around 8 to 9 years in terms of separation of age, but they've known each other for a long time.
Yeah, so great to see like Leo in this kind of like in form and really fit. We know what he has been through in the past, you know, with that very heavy injury in his back. So I know that this is already in the past, but every time I look at him surfing, I think about this, how he might have been really tough for him to recover. I think it was in like 8 months when he recovered for that back injury. Yeah.
A year at the most, and that was at Pipeline. You know, scary incident during the Vulcan Pipe Pro a few years ago. He has conquered his fears, though. He's done well in Pipeline before. I don't know if you remember last season, him and Mikey Wright actually had a surf-off with 3 heats at Pipeline before the event started. Whoever won 2 out of 3 ended up qualifying with the last spot for the championship tour. Leo lost the first heat to Mikey, but it ended up winning the last 2, and it guaranteed his spot on the championship tour for 2021. And the next thing you know, he requalifies as a semifinal finish in Mexico at Barra de la Cruz, and got knocked off this year, but he's already qualified for 2023 again. Might have a paddle here. Joan Duru having a look. He's going to let that wave go by. And as we wait for the next wave to come by, Leonardo Fioravanti with priority, a big heat win for Ramsey. He's with Rachel.
That's right, Ramsey. You've been looking pretty confident this whole event. How was it for you to face Yan Gentil in such an important moment for you both?
I know it was. I think it was more important for me than him, but no, it was a really tough one. He's strong. He's a tall guy too, you know. And I don't know, the wind picked up again just before my hit a little bit, so it was hard. But I wanted to surf better and do better. But you know, it was I think one of the most important hits of my life, you know. So I'm feeling great. One more, and my goal is to win here, and I really think I can do it. So I just got to stay focused and try to beat the best here.
And yeah, if you win this event, you're going to be the first surfer from Morocco to qualify for the championship tour. So what would it mean to you?
It's my childhood dream, you know. Since I started in Morocco on the beach in Tarazout, all the way to the tour. It's crazy for any athlete, you know. When you have a goal, when you're young and you achieve it, it's crazy. So, you know, but like I told you, every day, hit by hit, and focus and try to do my best and push a lot and have no regrets at the end of the day, you know.
Congratulations, you made it to the semifinals, and back to you guys in the booth.
Felicitación to Morocco's own Ramsey Bokian. Moving through into the semifinals, love that saying, no regrets. He's looking to make every single right decision in these heats, and for good reason. He's got some tough matchups. He's going to get the winner of this heat too, between Joan Duru and Leonardo Fioravanti. I would love to see why he's actually wearing a New York Yankees hat too. I don't think he's a baseball fan coming from Europe. They don't really play baseball over there, but got to keep that shade going because it does get sunny here in Brazil too, even though it's a bit cloudy right now. And as he mentioned, the wind has picked up quite a bit.
Yeah, but it still have like plenty of opportunities there. And I really expected sunny today, but now it's a bit cloudy. But like the waves are good, and we are so blessed to have this day of finals day competition.
I think I know why it's cloudy today, Maida. It's because, unfortunately, it's just being one of those gloomy days for some people that are on the verge of qualifying, and it's just bringing their spirits down.
It's true, Mitch. Look, we can see the flag there, how the wind picked up a little bit. Yeah, but it's not sunny, but look, the beach is already crowded.
I've seen it in other places of the world, specifically in Southern California. I was there when Gabe won his third World Championship at Lower Trestles during the Rip Curl WSL Finals in 2021. Huge Medina effect right there. But to see it here in Brazil, during my break, I was able to see him walk down to the beach, and it's just crazy. The amount of people that love him here, the impact that he has, and how much people love and appreciate surfers in this beautiful country. It's something that I hadn't experienced before, and I'm very fortunate to be here for this event, and it's been sensational seeing all these fans gather here on the beach for finals day too.
I think this is the most different thing from Brazil, is how passionate the people are about surfing. And this morning I spoke to many people down the beach, and they were like all waiting for Gabriel Medina heats and also for João Chianca. And look, it's Monday, it's not sunny, and the beach is already crowded.
And we still got a few more heats to go as well. 19 minutes to go. Leo in second place. He only needs less than a 1 to take the lead, and João Duru opens up with a 5.67. Fioravanti's first score, a 5.5. So, two very similar scores. Was not necessarily surprised to see a bit better of a score from João Duru's wave, especially with the finish. But I think what Leo's done so far in this event, he's opened up with the lead in most heats. He didn't do that in this instance, Maria, and I know it's just a slight lead for João Duru, but that could maybe potentially affect him psychologically.
Yeah, can be. I mean, look, it's João Duru up riding right there on the right.
Going on the right. Duru has an excellent backhand. Richard Dog Marsh was mentioning yesterday that he thinks he has one of the best in the world. Completely agree. Great finish right there for the French surfer in the blue jersey. Looking to requalify. Made the quarterfinals many years ago in the formerly known as the 6-star Prime event. That would have been a Challenger Series back then in Fernando Noronha, a beautiful spot in the northeast of Brazil. And he has a lot of familiarity when it comes to competing here in Brazil, Maida.
Yeah, and he looks very solid right there, like confident, and I really love this maneuver right there. And the last one was the best.
Yeah, great finish right there by the surfer in blue, Duru. Loved this finishing turn as well, but the setup with the backwash wasn't easy at all. And a great maneuver right there for João. 17:20 to go on the clock. He's looking to back up the 5.67. And here's Leo, live action, as he gets a decent finish right there. Harder wave to surf. You can definitely notice the wind picking up a lot more. We did show up this morning, and it was slightly offshore, got glassy, and now all of a sudden it goes from being a beautiful day into a very complicated conditions in terms of surfing right here. Nice little setup turn right there. Looking at the replay right here, Maida, a decent finish, but Leo's probably going to want a better wave than this at the end of the heat.
I think so. The last one wasn't like too strong. He couldn't like put very vertical the board. But I mean, it's a second wave. He will put on scores and wait for another opportunity to get better.
Yeah, and looking at Duru's results this year on both the qualifying and the Challenger Series, a couple of great results in terms of the QS competition in Europe. A third place finish and a 5th were his two best, but in terms of Challengers, nothing better than a 9th place finish for him. He's actually only done 5 events, including this one, and his best result was a 9th at the last event in Ericeira. So it's really based off of that last result that has him put number 40 in the rankings. But 2 great finishes at the end of the year. All of a sudden, you're within the top 10. Next thing you know, you qualified for the CT. And Drew has a lot of competitive experience worldwide. A 4.7 for Joan's second. 4.33 for the Italian Fioravanti. Close heat right now, 10.37 to 9.83. But now priority with the surfer in blue, 33 years of age. As we mentioned before, he's done well in Brazil, and he's looking to at least make the final here to keep his hopes and dreams of requalifying alive. Teresa Bombolo about to hit the water. She's going up against Tessa Tyson. Be right back with the second part of the heat.
Blue sky, hills, beaches, and forests. Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Back at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. It's finals day, and it's got that feeling on the beach. It's getting packed, and Tessa Tyson right there in the blue jersey. She'll be coming up in the first semifinal of women's action, going up against Teresa Bonvola, who is in demand of a great result here at Saquarema. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops. Joan Duru, the heat leader, having a paddle at this one, and he's up and riding. Wraps it back, bigger set wave, and the wind much more noticeable here on the face of the wave. Oh, unfortunately, right there for Joan, wasn't able to complete the last maneuver. And he's going to leave some meat on the bone right there with 12:35 to go. Was looking to better a 4.7. Great use of priority right here, just unfortunate at the end, Maida.
Yeah, very nice wave he picked. Very big, a bigger wave side. And I loved the second one, but a shame that he couldn't finish the last one.
It just seemed like when he was coming out of the turn right there, maybe got a bit too caught up in the white water. And unfortunate, because it was easily going to better the 4.7 if he would have stayed on his feet. Instead comes in as a 3.8, 12 minutes to go. Now priority with Leo. You see him on screen there with a great drone shot. And it goes to show you that despite the clouds, still a lot of crystal clear water out there in Saquarema. Praia de Itaúna. Out of the 2 spots, I know we've been here all event long, but we do have the backup site of Bahia. You have a personal preference yourself on where to run, Maida?
I love to see when Bahia is firing, you know. We see those rides there and very barreling wave. But, I mean, here is more consistent.
Yeah.
Consistent. I never know how to say this word. Sorry, guys. But, I mean, I like both places, you know. It depends on the direction of the swell.
Right.
but when Barrinha is firing, it's amazing.
It's almost undeniable, right? But this wave, as you were saying, has consistency, breaks almost every day out of the year. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the locals are saying that it's usually offshore here 300 out of 365 days of the year. Is that true?
Yeah, it's what they say. I'm not here to confirm this information, but I mean, yeah, normally it is.
Is it because of the lake behind us, that kind of estuary?
I think
Yeah?
so. I think so. Yeah. Also in the lake, they practice a lot of kite surfing as well. It's a good sport for kite surfing as well here in Saquarema. And look, this is Leo.
Up and riding. The Italian uses his priority right there and doesn't like the shape of that wave after the first turn. He's going to kick out with just over 10 minutes to go. Might look at a rebate wave right there. Going to duck dive instead. Joandro will recover priority and still with the lead. It seemed from the takeoff that it might be a good wave right here, Maida, but just ended up fading out afterwards.
Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe from that angle, we saw the wave was here for more for the left side of our screen. I don't know. Probably the banks and wasn't right there.
Yeah, and Joandro is as lethal as it comes when using priority, and we've seen him use it effectively in previous heats. In terms of the tide, though, we still have a rising tide around halfway through. Still around 2 hours of our tide right now still to come up. Not a huge difference, though. It goes from around a 1 foot tide to a 3.2 high tide. So just around 2 feet, excuse me. But what it does affect, Maida, is the backwash here.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, when the tide is really high, it makes like a lot of difference. But the backwash is always there, I think, here, you know. So they have to know how to deal with this. And we see here Tessa getting ready for the next heat.
Yeah, she's coming up against Teresa Bonvelo. Don't want to miss that one. Qualification implications on the line. Bonvelo looking to make the final at least to keep her hopes alive. And boy, if she does make the final, we could be seeing all 5 women clinch their spot before the last event of the season in Haleiwa. We still got 8:30 to go right here. There's Teresa, speaking of her. About to paddle out with a big smile on her face. Has a victory already this year at the Sydney Surf Pro in Manly Beach. But besides that, really doesn't have a keeper result. But she's guaranteed at least a semifinal finish right here. 8 minutes to go. Priority now with Leo as Joandro paddled for a wave and the heat leader looking to catch something under Fioravanti's priority. You know, and despite the angle of the swell, way less backwash with the tide coming up, but it's still going to be a factor, I think, on those waves that kind of come closer to shore more than anything. You don't see them usually with the bigger waves. It kind of seems like it's usually those mid-sized one or the smaller ones really that are a little bit more affected by the backwash, Maida.
It's true. Like the bigger ones, they end like before the backwash. So the mid ones, they finish like right on the sand right here. At Boca do Jacaré sometimes for the right side, but now we're seeing like more the lefts breaking. Look, this guy, I was talking about him and how passionate he is. He's always here, almost a legend here at Saquarema. He collects like every surfer signature, and this is just an example how passionate Brazilian people are about surfing.
And he's rooting for both teams as well, Brazil and Portugal?
Yeah, I think he's half Portuguese. His name is Antonio, so... But he loves surfing, you know. He's cheering, of course, for Brazilian surfers, but like he talks to everyone, every surfer, and it's really nice to see.
Well, it seems like the fans are down here on the beach and in full effect, too. As you saw right there, one of the legends here at Saquarema that has been collecting autographs for, I guess, many years now. First time I've been to Saquarema, seen a couple of different characters here on the beach. Some interesting ones, too, and, you know, some good vibes down there. Was able to talk to a couple of local surfers and asked them about the importance of this event to them. They said, hey, love to have a Challenger Series not only in Brazil, but obviously even better if it's Saquarema. 6 minutes to go. Let's look at the heat recap and how this heat has transcended so far. Only 7 waves ridden, 3 for Joan Duru, and those 3 waves, 2 of them have him in the lead, Maida.
Yeah, 2 nice turns there, another one. I love the flow of this wave and how he threw the tail, all this commitment in the last maneuver.
And then Leo with the good answer back, a 5.5 on his first ride. And I have to say, out of every heat that he surfed so far in this event, it's the first time he hasn't taken the lead on his first wave.
Yeah, it's true. But Joan Duru is doing like a really great job there. He caught like 2 good waves to put on score. This one started a little slow, but then in the end, it was a good turn there, and the last one was the best.
And out of the few rides that we've actually seen scored well this morning, too, a 4.7 there for Joan Duru. That currently has him in the lead, paired with a 5.67. We're down to 5 minutes. Priority still with the surfer in red, and Leo at the moment needing a 4.88. Seems like Duru had a 3.5 throwaway score on his last. And Leo under pressure now. He's had an incredible year so far. Just a 25th finish, 25th place finish, excuse me, as his worst result, a throwaway. And there's the 3.5 for Joan under Leo's priority. And a huge amount of distance between both surfers at the moment. Leo's looking for, it seems, the deepest of the lefts out there.
Yeah, 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And he's looking for a 4.88. It's not a huge score, Mitch. If he can catch a good one, a good opening left wave, for him it will be easy to do this score.
And maybe even a right. We saw Joan get the 4.7 right there. And it could be a comeback if Leo's able to at least give himself a chance to get that score to close to a 5-point ride. In terms of, obviously, you know, the skills that this European surfer has, easily one of the best junior surfers on the planet. You know, when he was still 20 years of age or younger. But now, as a former CT surfer, already qualified for the championship tour in 2023, you have to be saying he has to be one of the best surfers to ever come out of Europe of all time.
For sure. And I was thinking about this. I think you mentioned before. Let's see first its wave here.
Leo up and riding, frothier wave. Starts off with a couple of setup turns, and he's going to use priority on that wave. And it just doesn't work out for him. Joan Duru maybe recognizes that. He's going to hold on to priority and maybe better positioning on the outside. Use priority on this wave, Maida, but unfortunately, it just wasn't the right one.
Yeah, I think so. Like a lot of white water right there. He couldn't manage to do like many turns with flow. I don't think he will get the score.
No, just a 2.77. He's still going to need the 4.88 or better. You're mentioning about Leo's impressive result and skill so far.
Yeah, I was mentioning actually, you mentioned before about how these European surfers are doing well here in Brazil, and we see like Joan Duru and Leo Fioravante as well. In the next heat we have Tessa and also Teresa Bonvalor. And I mean, Europeans, they're really surfing well here at Saquarema, and we talked before about this. What do you think are their skills to surf here, and why they had such a good results here on this competition?
You know, personally, from my viewpoint, I just think it's adaptability. Most of them come from beach breaks. That adaptation factor easily plays into effect here at a beach break that is as complicated as Saquarema. But also, you got to look at the skill level, and they train a lot over there in Europe. They have a lot of smaller events, not only at the QS level, juniors, but also within their professional surfing circuits within their respective countries too. I know Portugal does it extremely well. France has a great professional circuit, and so does Spain too. You know, I think we haven't mentioned Spain that much, but they have an incredible circuit, especially around that Zarautz and Basque Country area. Nadia Erostarbe, Ariana Ochoa, Garasi Sanchez on the women's side, Adura Matriain on the men's side. Kai and Hans Odriozola are two incredible surfers that are coming up. And the Odriozola brothers, I think that's a name that you're going to have to remember. And they will be on the qualifying series pretty soon. 60 seconds to go. Joandro just hunting down Leo with priority. And he's looking to block him for any wave that comes through. 45 seconds. Leo needs a 4.88. And the only heat where Leo hasn't been leading in the last few minutes of the heat as well. Would be an incredible comeback if he's able to make it out of this one. But based off of the year that he's had, just an incredible run of events for the young Italian in the red jersey.
Yeah, and João doesn't want to like give any room for Leo right now. Like 15 seconds remaining. It doesn't seem that he can run out of this situation.
Well, this heat's over. We're gonna count it down, and it's gonna be a big upset as Joandro takes out the Italian stallion and Leonardo Fioravanti, and number 40 in the ranks. Wow, you saw the frustration right there by Leo. He splashed the water, did not want to lose, was looking for consecutive wins in Nereseda and then here in Saquarema. But that man gets the job done in only his 5th event surf this year too. And Joandro, with at least a semifinal finish, he's going to be facing a great surfer in Ramzi Bukiem. And there's going to be at least one goofy footer in the final. But we got more action coming up. The semifinals of the ladies about to hit the water. Teresa Bonvalo, in terms of qualification, it is a must-win scenario for her. She's going to face Tessa Thyssen when we come back.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And we're all the way down to the semifinals, finals day here at Itaúna Caipira, along with Mitchell Salazar. And Mitch, it's been a competitive day. We've seen some upset. We've seen some of the expected surfers come through, but also, as we talk about the women, as we get into the women's semifinals, some qualification scenarios.
Yeah, and a huge heat out there in the water right now. Teresa Bonvalo in a must-win scenario here, Kipes, and you're talking about one of the few surfers from Europe that had actually stood out on the CS level, and we could see qualification happen after this heat.
This could happen, and we will update you on all of the qualification scenarios as they present themselves here. But let's take a look at the path to the final. Started the quarterfinals this morning for the women. It was Teresa Bonvalo coming over Bronte Macaulay, and then Tessa Thyssen, the upset over Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, and then Bonvalo actually had come from behind win against Bronte. Tessa Thyssen taking out her good friend Vahine, who was having a shot at qualification here as well, and Mamoru Suzuki with a huge heat win. But how about Alyssa Spencer coming into this event in a must-win scenario too? She needs to at least make the final here, Kaipo.
So Alyssa Spencer needs to make the final in which to keep her dreams alive for the championship tour. We're going to get back to that because we got the men's brackets right here, and this is the path right now. Joao Chianca, very important heat. He came over Kalani Ball in quarterfinal number 1, but he's got a big, big, big challenge in the way of 3-time world champ. He's going to meet Gabriel Medina, semifinal number 1. And we see Ramzi Bukhayam. He wins here. He's on tour, but first he has to overcome Joan Deroux in semifinal number 2.
Not an easy heat whatsoever, but you know, that quarterfinal number 1 was interesting. I thought the finish was very close personally, and I kind of had it the other way. I thought Kalani Ball should have made it through, but that's just on a personal level. But yeah, huge implications here for Joao Chianca, number 18 coming in. And boy, imagine if he wins at home in Saquarema. This would be a big deal. He already has a final Kaipo second place finish at the US Open. But this would be a big thing for the local boy requalifying for the CT.
Yeah, giant implications. But here we go, semifinal number 1 with the women out in the water. And Teresa Bonvala versus Tessa Thyssen. Let's take a look. And, well, actually, as we were waiting for the start of this heat, an opening exchange, let's hear from the last heat winner, Joan Deroux, in the semifinals.
He's keeping his dreams alive, huh? How was there to manage the wind situation now and to make it through?
Yeah, it's hard. The tide getting high, the wind comes, so it's always this time of the days the conditions are changing. So I wanted to get 2 backups at the start, what I did. Then I did a big mistake. I found a good one. Then I let him the priority. And I don't know, but the luck was with me, and no waves came after, so it was a lot of luck for me.
We still have 20,000 points on the table. You are near now to clinch the first 10,000, huh?
Oh yeah, I don't know, I didn't check, I had no results, so I'm just here to go as far as possible.
Okay, and how is the board working, huh?
Board is really good, so that's a good board. It's just me is a problem. Now I have to make a good hit.
Maintenant, tu peux parler un petit peu de français pour votre ami et la famille.
Merci beaucoup à tout le monde qui regarde, à mon amour mode, ma famille, mes grands-parents qui sont tout le temps là à regarder, et au Chilo.
Bonne chance, hein? Congrats, brother.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, well, thank you, Bruno. Congratulations to Joan Deroux. Again, when we're talking about different scenarios for qualification for the 2023 Championship Tour, Teresa Bonvala can qualify. How does she qualify? She has to win this event. What also has to happen is Alyssa Spencer also has to not make the final. So 2 things have to happen for Teresa. She has to get through semifinal 1, make it to the final, and then hope that Alyssa Spencer does not make that final.
I'm a little divided when it comes to that, Kipes, because I would love to see both of them qualify for the CT, but it seems like only one of them is going to be able to do so.
Here we go with Teresa.
Ooh.
1 turn for the score, just as you can see on your screen, just a couple of fractional scores so far, so no real numbers yet. That's going to be the first real number. Tessa chooses a left, just eases through that first carve, snaps it out the back, but pokes the nose on the way down.
Yeah, and an unforced error right there by Tessa Thyssen, coming in number 46 in the rankings, 25 years of age, former ISA junior gold medalist herself, and coming from the French Caribbean, St. Bartholomew originally, but representing France. You know, she had high expectations when the Challenger Series started, Kaipo, but wasn't able to get, you know, into a groove at that start of the year, and just ended up losing in the earlier rounds, but semifinal finish, at least here for Tessa. And just an unforced error right there, put too much weight on the front part of her board. And I really like this first turn from Teresa. Great timing, but unfortunately that wave just closed out after the first one.
Looking at the numbers, 3.5 for Bonvala and a 2-point ride, a flat 2 for Tessa Thyssen. So still low scores and no real breakaway scores as of yet. Early days in this heat, 21 minutes and 40 seconds.
Been a crazy event so far, huh, Kipes? Portuguese surfer, ranked number 7. I mean, she really knew that she needed to make finals day here, and it's realistic that, you know, the pressure is there. You can see it, you know, from the get-go. Really, the first heat from her, she barely made it out of it. And she's had a couple of comeback wins that have been huge for her, especially the one this morning against Bronte.
Yeah, and, you know, to Teresa's credit, she does have that one victory that she was able to surf to the top of the order at the Sydney Surf Pro. But other than that, she's still been lacking in points, so it's really tight. And when we look at the women's qualification scenarios, we've already have 3 spots spoken for in the way of Macy Callahan, Molly Picklum, and Katie Simmers already qualified.
Yeah, and it's just so difficult for them to qualify. There's only 5 spots available. So if you get off to a bad start, it's nearly impossible to recover afterwards. And, you know, give Teresa credit after that big victory, biggest victory for Portugal on the women's side ever. And besides that, has a couple of 9th place finishes, but I just don't think that you can have anything worse than a 5th place finish when it comes to having those big results on the Challenger Series, Kaipo. There's too many good women out there on the CS.
Very competitive, and that's what makes this series so compelling to watch, the Challenger Series. We have 7 events in this overall Challenger Series. We take the best 4 results out of those 7 events. Some surfers choose to surf all 7. Some surfers just surf 4 events for the number, so it really depends on your approach and how much you're willing to travel.
Well, Keanu Asing wasn't originally competing on the Challenger Series. He hadn't qualified, got a wild card spot into Bolito, and made it all the way to the semis. That guaranteed a spot into other events further down the line. And, you know, that's the cool thing about getting wild cards into these big events. Sometimes it guarantees you a spot in other bigger events down the line, too. We saw that with Mike Wright a few years ago on the CT. And I think we're probably going to see it with a few of these women on the CT next year, too.
This is true. The talent pool in surfing continues just to get deeper and deeper. So competitive heats all the way from the very beginning in this comp, where we start with 64 women, and all the heats have been super competitive. We start with 96 men. And again, no non-elimination. Every single heat has consequence, and it's been a grind, but also an impressive level of surfing by a mass of professional surfers.
So that's the cool thing I like about the CT in comparison to both the QS and the Challenger Series, is there's at least one round where you don't necessarily have to make it through. You're always going to have another shot, but you're facing the biggest of the biggest in terms of the seeding surfers. And one of those guys is going to be in the semifinals for the men. That's Gabe. And you saw it on the women's side, too. A couple of big upsets when it came to the first events of the year. But you saw the stars shine, too, like Caitlin Simmers, like Molly Picklum, and obviously Teresa with that huge win in Sydney as well, Kipes.
Yeah, a question, too, to pose, and I'm sure it's something that Katie Simmers is reflecting on right now and making a plan. She qualified for the 2022 Championship Tour via the Challenger Series. She declined that invitation, said, you know, she's pretty young, and we'll see if she takes up that invitation for 2023. What are your thoughts, Mitch?
I think she's ready. I thought she was ready last year. She's very impressive when it comes to barrel riding, too, and both you and I were talking the other day during dinner, and we think there's one person that's probably going to revolutionize women's surfing into a more progressive manner, and we both agreed that it was Katie. You know, I truly think that she's the one person that's probably going to bridge the gap between the men and the women. You know, she's got the talent, she's got the skills, and obviously she's a great competitive surfer, too.
Yeah, well, right behind her, though, are surfers like Aaron Brooks and Sierra Kerr, who you be on the lookout right now as their surfing continues to mature. But they already have the head start as far as the air game when we talk about women's surfing.
Sky Brown is another one, too. You know, and she already got a medal in her, 13 years of age at her first Olympic Games in skating. Yeah, I think the future generation of women's surfing is very true. I'm really impressed with the performances by the youngsters in this event, though, such as Sawyer, Alyssa, Kira Pinkerton, just 20 years old. You know, I think what happened with them is that they had so many pathways in terms of amateur surfing that it just was a perfect segue into professional surfing, such as the QS and the CS, too.
Yeah, well, the path that the World Surf League sets up is pretty straightforward. If you want to be a professional surfer, you start with the pro junior ranks. and you graduate from the Pro Junior ranks onto the qualifying series. You qualify through your region on those qualifying series events, and that's how you get into this, the Challenger Series, where you're so close to making it to the championship tour. And like I said, 5 women will make that jump, 10 men will make that jump, and then ultimately the top of the peak, well, the plateau before the top is the championship tour. Then the top of the peak is a world title.
Yeah, and making the Rip Curl WSL finals, I think, is already a life goal for many people. You saw Morgan Sibilic do it in his first year, end up number 5 in the world, especially in that new format. Here goes Teresa, though, using priority kipes.
Waits on the bottom before striking off the top. And Teresa is going to count on that single maneuver for a score. The Portuguese squad likes it.
Yeah, Kika Veselko right there, and Federico Moraes, great competitors from Portugal themselves, and she's dealing with the pressure well, Kaipo. I'm going to say that. She hasn't made a mistake so far in this heat. Both of her best waves, a 3.5, and this one right here. Great layback turn right there. And, you know, I think the judges are really going to have to adapt to these changing conditions right now. It's getting much harder to surf out there. And how about that finishing turn? Great angle.
Commitment to a maneuver. We see it in slow motion, Mitch.
Yeah, and you look at the performance that she has in terms of those big one-section waves. She's really catapulted herself into being one of the best surfers when it comes to one-maneuver waves. I also think Kira Pinkerton is in that conversation right there. But, you know, as a goofy footer myself, it is hard to compete on the CS at the highest level.
Hey, Bruno, where are you and what are you doing?
I'm on sand right now, looking towards the Portuguese cheers for Teresa Bovalon. History is being made here in Itaúna, Saquarema, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And the Portuguese supporters are full of energy. As a Brazilian, I can relate to that. We have a lot of passion, a lot of just appreciation for life and for surfing. So they are cheering for Teresa. She's so close to make it. So let's keep on cheering for her.
Let's go. Yeah, they're going to be happy when they hear the news that Teresa just scored a 5.83 for a single maneuver, Mitch.
But a bigger set wave too, Kipes. And judges really rewarding that commitment to the one section on the outside. Great surfing right there by Teresa. And, you know, Tessa's now in a tough spot, needing a 7.33. She doesn't really have anything better than a 2, though. But I think it's a huge opportunity right now to work underneath Tyson's priority and better that 3.5 within the next 5 to 10 minutes, Kipes.
Yeah, this is true. So we're going to see how it plays out. We're over halfway through this 30-minute semifinal number 1, and it's been pretty dominant by Teresa Bonvala, but Tessa Tyson got priority. Hopefully a good wave comes through for her.
And what she has, too, is that she comes from reef breaks originally. She's not scared of these big sections either.
Yeah, from St. Bart's originally. Here we go. Eases the lump in the bump, actually grabs the rail a bit, and that bog right there makes her have to kick out, noticing that she was not on her way to an acceptable score.
Good push there from Teresa, though. Great amount of pressure. I think she kind of put her out of position for this wave as well. It just didn't seem from the get-go like it was really going to be a wave that was going to stand up. It's getting much trickier out there, Kipes. The wind has picked up, and that tide's still about to hit the high in around an hour and a half. So, you know, the men are really going to have to face a lot of difficulties out there with the backwash, too.
Yeah, as we fly by, Tessa Tyson needs a pretty big number, a 7.33, to take the lead off of Teresa Bonvala. We'll see if she can do that. The conclusion, semifinal number 1 after this break. Are you seeing this strange image with several planets flying here on Itaúna Beach? This is a provocation for us to remember that our planet Earth is a limited edition. We only have one of it. That's why Corona will recycle a plastic bottle for every bottle of Corona sold, which should represent more than 287 million bottles recycled just this year. Let's go together for a better world. Back in semifinal number 1 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Teresa Bamvola and Tessa Thyssen out in the water. Kaipo and Mitchell in the booth here talking you through all of the action today. And as we left, this is what happened.
Yeah, Tessa Thyssen gets a 4.17 during the break. Great wrap right there by the French surfer. And a decent finish, too. They're definitely going to keep these smaller waves down in terms of the scores, though, Kaipe. So going to be looking for a set wave to get that 5 that she needs. But also be on the lookout with 10 minutes to go to see Teresa better her low score of a 3.5. Would love to see her get another one of those big sections and go for things as she did on the 5.83.
Yeah, well, she's got that go for it spirit, and she has been able to put down scores both on the forehand and the backhand. Teresa Bamvola, wow, knows the feeling of winning on the Challenger Series. She wants to rekindle that feeling. What was the wow?
Look at how far Tessa Thyssen is. I mean, I didn't realize that they were riding that far of a wave. The current might be picking up, though, with the wind that's actually kind of popping up this afternoon quickly, too. But there's a big gap between them. I wouldn't mind seeing Tessa try to catch a wave down there, kind of a sneaky left, especially with the higher tide. Get that 5, and then all of a sudden move over, add some pressure to the person that would actually be in second if Tessa would be able to get that 5.17.
Yep, the 5.17 will turn the heat for Thyssen. She does have second priority, so Teresa Bamvola ruling the lineup. And check out these lines, Mitchell. We got some sets coming through. It's going to be decision time for Teresa to see if she wants one of these.
Might be the second one. She's going to let it go. That seemed to me like a pretty clean wave. Surprised she didn't go on it, but from her angle might have looked a little bit better. There's Kika Veselko on the left. She had a great result at this event, too. Lost out yesterday, though, against a very in-form Melissa Spencer. I think Portugal has a lot more surfers than people realize in terms of the quality of their surfing. Tomas Fernandez, great friend of Kanoe Igarashi, training partner of him, too. Vasco Ribeiro, who I think is an excellent surfer. I would have loved to have seen him compete on the CT.
Yeah, not to mention Nick van Rupp spends a lot of time there in Portugal. But as a whole, the surfing population in Portugal is growing at a pretty good rate right now. A lot of people moving there as surfers. Here we go, Teresa. Slash it off the top, and the whitewater catches her heels. She goes down, uncharacteristic, and a surprise fall for Teresa.
And an unforced error, too. She didn't need to be going on that wave. The other day, you and I, Kipes, were talking about that use of taking away your ego from big situations. It just seemed like she was just looking to better the 3.5 at all costs here, and maybe went for a big turn where she didn't really need to necessarily go for a turn this big and large on that first section. Just a bit too choppy when she was coming out of it.
I think the whitewater caught her from behind,
yep.
like, and just pulled the rug out from underneath her feet. And because she was already looking down the line, perhaps for the second maneuver, it looked like she was free and clear from that top turn. But now she's just flipped priority to Tessa, and opportunity to Tessa. Tessa again needing a 5.17. Not a big score.
I talked to Matt Myers about that actually this morning. It's like, hey, these lefts are running so far and so quickly down the line that the whitewater's always behind you. And next thing you know, if you wrap it back way too much on the first section, specifically with a lot of power, it's just going to catch up to you and knock you off your feet. Perfect example right there.
Under 7 minutes remaining, Mitch, and Tessa needs to find a way to not just get the wave, but also be composed enough to switch on when that opportunity presents itself. Now, Teresa with the opportunity to, we'll see if she chooses to, I was going to say, now there's a great wide shot. So Teresa is, instead of trying to get away from Tessa, is kind of getting a little bit in her radar, in her zone. I think that's smart surfing, just because she can, maybe sell Tessa on a wave.
Well, and you want to be on the inside of her, too. You have the lead. You want to keep Tessa off of the best wave of the heat if it does come through. Even though she has priority, you still want to pressure her into making a mistake. And she's going to move over a bit closer. But I think having the inside just controls what you can do rather than what your opponent can do, Kaipo. You can go on a smaller wave or something that Tessa doesn't like with priority. Better the 3.5. Next thing you know, you extend your first place position, and the 5 that she requires now becomes a 7.
Yeah, you put on that shiny suit and top hat, you become the used car salesman in this situation, and you see if you can sell a lemon to your fellow competitor that has the priority on him. We saw Gabe Medina do that effectively in his matchup against Maxime Husno, in which Gabe really paddled for a wave, actually took off on the wave. And Maxime went, well, if Gabe's going, I got priority. Must be a good wave. Took off on the wave, and there was nothing there.
Kind of seemed like Maxime lost that heat before it even started, though. At least that's what I felt. It just seems like he was making too many errors, and you can't even make one against a 3-time world champion. That guy's the best competitor ever, Kipes. I mean, you compare him to Kelly, and you got to be thinking, okay, they're around the same skill when it comes to selling those waves and obviously executing on the wave, too.
Yeah, high heat IQ. And Tessa's going to use her priority here, rolls into this one, and a priority error for Tessa. Advantage now to Teresa. Teresa with the lead and the priority, so heat control to the Portuguese surfer.
Get a pressure as well, and the goofy footer. I think at all costs right here, 4 minutes, 40 seconds to go, you need to better your 3.5 because you have to be thinking 4 minutes is more than enough time to get 2 waves out of a set. And Tessa might be having to look at this one on the inside of Kipes.
Realizing the error, she's going to try to make up for it on this wave. Another up and out, maybe just some repositioning to get away from the priority of Teresa. Teresa waving her hand, Mitchell, getting the signal to get the update from our on-site announcers.
Yeah, and they're pretty down the beach, too. Pretty far down the beach, excuse me. But yeah, it's always nice to request that little extra attention in the last 5 minutes. You definitely want to be aware of where you're at in the heat. And with 4 minutes to go, needing a 3.5, huge wave right here, Kipes, might be a good one.
Looking good, rearing up, even a steep wall. Swooping carve by Teresa. Looks down the line for the finish, throws the tail, pressures a little bit too much. Backwash also hits her, and she goes down incomplete.
But why would you go that big, though, on the second turn? You're only looking to better a 3. It just seems to me like she's trying to do too much for how these waves are. 2 unforced errors in a row, Kaipo. The one big carve at the beginning, and now this fall.
We'll see if Tessa can make her pay. No, Tessa up and out. Now there should be a paddle battle out to the lineup and the peak. Who is going to get priority and control the last 3 minutes of this heat? Judges Tower taking a hard look. Our priority judge taking a hard look right now to determine the priority in this heat, and it's going to be an important priority.
Well, I think the person that actually recovers priority here is probably going to end up with a great situation to catch a wave here at the end. It seems like Teresa's pretty far inside, though, and quite far away from the primary takeoff zone, too. So it doesn't matter how far out you paddle, as long as you actually paddle to the place you need to, and that's a place where the best waves are breaking on the most consistent basis. But just under 3 minutes to go, as I was mentioning, that unforced error, Kipes, looking to better the 3.5. She turns basically a 5-point rod into a 2.83 right there.
Hey, Mitch, let's check out the recap of this heat and how we got here. Starting with Teresa.
Yeah, 3.5 here on the backhand. Great turn right there. Love the technique and great awareness of the backwash there from the Portuguese surfer. And then was able to back it up with her best wave. Just the one turn here, a 5.83. But how about the execution right there from the surfer from Portugal? Love to see it. And then was Tessa Thyssen. 4.17 right here for the decent combo for the surfer from France. Nothing to lose, everything to gain, and looking to get her first victory at the CS level. But Teresa still leading the heat with a minute 45 to go, Kipes.
Yeah, Tessa did get priority as we're coming out of that heat recap, so she does have an opportunity. She does have full range of the lineup here with 90 seconds on the countdown. Like you said, Mitch, Tessa needing a 5.17 to turn this heat, and she's just going to hope that Itaúna gives her any kind of wave, whether it's a left or right, something to give her an opportunity.
Yeah, and she still has enough time, and It would be a heartbreaker loss if she ends up bowing out of this event for that lady on screen, Teresa. I mean, not a high scoring heat, excuse me, by any means. 933 to 617. You got to be thinking this is one of the lowest heat totals for two people out there in the water for this event, but a great one so far.
Big carve. And one more. She's on her way right now. This could be an upset. And the finish for Tessa Thyssen. What do you think, Mitch? That was a pretty dynamic wave. The need was not that high either.
It wasn't. It's basically half of the scale, what she requires. She played it a bit safe, if I'm brutally honest. But still, you know, based off of the scores that we've seen in this heat, it's going to be very close. I think she just might get the score that she needs right here.
I concur. We get to take another look at it, Mitchell.
So first of all, smaller wave, catches this wave kind of in that midsection right there. Wraps it back, but doesn't fully bring it around. Good amount of power, though. And that second turn, a bit conservative, a little bit more lateral, and then a decent finish, too. I mean, just based off of the replay, I got to say it's going to be more than enough. I think there's going to be a situation change here.
Yeah, I think she wrapped it right around. I honestly thought that she did really well on that wave, to tell you the truth, to put my opinion in. And the 6.1 goes through, so that's it. Another buzzer beater here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. We've seen so many buzzer beaters.
Too many errors by Teresa Bonvolo, and her qualification hopes might have just gone out the window right there, Kaipo. Alyssa Spencer coming up, and if she makes the final, her dream just might be done. Wow, this is a huge upset. And in reality, this is the biggest upset of the event so far. I mean, Tessa Thyssen with the biggest win of her career, and she could potentially win her first CS event at the end of the day.
We've seen a number of upsets. We've seen a number of buzzer beaters here. Always a surprise. Everything going down the full range of the clock. We'll be back when we return with semifinal number 2 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. And Tessa Thyssen coming through and finding her way to the final here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. The surfer coming into this event, not really making any heats in the Challenger Series all year long. Here we are at stop number 6, and Tessa's in the final.
I'm not surprised anymore, Kaipo. Everything's happened in this event so far, and we have another big heat out there in the water right now. Moro Suzuki and Alyssa Spencer are going to be a great one, a regular footer up against a goofy footer. We could see an all-goofy matchup if Alyssa Spencer makes it to the final.
Yeah, and Alyssa's been surfing on point throughout this entire event, putting up big numbers. But we cannot discount Amuro Suzuki, who's had a number of clutch performances in the final 2 minutes of her matchups to continue to advance through the draw here at Itaúna.
Well, she had a dominant win this morning against Summer Macedo, too. I think the best performance she's had all event long, but you mentioned the consistency that Alyssa Spencer has had in this event. To me, I think she's been the most consistent performer out of everybody. And looking for another big heat win. Man, it would be great to see her on the podium, especially coming from the North American region. I might be a little biased in that sense, but it's just good when you see other regions worldwide do well. You know, you've seen Australia been so dominant for so long. Would love to see a Japanese surfer on the women's side qualify for the CT as well. Amuro doesn't have a shot this year, but could be it in 2023.
A lot of up-and-coming Japanese surfers. Amuro Suzuki, one of them. She's an Olympic bronze medalist in surfing as well. Think about other surfers coming through, Minami Nonaka, as well as Shino Matsuda on the women's end. And on the men's end from Japan, Shun Murakami, Reo Inaba, Taichi Wakita. We have a lot of young professional surfers coming out of Japan, so that could be a movement there from the land of the rising sun.
Yep, and I think Asia right now is going to have a great push when it comes to professional surfing with the qualification of Rio Waida from Indonesia too. His mother's actually Japanese, and Rio not only qualified for the CT, he's still going to go into Haleiwa trying to win 3 events this season. And there you see the stats from Alyssa Spencer, only 19 years of age from North County, San Diego, and looking for her first win on the CS Series. And 19 years of age, has a very impressive resume when it comes to her year in 2022. A few wins in the North American scene on both the junior and the QS level, Kipes.
2019, Alyssa Spencer nearly making the championship tour. Back in 2019, she was 1 spot away. So that talent's been there for a long time. The talent's been developing. Clearly, here she is right on the cusp of qualifying for that championship tour. We can see if she's able to do it this year. She's going to have to do it at Haleiwa. However, I don't think she can clinch here in Itaúna, in Saquarema. Amuro Suzuki likes what she sees here. She's going to go left. Amuro. Nice hook off the top. Has to skip a section, but places another turn there. And nice flow for the finish. So that's going to be the highest wave score so far early in this matchup.
And Amuro's first wave, too. Great use of second priority right there under the priority of Spencer. And the only way I can think of her losing priority at the beginning of the heat is that she blocked Alyssa afterwards. But great execution here. Love her bottom turn, Skypo. I think it's really been the most effective part of her surfing. Decent second turn right there. And a strong finish. Should be a cool score to start things off. Looking at the drone angle right here. Love the way she's able to pivot off of the bottom and actually use that board to its fullest of potentials when she actually hits the lip.
The study of the mechanics here in slow motion, Mitchell.
Yeah, and as I said, drawing off the bottom super well, and she never moves more than enough of what the body actually needs to complete those turns out there. Here's Spencer, though.
Here comes Alyssa, weaving down the line, loading up with a nice carve, and wants to combo it. She needs to stay in front of the white water for the completion and does so. So nice answer back for Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, it should be a decent score, too. Cool combo right there on the forehand for the goofy footer. And, you know, I'd probably be thinking that Suzuki's still going to get the better of the exchange right here, even though maybe the sections were a bit steeper for Spencer. Looking at the replay right here, much cleaner wave. Little bit of a check turn right there, a setup, and then great combo. So actually, when I see the replay, I think that first angle is a little bit deceiving, and then you see what the actual judges are seeing afterwards. And this drone angle right here, look at the amount of spray she puts out with that first turn. And a really complicated second section when that white water's coming towards you too. Good execution there for Alyssa.
Yeah, good timing and quick feet to be able to combo up, to get back up in the lip for the completion. We're waiting scores for both Alyssa Spencer and Amuro Suzuki. While we are waiting for those scores, let's hear from our first finalist for the women, down with Bruno.
Sid Kipes, Alyssa, Tessa Thyssen, how nerve-wracking was it to know on the last wave the importance of doing good, huh?
I know that this last wave was my last shot, so I had to do something on it, and the risk pays, so I'm happy.
How does it feel to be the spoiler of the comp, no?
I mean, I've been working so much. I know I'm in the shadow, but I've been working so hard, and this is just work for next year. This is preparation. Yeah.
And how about dealing with the wind, huh?
Yeah, it's more difficult than what it looks. I was a bit lost in the water, trying to look for the waves that I was hoping for, but couldn't find them. So I was in a bad rhythm, and I'm just happy with that last one, honestly.
Only change, any change on the mindset going to the final?
You know, I've been having a good vibe, a good rhythm, so I'm just gonna take things how it comes. Maybe the condition will still change again, so I'll have to adapt.
Tu peux parler un petit peu de français pour votre famille, les amis en France?
Oh là là, merci beaucoup, avec tout le support, tout le soutien que vous m'envoyez tout le temps, ça me fait tellement plaisir. Le travail, il est en train de payer, et comme je le disais en anglais, c'est le travail pour l'an prochain. Là, je suis en train de préparer.
Bonne chance, hein? Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bruno. And congratulations to Tessa Thyssen. Here we go. This is Alyssa Spencer. Screaming down the line. Beautiful carve there. Commitment to that carve. And a couple of slicing turns for Alyssa. Her previous wave, a 4-point ride. I think she's going to grow on that 2-wave total with this performance.
Well, this to me is close to excellent surfing. I mean, incredible first turn right there. She's able to draw it all the way back. Second execution right there. And how about that finish right there too, Kipes? Opened up with a 4-point ride on her second one. But this to me, if it isn't excellent, it's got to be close to it.
Yeah, quick surfing, commitment to the rail, excellent surfing displayed and rewarded with an 8.67. 8.67 for Alyssa Spencer, and she takes a big lead over Amuro Suzuki. Suzuki now needing a 7.35 to turn this heat and take that lead off of Alyssa Spencer.
And as I told you, Kaipo, I think this is the most informed surfer I've seen all event long. You look at the scores right there, a couple of 9s, a couple of 8.5s, and an 8-point ride. That's the lowest from the judges. You throw away the highest and lowest, and you average the other 3 out. I just think she's been on the best waves during the 30 minutes she's had to compete, and I think she's executed on those 2 best waves that she's found out there too.
She just had a lot of momentum with her that she was able to take advantage on that excellent ride. Sometimes with these conditions and this wave where you can see the V right there as we fly above, and it really is a side wave. You can continue to see the side wave, the reverb off of the rock here at Itaúna. If you're in front of that side wave and you have a long wall in front of you, that side wave's pushing you down the line and giving you extra momentum, and that's what Alyssa had in that wave. Then you couple that with the timing and the mechanics of some big turns. That's how you get excellent surfing. Speed, power, flow.
Yeah, sometimes it could be a disadvantage, though, to have that forward momentum, and she's been able to time it well, as you mentioned. Also got to give a lot of credit to her coach, Matt Myers. He's been in her camp for 10-plus years, ever since he signed her to Rip Curl, and, you know, former Rip Curl team and promotions manager himself, now coaching with Myers Surf Mentorship. He's done an incredible job, Kaipo.
Yeah, let's take another look at that 8.67 for Alyssa Spencer. Like I said, you get in front of that, and now the momentum is with you. Hooks it all the way around, Mitchell. Bangs it up into the lip, and variety here to finish with the tail throw.
Yeah, but the amount of risk and commitment on those first 2 sections, specifically the first one, you don't necessarily have to go that big, but they're always going to reward those bigger turns on that big section at the beginning. And the Spencer, obviously, you know, no stranger to excellent score. She has the highest wave of the heat and the highest wave of the day in both the men's and women's side.
Yeah, she's been very consistent putting in those very good to excellent scores throughout this competition. She's done it on the backhand on the right when we had a different swell angle where it was a predominant right. Now she's doing it on the left, in which the southeast swell is giving us more of a down the line, sweeping the beach type of wave.
Well, and you want to know about her dominance this year on the local regional scene, QS? 4 wins, 2 on the East Coast and 2 on the West Coast, so not bad for Alyssa.
Oh, no. And Amuro with a priority error. They're handing over priority to Alyssa Spencer, who has a big lead over Amuro Suzuki. So now heat control to Alyssa Spencer. Plenty of time on the clock, however, 17 minutes and 20 seconds.
Look, I don't think a 7 is out of range for Suzuki. She dropped one earlier this morning in her first heat in the quarters, but based off of the performances that we've seen and the consistency from Alyssa Spencer, she has a 4-point ride as her backup. I think she's more than going to better that score at the end of this heat. And knowing the way she's been able to execute on both the rights and the lefts, wouldn't even be surprised to go right and get one turn where she's been able to garner 6-point rides before.
Alyssa uses priority. Long wall in front of her, clears the whitewater. Big on-rail carve, but just runs out of forward momentum as that wave dissipates. Likely, she will not improve upon her score line and hands the priority back to Amuro Suzuki with an opportunity. The Japanese competitor, again, needing a 7.35.
It's surprising that she used priority with that wave right there. Didn't necessarily look like one of the best from the get-go. Seemed like more of a runner. And as you can see here, whitewater in front. I think what she liked about this wave, as she just wraps it back maybe a bit too hard, was she was thinking that that whitewater was actually going to have a section where she was going to be able to backdoor like she did there. I just don't think she was expecting it to go flat right afterwards, though. It still has plenty of time to better that 4. I think it's going to be a close heat in terms of the actual priority use here at the end. Suzuki is a very good surfer when it comes to using priority kipes.
Yeah, smart competitor in the way of Amuro Suzuki. She's had some wild cards in 2021 on championship tour events, so she's had experience at the very highest level of surfing. She got those wild cards as a replacement because she finished off really well on tour and nearly qualified in 2019 for that championship tour.
I believe Rottnest Island and the Surf Ranch, right, were the 2 stops that she surfed at.
She got into the Aussie Quaddy because she was able to make her way, and she was there in Australia. Remember, we were on kind of under a bubble situation.
Merriweather.
And where we started in 2021.
True. I remember surfing at the Surf Ranch, and I was impressed during the free surfs, but I wasn't able to really get a score above a 3 during the actual competition. We're going back to the Surf Ranch next season. Could be cool to see a couple of these surfers in the event over there too, Kipes.
Yeah, could be cool to throw a couple of waves the commentators' way too. 15 minutes. We're halfway through this semifinal number 2, and we got something going on. What's going on in the VIP?
Kaipo, I'm here at the VIP area, Corona VIP area, and it's getting completely crowded and loud. Everybody's enjoying a lot, having free Coronas here. And hi, how are you? How good is to watch from here the competition?
It's a really good view here. We can see everything. It's really good.
Are you enjoying?
Yeah, of course. So nice.
Okay, so Kaipo, like it's getting really packed and people are enjoying the good show in the water.
Yeah, and we're enjoying it too, Maida. We are enjoying the show in the water as well. Hey, buy a Corona, and every Corona sold equals a plastic bottle recycled in the Corona 77 Globe Initiative.
I've probably recycled around 20 plastic bottles so far this trip. I'm probably going to add on to that tally later this evening too once the event ends, but you know, big props to Corona. They've been doing great things for surfing in the past few years.
Amuro Suzuki gets the push from the whitewater into this wave, and a nice wall in front of the Japanese surfer. 2 nice turns, moving down the line, throwing it up there. She needs a 7.35. She just may have accomplished that, Mitchell.
That was a gnarly wave right there. I did not expect that from Amuro. Great wave selection, really pushed down the line too. And I thought the execution on this wave was as good as it gets. So takes off in the whitewater. More of a setup turn right there for the first one, but how about these next 2? Straight off of the bottom into the lip line. Tough section right there with all the chops, and an excellent finish. So I'm right there with you, Kaipo. She needs a 7.35 up in the upper good range of the score line. It's going to be close, and she still has 13 minutes even if she doesn't get the score. It's going to be a great heat in the finish.
Once again, just being in front of that wedge, being in front of a little bit of that reverb, accentuated the speed down the line. That was a good looking wave. So, you know, we see a little bit of jumbled conditions right now, but there are some diamonds out there, and you got to pick them off. Wave selection, so important today.
And I cannot state the importance of actually using that fade that both Alyssa and Amuro have used on their 2 best rides too. With that whitewater moving straight forward down the line, it is crucial to really utilize the pocket of these waves on the best ones that you see out there. There's not too many of them, Kaipo.
That's correct. And we're anticipating a score for Amuro Suzuki. Will it turn the heat? You're going to find out After this break, stay tuned for more of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Welcome back to semifinal number 2 of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Alyssa Spencer leading the heat out there against Amuro Suzuki. The Japanese surfer before the break needed a 7.35, and the score comes through as just under a 7.23, now requiring a 5.88, and Spencer used second priority as during the break was able to get a 4.43 and extend her first place position. But now Suzuki having a look here, going again on the left, requiring a 5.88 at the moment. Big section ahead. The section just not good enough for the one turn right there. 9:40 to go on the clock. It's been all Alyssa Spencer from the get-go in terms of the heat lead. Opened up with an 8.67 and a 4.43. On the other hand, Amuro Suzuki opening up with a 5.33, getting a 7.23 on her previous wave. And Rhett here maybe just too much of a mistake in terms of the wave selection. And this is the 4.23 of Alyssa Spencer. Nice little setup snap there, and a great second one to finish that wave off. So the surfer from the USA out on the lead with 9 minutes to go. And looking at the results that Spencer has had so far this year on both the qualifying series in North America and the junior series, an impressive one. 4 victories so far on the qualifying series for Alyssa Spencer. 3 of those coming off on the East Coast. I had previously said 2 and 2, 2 on the West Coast and 2 on the East Coast, but 3 on the East Coast actually. The 1 win in California at Pismo Beach. And on the junior side, 1 victory at the Ron John Roxy Pro Junior. That was in Florida. Has a couple of quarterfinal finishes on the CS, back-to-back events at the Sydney Surf Pro and then in Bolito. And now getting at least her best finish this season so far with a guaranteed semifinal finish. She's got 8 minutes, though, to keep the lead and move into the final over Amuro Suzuki. Looking at conditions out there, a bit tough, choppy. It's been quite difficult for these ladies to really guarantee their spots into the finals. And let's go down to the beach with Maida. Maida, where are you at?
I'm here at the Corona Globe. Imagine a world without plastic. Yeah, it's just because of the Corona will be recycling 287 million plastic bottles only this year in Brazil. For each bottle you buy of a Corona, they will recycle another one. So this is living.
Yes, it truly is, Maida. Obrigado, thank you very much. And a big thank you to Corona for being the presenting sponsor of the event. Kaipe, 7 minutes to go. Alyssa Spencer still in the lead, and Mamoru Suzuki wasn't able to garner the score. A 7-2-3.
So close.
Was needing a 7-3-5 at that point of the heat. And now Spencer betters her low score, gets a 4.43. Suzuki needing close to a 6-point ride.
Yeah, this is a heat control. We've seen this before from Alyssa Spencer, getting that early start, getting some numbers, putting your opponent up against the wall, up against the rope, and now utilizing priority and hoping to kind of milk the clock a little bit. Doesn't look at that one. Amuro maybe trying to sell her on one. Amuro wants to regain that priority, but Alyssa Spencer, you can see, Mitchell, is keeping Amuro Suzuki very close.
Yeah, and with 6:30 to go on the clock, Spencer with a strong lead at the moment, as Suzuki needs close to a 6-point ride. Would have to be an impressive wave for the surfer from Japan. An impressive performance so far in the regional scene for Suzuki this year in Japan. A first-place finish and then a runner-up. And there's the 3-time world champion, Gabe Medina, coming up against the local hero, Joao Chianca. Should be a fun heat, Kaipo, and this man on screen has nothing to lose, everything to prove here, though, with a win in Saquarema.
Yeah, watching Gabe Medina's warm-up routine, it seems like he's really getting into a warm-up routine and wants to polish that at the way that he constructs his both training and warm-up routines before a heat. And I think that's one of the learning things that Gabe Medina's doing here in Saquarema. So he's going to be well prepared when the championship tour kicks back off over at the Bonsai Pipeline, January 29th.
Love to see the former champion out there at Pipeline. He's been a finalist, I think, 5 times at that event, too, at Pipe. Winner in 2018. And here's Amuro Suzuki. Needs a 5.88. And that wave just not going to pan out, Kipes.
Yeah, under priority. However, Suzuki just needs to surf it through. Medina on the water's edge, and this is typically when he takes a moment to pray and visualize. We don't need to be quiet. You can talk, Mitch.
No, well, I was just taking it all in, and I was actually mentioning to Maida a few heats ago that, you know, it's quite incredible, the actual Medina effect, though. I've seen it before, you know, overseas, especially in the U.S. We were both there at the Rip Curl WSL Finals last year when he won his 3rd world title. It was incredible. It was a beautiful moment, but seeing the impact he has here at, you know, the local fan base, it's really just incredible. And so does the effect that this kid has on his local fan base here at home in Saquarema. That's Joao Chianca coming up in semifinal number 1. It's going to be an all-Brazilian affair. Should be a fun one, Kipes. It's the regular against the goofy footer.
Oh, yeah, and a lot on the line for Joao Chianca. If he wins this event, he's on tour. He's back on tour, but Joao Chianca has to get past Gabe Medina in that men's semifinal number 1.
And Gabe easily handled his good friend Miguel Pupo yesterday afternoon. Was able to defeat Maxime Housineau this morning, the French surfer who was also on the cusp of qualifying at this event. He's still going to have a shot at Haleiwa, though. Down to 3:35 to go, though, as Alyssa Spencer still in control of the heat. Amuro Suzuki needing the 5.88 at the moment. Last 2 waves for Suzuki have just been throwaways, Kaipo. If you're her right now with the changing conditions, the wind picking up, what's the kind of deal that you're looking at in terms of finding that score close to a 6?
Couple of things Amuro can do. She can, one, sell Alyssa Spencer on a bad wave by looking interested and paddling for a wave and looking like it's an important one. 2, Amuro can break away and get a wave under her priority. But let's check out a recap first, because it's been Alyssa Spencer with some excellent surfing in this semifinal number 2, but we're going to begin with the effort from Amuro Suzuki for that 5.33.
Yeah, this came in as a mid-range score for Suzuki, the Japanese surfer. Not a bad wave to start things off, but a lot more difficult to really get back into the lead when this happens, Kipes, an 8.67.
Huge arcing turn, followed up by lip glide through that section and throw the fins for the finish. Like you said, excellent surfing from Alyssa Spencer.
And then was able to back it up with a 4.43 afterwards. But Suzuki made things interesting right here. Got a 7.23.
coming really close to the requirement to take the lead, just a little bit short, but great surfing on the backhand for the Japanese competitor.
Yeah, and at the moment was needing a 7.35. Wasn't enough, and then Spencer had better to low score, a 4.43 on this one, Kipes.
Yeah, just really fundamentals there and playing the game well, knowing that you need to back up that excellent ride. Back to live action here with Alyssa Spencer, again arcing through some turns. Loads up and throws it off the top, timing it well with a backwash. Another nice cutty into the white water, looking to improve upon the 4.43. Alyssa Spencer looking money.
Yes, she is looking to improve on the mid-4, as you mentioned. What I like, Kaipo, is that not only is he executing, you know, on the best waves that she's catching, she's been able to catch, to me, to my perspective, the 3 best waves in terms of quality in this heat. Looking at the replay right here, great little carve to start things off. Love the way she uses her technique to the fullest point and executes on this wave. Good second turn, tricky section with the backwash. Was able to carve it back once more for the finish. Good chance that she betters a low score, and it's going to make the requirement a bit more for Amuro Suzuki with just over a minute to go right here. And guess what? The score's in. It's a pretty good one.
Score in a 5.93. 5.93 for Alyssa Spencer, and she increases her lead over Amuro Suzuki.
And 50 seconds to go. Suzuki needs a 7.38. Going to be very difficult to get the score right here. Seems like there might be some lines on the outside, though, with just enough time for the surfer with priority as Alyssa making her way back out. But crucial moments right here for the Japanese surfer if she wants to keep her hopes alive of winning her first CS event. Isn't able to catch that one, Kipes. There might be something afterwards, though. Oh, and a great heat, 14.6 to 12.56, close one. And here goes Suzuki, might have a chance. And that, unfortunately, is not going to be enough for the Japanese surfer in the red jersey. Was needing a 7.38. And it's going to be the surfer from the USA moving through, Alyssa Spencer, with a huge heat win. And looking at the replay here, Kaipo, unfortunately, just it seemed like it was a bit too much pressure for the Japanese surfer in red. But a huge, huge victory, as you see the reaction there from the Japanese crowd. Good performance from her, though. Semi-final finish, the best of the year. And looking into Haleiwa, should be a good event for her, the last one of the season. But big props to Alyssa Spencer, taking the heat win right there. 14.6 heat total. Amuro Suzuki in second, bowing out in the semifinals. It's going to be an all-goofy affair in the women's final. Tessa Thyssen will be taking on USA's own Alyssa Spencer. And don't go anywhere. We're coming up with the biggest heat of the event so far. It's an all-Brazilian affair in the semifinals. Joao Chianca, the local boy, takes on the 3-time world champ, Gabe Medina.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro. By TikTok, download the app. By 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil. And by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Welcome back to Brazil for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, an all-Brazilian affair out there in the water. And whoever moves through is going to have the best heat of their lives, and whoever loses is going to have a very tough loss. Joao Chianca, number 18 in the ranks, coming into the event in the red jersey, three-time world champ. Gabe Medina is in the blue. My name is Mitchell Salazar. To my left, or excuse me, to my right actually, Caipo Guerrero. Caipo, the local boy, local hero, opened up with a strong wave right here. This is Chianca.
Chumbinho working this way, recognizing with the incoming tide that these rights may open up. High tide and not able to do the finish, but got some work done previous to this. But up above, we can see the effort by Joao Chianca, knowing that the importance and the gravity of this heat wants to get off to a good start.
And we had Luis Campos Pinga, Joao's coach for this event, in the booth earlier this morning. Caipo, as we're looking at the replay, Medina was also up and riding on the backhand too.
Nice hook for Medina. Patient, little slide there, waiting for the inside section to present itself. Medina works his way down the line and throws a little fin drift into revert. 4.17 for this effort that we're seeing on the replay here from Gabe Medina. Loose surfing, lots of board control, and the patience to place the turns right where he needs them.
And Caipo, you've been there for all three of his World Championship victories. Out of the three, which one do you think has been the most impactful for surfing so far?
2014, when Gabe Medina brought a World Championship to the nation of Brazil, sparked the storm, I believe. I think in his first world title was really a game changer for the surfing nation of Brazil, put them on the map and created a movement and some local pride and momentum. Since Gabe Medina's 2014 world title, we've had 4 Brazilian world champs.
Right, including himself. 2 more times afterwards in 2018 and then in 2021. This year's world champion, also from the state of Sao Paulo, that is Felipe Toledo. The other 2 Brazilian surfers from different parts of the country, Guarujá, and that is Adriano de Souza. And then you have the surfer from the northeast part of Brazil, Italo Ferreira, in 2019. This guy, though, a lot of people think he's going to be a world champion, Kipes. Number 18 coming into the event. He's looking to requalify for the CT.
Yeah, made it through onto the tour 2022 in this year, and he was a victim of that mid-season cup. And there you were talking about Pinga.
Yeah, Luis Campos, been a scout, worked for several companies. He even said that he worked for MCD back in the day and helped out Andy Irons at the beginning of his career here in Brazil as well. Big part of the corner for Joao Chianca right there and Luis Campos. 24:30 to go. Joao Chianca opens up with a 4.83. Medina opens up with a 4.17. Decent exchange, but we are expecting some big numbers out of these 2 surfers out of the water. As we mentioned before, an all-Brazilian affair, but a lot more to gain for Joao Chianca than there is for Gabe Medina. Caipo, looking at the conditions, is there a clear favorite to you?
Well, Medina's going to be the favorite, just given that his track record and his ability in this heat. My emotional favorite is Joao Chianca, actually.
It's a good pick. I'm right there with you. Would love to see him back on the CT, especially after having the experience of competing at the first 5 spots on the CT as well. You know who's looking to make it onto the CT? It's Alyssa Spencer. She's with Bruno.
Oh, yes, Mitchell. She's keeping her hopes alive, huh, Alyssa?
Yeah, I'm so stoked right now, but yeah, I have 1 more heat to go, so hopefully I can just get 2 more waves, and yeah, I'm really excited to surf this final against Tessa, yeah.
Guys on the booth are usually saying that you were the most well-adapted surfer in these conditions. How was it? How was the magic?
Yeah, it's definitely really challenging out there right now. There's so much water moving, waves everywhere, so you just have to get lucky and pick the good ones, and yeah, I'm hoping that I can pick 2 good ones in the final.
You're gonna change the strategy or still doing the same game?
Yeah, just keep it the same. It's simple, just need 2 waves, 1 more heat, and yeah, I'm just gonna take it wave by wave, and yeah, I'm super excited.
Good luck and congrats, huh?
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Bruno. Congratulations to Alyssa Spencer. It's going to be an all-goofy affair in the women's final. She's going to go up against Tessa Thyssen, and the informed surfer Alyssa Spencer moving through into her first final at the CS level this season. She has 4 wins on the QS level, 1 at the Pro Junior ranks. 22:30 on the clock. Joao Chianca with an early lead, Kaipo. It's not a big one, though. 4.83 in comparison to the 4.17 of Medina.
Yeah, Chianca with that priority, so he's going to have to play that card extremely well. You can't give any room for a Gabe Medina to gain on you. It looks like Medina's on the paddle, Mitch.
Yeah, and it's a tricky wave right here, too, as there's a lot of chops on it. He's just going to kick out, maybe breaking away a little bit, it seems, from Joao. Maybe a rebate wave right here. Second wave of the set, usually a lot cleaner. Might have recognized that right there, but as Alyssa said, it's getting tricky out there and difficult to read, Kibes, it seems.
Yeah, really difficult condition with this filling in tide and the onshore sideshore wind getting pumped up here. And here we go, Joao taking a whitewater in.
Yeah, and this wave actually wedging up quite well. Decent first turn. Love the fade right there for the second one. And a big fall right in front of the 3-time world champ might elevate one's person confidence while it brings the other ones down.
This is certain. That was a pressure moment for Joao Chianca, and now he's going to have to calm himself. You can see him dunking his head in the water on the paddle back out, shaking his head, trying to shake that fall off. We'll take a look here and see what happened. Got the whitewater in here, so he saw something, and the wave was developing. Nice little snap turn there, and then gets on his heels. The whitewater sweeps him out.
Yeah, and look at the replay here, Kibes. Nice fade at the beginning, though, but it just seemed like that whitewater has been the most devastating part about competing today with that southeast direction in the water. Here's Gabe. Using priority here, got double up. Nice first turn right there for the 3-time world champion. An unforced error. They didn't have maybe the best performance of his career against Maxime Housineau. Still made it through, though, but might be feeling the pressure of competing in the semifinals here at one of his home breaks as well.
On the replay, you can see Medina relentless on the lip, but then looks ahead, catches the rail in the nose area. Here we can really take a look at it in slow motion. Nice first projection turn, comes around here, snap, and a little release, no problem. Puts pressure on his front foot, pokes the nose rail, and unable to go complete on that. Surprised even Gabe Medina, I think.
Did it seem to you like he was already looking down the line
for
a different section?
Yeah, he was planning on what he was going to do for the finish there. Got ahead of himself. But still, we can catch everyone up with the numbers, Mitch.
Yeah, 2.83 for Medina. Momentarily gives him the lead. Chianca with just a 2-point ride. Just under 20 minutes to go. Chianca recovers priority, and it is getting very tough to surf out there. And we are talking about extreme difficulties with that side chop now, Kaipo. Look at how it's coming into the left, too, which has easily been the most scoreable wave so far on finals day. Chianca might be looking for the rights, though. We know how good he is and how crafty he is when he comes to actually producing those big sections on both rights and lefts. But despite the good performance this morning against Kalani Ball, it seems to me like he still looked way more comfortable on the rights in comparison to his backhand. Might be having a look right here. A wave coming through right now. Chianca gonna look right, just as predicted. Whitewater section right there, very foamy at the beginning. More of a setup carve. Wraps it back. And a big section ahead, double up. Good down carve there for Chumbinho. And a much better finish for the local hero. So maybe beach divided right now in terms of fans and support. Pinga, though, he knows that it's now or never for this kid. If he moves up into the final and gets a win, you mentioned Kaipo, he's requalifying.
Yeah, so everything on the line, the whole year on the line for Joao Chianca, and ultra important waves here. As we see a whitewatery start for Chianca, does a good job of negotiating that, gets a little hung up. Nice rail work here in some difficult conditions. Another carve, timing it with the backwash. Looking for the finish, and gets it.
And an extremely difficult section at the end right there, too. A split peak, it seemed, Kipes. Medina on the left.
This is what Medina does. Air reverse just to start off on the outside section. And he's not going to make it easy on Joao Chianca, is he?
Do you even get surprised anymore?
You know what? The development of Gabe Medina, I think he's going to continue to surprise us with new maneuvers. And just his control of a surfboard is incredible. One of the greatest surfers of all time.
Yeah, and the control of his body, too. I mean, the muscle mass that he's put on over the last 2 seasons, it's definitely noticeable. 17:20 to go on the clock. Waiting for scores for both gentlemen out there in the water. Going to be a close exchange. Great surfing there by Chianca, and a much more difficult to surf right, but you see the progressive maneuver right there at the beginning, Kaipo, for Medina on the left. Really tough section on the left, too. Any preference for you?
As far as, I'm sorry?
As the actual score that we're going to see from both of them?
I think the flare that Medina had at the beginning was pretty good, but then Joao was able to link up a number of turns and showed a lot of control. I think it's going to be a fairly even exchange, just the way we saw at the beginning of this heat, but I would favor Chianca on the overall presentation.
Yeah, and it seems like the judges are agreeing with you right there. 5.77 for Joao, 4.87 for Gabe. Although the surfer in blue is in second, he has priority and only requires a 5.74. Can do that in his sleep. And we're talking about one of the defining surfers when it comes to the sport of professional surfing too. Had an incredible run when it came to trying to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL finals after not surfing in the first 5 events too, Kipes. Nearly made it into qualification right there. Unfortunately got injured at this same break here in Saquarema in the month of June.
Yeah, and I think that's another motivating factor for Gabe Medina to return here, to make sure that, you know, he overcomes that and puts in a little bit more study here as a playing field in the jersey, because when we look at 2023 Championship Tour schedule, the Rio Pro is back on schedule, so he's going to have to perform again at Itaúna.
And we did see 2 Brazilian surfers in the final here during the CT event too. Those were Felipe Toledo and Samuel Pupo in the final. And first time in history, and not to say that I'm surprised that it was the first time in history, but all quarterfinalists on the men's side were Brazilian in the CT event here in Rio. Impressive, to say the least, but not surprising at all, Kipes.
Not surprising, given how many how talented surfers are coming out of Brazil. And some of the new surfers that we're also seeing filling in the back ranks from the Brazilian Storm. I was really impressed by young Douglas Silva here, which was a new name to me, and just it shows you the depth of Brazilian surfing.
Kawak Costa also with a great performance up until the round of 16. Here's Gabe. More of a forced air right there. Section wasn't really standing up as well as he wanted to. Wraps it back with a roundie. And now a big turn right there in the pocket. He's a crafty surfer and knows how to compete with another throw tail reverse at the end. 15 minutes on the clock. Only requires a 5.74, Kipes. You think you got it?
I think he got it. I think Gabe Medina was able to manufacture the score on that wave. That's what Medina does. He doesn't need the choice wave out of a set. He can get busy on less of a wave. He knows the importance of doing something spectacular. A little bit of forced, like you said, Mitchell, but that's okay. He overcame that, got that outside maneuver, and then the wave steepens up on the inside. Snap for variety, floats through that section, needs the finish, finds the finish, pops a little bit better air for the finish, and again, just doing a great job of surfing to the criteria.
What's still unbelievable to me up until this day is how complete of a surfer he is. And when you look at, you know, the people that we have on the CT for the men's side, as we see the finish right there with a beautiful rotation, Kipes, it's still incredible to note that this guy can do it in any kind of conditions, even when it's tricky like right now. And there's Pinga's reaction. he has nothing else to say. He knows what to expect. And that is the unexpected by that man in the blue jersey. Still waiting on scores. Needs something close to a 6-point ride, as Chianca with priority now looking to better a 4.83. The local hero looking to move up into the final. It would be his 2nd win of the season, Kipes. He has a runner-up finish to the Flying Hawaiian Ezekiel Lau, and that was at the Van Zee Open of Surfing. But realistically, besides that 2nd place finish, he hasn't had anything good besides this result on the CS this season. So he's needing to really make up some valuable points, especially if he doesn't make this heat. It's going to take a great result at Haleiwa to requalify for 2023. 12:45 to go. Here goes Shianka. Wedgie right-hander. Knows this break as better than anybody else in the event. Couple of wraps to start things off. This wave standing up. Oh, slips right there. Recovers somehow and is able to get a finish off of it. Just incomplete though at the end. And he might have hurt himself right there. You see his body language and his reaction. Doesn't look like a very positive image. And scores coming through for the last of Medina just enough. It's a 6-point ride. So that means that Shianka down to second place now, Kaipo, needing a 5-1-1. And looking at his partner, Summer Macedo right there with Joana Cabrero and Kela Tamara Bannert to her sides. Joao did not look comfortable at the end of this ride here, Kaipo. And another right that he was able to find out of nowhere, too.
Yeah, taking a look at this, I mean, he's going to put 100% into it, and he needs to. And then we all know that that's so dangerous on the knees and the ankles, the little slip there. He got his feet back out under him, but painful when that happens.
And I feel like it usually puts a lot of pressure on your hips, too.
Yeah, he's holding the knee, you know, and we'll see. We'll see when he stands up again.
Well, he's a warrior. He's paddling back out despite the noticeable injury right there. Only gets a 3.4, so still going to need the 5-1-1. And the surfer in the blue jersey only looking to improve on a 4.87. We're talking about two of the best surfers in the world right now, and they haven't been able to post anything better than 11 points in terms of their heat total so far in this heat. But it's been the three-time world champion with something to prove here in Saquarema, moving through into the final. But Joao with the answer back after the break.
Gabriel aqui em Saquarema foi terceiro colocado no meu Rio Pro. O primeiro ano do evento aqui em Saquarema forte a mudança, né? Da capital do Rio, da capital da Tijuca, aqui tem uma questão de distância, né? Gabriel foi terceiro colocado em 2016 no setor de Saquarema, foi derrotado na sétima colocação no ano de Pista. A melhor história que a gente tem em Saquarema, que é a profissional do estado do Rio de Janeiro. E o João Chianca tentando a sua primeira vitória em casa, nas vagas da série qualificatória. Bons dados, bons números que acirram ainda mais esse confronto direto entre ambos. 9 minutos de treino para o Pedro, 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Blue sky, hills, beaches, and forests. Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Gabe Medina leading the heat, and he's up and riding again on a right-hander. Wraps it back all the way to the whitewater, little foam climb, and he's going to kick out. That wave won't improve his situation. Just under 9 minutes to go. Mitchell Salazar here with Kaipo Guerrero and Joao Chianca, the local hero, trailing in second place at the moment, needing a 5.11. And Kipes, he's backed up against the wall and in desperate need of a result. Besides the runner-up finish at the Vans US Open of Surfing, only has throwaways after that. So in desperate need of at least a final appearance here at his home break at Praia da Itaúna.
Yeah, the pressure, and this is what champs are made of, and this is how champs perform. And so you can see Gabe Medina light on his feet and with no pressure at all, but upping the performance and his preparation here at Itaúna. Joao Chianca coming off that last wave, looks like he had a little slip up. He was grimacing a little bit in the short break and as if he was in a little bit of pain. So we'll see what happened there. And if Joao is okay, he's going to have to pull it together. He's got priority right now, Mitchell. So he does painted himself with some opportunities. So it's not all doom and gloom right now for Chumbinho, but he's got to find a great wave and perform.
Yeah, and yet again, it seems like he's positioned right on the peak, too. Usually likes to go right out here. We did see him get a couple of great scores on the left in his quarterfinal matchup against Kalani Ball. Close heat, that one. Went his way, and now Joao needing a 5-1-1 at the moment with just over 7 minutes to go. And, you know, not an impressive heat in terms of the heat total so far, Kaipo, but these two gentlemen out there have really been battling with the conditions, and this wind picking up, it's made things a lot more difficult for the competitors out there. And we're going to see another great matchup in the form of Ramzi Bukiem and Joan Duru in the next heat as well. It's going to be a battle of the Europeans right there. It's going to be a fun one. And we're more than likely going to see, you know, a couple of goofy footers in the final. And talk about the dominance that the Goofies have had. 6 victories in a row for the Goofies since 2011. Could it be Joan Duru? Could it be Ramzi? But Gabe has something to say about that. He's looking to conquer his fears and win at Saquarema for the first time in his career. Would be an impressive one. Would love to get his thoughts if that happens on where that one ranks out of his many victories worldwide. 6:20 to go here, Kipes. Gabe maybe having a look here on the inside. Looks like a decent looking wave. Up and riding. Big section ahead. You can already tell he's looking for the air. Oh my goodness. Inverted air right there. Went for it. Don't mind seeing that out of him, Kaipo.
Yeah, I don't mind seeing the go for it Gabe Medina, but going down and his pal back out. So that's going to eat up the clock a little bit for Medina. Joao looking and searching. He's got to keep his wits about himself, Mitchell, right now in this moment.
And there's the rockin' Moroccan, and Ramsey has just looked in form every single heat that he surfed so far. Joao gonna stand up real quickly. He's got to watch out with priority use right there, because that is a paddle. He got up to his feet as well. And don't know where Medina is at the moment, but...
Yeah, he's far enough out. He'll regain priority, but what I'm seeing from that, from Joao Chianca, is he maybe getting a little bit rattled. You can see Medina still on the inside paddling back out, so Joao will regain priority. Clock ticking down. It's going to be a 5-minute drill for him right now to get that 5-1-1.
Yeah, and we have seen Brazilian success here at the CT level before. Adriano Souza, champion in 2017. Felipe's won this event 3 times in the last 4 years. 5 overall, though. And looking at the impressive numbers in terms of Brazilian consistency, we're going to see at least one of their surfers in the final here on the men's side. Would love to see Joao Chianca, the local boy, make it through, though. He has just under 5 minutes to make his dream come true of winning a WSL event here at his home break in Saquarema, Kipes. Would be an incredible moment.
Yeah, let's take a look at this heat recap.
As Joao Chianca opened up with a decent score of 4.83 her Kipes on the right-hander. Wasn't a bad wave to get things started.
Yeah, good going right here, and it looked like everything was going to go Joao's way in this heat. When you start off with a 4.83, he was better than Medina in the opening exchange. This wave, frothy, but he's managing to just power through there. This was the 5.77 for Joao Chianca.
Yeah, and then was able to get a great finish here at the end with a couple of tricky sections, with the backwash right there at the end, Kipes. But then the answer back by the 3-time champ. He's been in all gears in every single heat that he's surfed so far in this event. No stranger to big heats and looking well in the semis.
Yeah, solid for that 4.87. And then Medina doing what he does. Gets a little bit of a forced air rotation there, but able to put it back under his feet and then get some busy work done on the inside here as the wave steepens up. Big snap. Foam climb and looks for the finish, gets the finish with another air rotation.
Yeah, he might have seen Top Gun Maverick a few times this year. That's why he's taken to the air so much. Just over 3 minutes to go. Medina's still in the lead. He's caught 9 waves so far in comparison to the 6 waves of Joao Chianca so far. We know that they only need 2 waves to go into their scoreline. It'll be their top 2 scores. But how about the wave selection so far from Medina? 3 scores above a 4-point ride, as Chianca has a 5.77 as his best. But it's really been the battle of the best wave of the heat so far. The 6-point ride of Medina has made things difficult, Kipes.
Yeah, that is true, and that put a lot of pressure on the young Chombinho. Chianca, you can see him in the red jersey on the paddle right here. Waves are coming through, and look at the speed of Gabe Medina's paddle.
Well, he's been in form, and he's been training during the off-season too. Gets to his belly, and it's just going to be a quick ride right there for Gabe. Just over 2 minutes to go. Priority still with Joao. We'll love to see him get a chance here. He needs a 5.11, as Gabe knows the importance of bettering that 4.87 that he has as his backup. Quick one there again. He's hunting for these ramps, especially with the wind coming into the lefts too. He knows that it just sticks his board to his feet like glue, Kipes.
Yeah, and I was wondering at the beginning of this heat if Gabe Medina was going to take it easy on Joao Chianca, knowing the importance for the young local here, and it's evident that he's not. And so Joao in a stressful position right now in these final, well, under 2 minutes right now.
Yeah, 90 seconds remaining, and Joao, as Pinga watches on right there, you can see just by his reaction, not very content with maybe the positioning or the wave selection that Joao has had in this heat. And, you know, he's been very persistent with the right so far, Kipes, not wanting to deviate from the game plan a little bit too much, but with conditions the way they are you a bit surprised that he's been looking at the rights, excuse me, instead of the lefts?
Yeah, that's the local knowledge. I mean, he's got a game plan. It looks like he's going to go right again, Mitch.
Yeah, might be looking at a great one, too. Cleaner face. Oh, great start right there. Ditches the fins on the first section and only needs a 5.11. Medina might be in trouble here. A double up end section coming up. A little bit of a setup turn and needs the completion. He'll get it too. Chianca, no, doesn't stay on his feet. I spoke too soon. 40 seconds to go. And he might know that it was a missed opportunity there, Kipes.
Oh, you know, and I don't know if you want to show the judges that you're that disappointed, but, you know, the passion overruns any kind of strategy right now. 5.11, one more look at it. Is he going to get it? He got the outside maneuver right there. So to his credit, big outside maneuver, then some busy work right here, lining up for this inside. I mean, it would have been an easy call if he had rode in front of the whitewater on the final maneuver, but still, I feel he's going to get kind of close right here. Gosh, this is a tough decision for the judge.
Did he need to go that big, though, on the last section is the real question that I'm just posing to myself. And guess what? Scores are in. 4.1, not enough. It's a 3-time world champion taking out the local hero. And as you said, he did not take it easy on him whatsoever as well. Huge heat win for Medina. And his first final out here in Saquarema 2, he's going to be facing the winner of Ramzi Bukiem and Joan Dru. That'll be semifinal number 2 coming up. It's a great one. The battle of the Europeans out there in the water. And it's going to be an all goofy affair on the men's side too. More action coming up, semifinal 2 after the break.
Starting now, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The heat is on. Parabéns, João, para a terceira colocação. O time desceu e o João está muito perto em relação à volta ao CT. Não é quebrado demais, sou fã. Acompanha a carreira desde amador, desde pequenininho. Impressionante como inspira, como tem garra o João Chianca. É um cara muito certo do que quer, do que pode fazer e alcançar o João Chianca. Parabéns, João, pela linda terceira colocação. Olha só, galera, ali também merece os nossos aplausos. 3 títulos mundiais ele trouxe para o Brasil. Primeiro finalista do Corona Saquarema Pro 2022. Vamos aplaudir o Gabriel Medina. Parabéns, Gabriel. do Corona Saquarema Pro da noite, a sua primeira final alcançada em provas de circuito.
Not surprised to see this young man moving into the final, his first one ever here in Saquarema, and all smiles after a big win in the semis against the local favorite, Joao Chianca. People love this guy here in his home country, and why not? He's done everything for them, three-time world champion and the first Brazilian to win a world title. Gabe Medina on his way to the final, and it's going to be an all goofy foot affair as he's going to wait for the winner of this heat between Ramsey Bukiem and João Dru. Mitchell Salazar here with Kaipo Guerrero. Kaipo, it's going to be a fun heat. These guys know each other. They're close in age. João Dru, the former CT surfer, up against the surfer from Morocco, Ramsey Bukiem.
Yeah, and for Ramsey, qualification implications again. Ramsey makes the heat, makes the final, beats Gabe Medina in that final, he'll be on tour.
I'm having flashbacks to 2013. Gabe beat Ramsey in that World Pro Junior final in Santa Catarina in the southern part of Brazil. Could history be repeating itself, or could one of these surfers take out the man, the myth, and the legend, the three-time world champ? We'll have to wait and see. And looking at the heat out there in the water, it seems like different positionings for the surfer. João Dru way on the outside, Ramsey further on the inside. He might be taking a page out of Gabe Medina's book and looking for these double-ups, Kipes.
Yeah, and taking note, right? And that's the kind of study that you have to do before your heat as the conditions continue to deteriorate here.
It's tough to surf out there right now as Ramsey looking for his first qualification to the championship tour. Would be an incredible addition to the CT too. Everybody's been saying that he has the surfing to do it on the CT. I think that the thing that benefits him the most are probably the stops that we have, though. Great barrel rider, an incredible backhand surfer, and him and Sunset Beach sound like a fun combination to have on the CT. Margaret River and Bells Beach could be two great locations for him too. But guess what? He had a great performance, made it to finals. They had Snapper Rocks as well. Could be a great addition to the CT. We'll have to wait and see if he makes it there, though. He's number 14 in the ranks coming into the event.
Yeah. Well, if at any rate, he's going to climb that leaderboard, correct, going into Haleiwa. So job's not finished. Job's not over for Ramsey, but he can gain some confidence that he's going to be right in the conversation. And I agree with you, Mitchell, in that if Ramsey Bukiem is able to make it onto the championship tour, it's going to be one of those the switch is going to go on for the Moroccan, I feel, because a lot of the stops are going to favor him. And I think he's going to surprise a lot of people his rookie year if he's able to make it.
It's going to be a Cinderella story if he does it as well. Would be the first surfer from Northern Africa to qualify. Would be a great, beautiful scene for the sport of surfing if we see that. But here's the 33-year-old, number 40 coming into the event. Only his 5th event surfed on the CS this season 2 for João Dru.
Yeah, João admittedly in his interview says, hey, he's not going to qualify this year. He knows, but it's all about reps in the jersey and getting back into that winning feeling.
Yeah, and next thing you know, he gets a win. Thinking about competing next year on the CS, especially on the qualifying series within his region. He could be in qualification, spots within the next 2 seasons. Here's Ramsey, though. A couple of strong wraps there on the forehand for the tall surfer. And we've talked about the intimidation factor before, Kaipo. This is a big gentleman out there in the water. Big guy, and when he goes and sits on you with priority, it can be quite difficult to look the other way due to his big presence. How'd you like this first wave of Ramsey?
I like it. I like the intent. I like the concentration on the rail game there, holding it on the rail all the way through. And just the wave gave up on him, but it's a nice start for Ramsey Bukiem.
3.33 for the surfer in the red. And looking at the replay right here, had to manage the backwash well. The 2 carves, and it's getting a lot harder to surf out there as you see both of these surfers being very selective. First wave caught after 5 minutes. And João Dru with priority way on the outside. Positioning is always a big key for the surfer in the blue jersey. Coming from beach breaks, knows how to surf, a never-changing platform out there. Dru has been an incredible surfer when it comes to surfing great waves like Karamas. Knocked out John Florence there a few years ago. Ramsey Bukiem has also competed at Karamas. Pro Junior experience there, and they share a lot of similarities in their style too. as Joan in and out. Quick surfers. They both know how to effectively attack the lip. They both have a decent air game too. But I think in terms of the advantage that you would probably give Joan, his barrel riding skills might be some of the best on this planet, both backhand and on the forehand too.
Yeah, Joan Duru, a proven veteran competitor. Unfortunately, he's just skipped out on that one. So we will see what the... Well, and Joan with priority after that.
Yeah, well, it seems like he made it back out to the primary takeoff zone before Ramsey.
So kind of a slip-up, but almost a non-foul in a way.
Yeah, it seemed that way at least. But with 23 minutes to go, he has to be very cautious because Ramsey's been around for a long time, has a lot of experience when it comes to head-to-head matchups too. And speaking of experience when it comes to head-to-head matchups, maybe one of the best junior careers we've ever seen out of both of these surfers. Ramsey having to compete within the European scene. He has a great generation of surfers. Charlie Martin among one of those few people that I'm going to mention. Leonardo Fioravanti, obviously. Then the great Kanoe Igarashi, who now resides in Portugal, one of its training partners too. But Joan Duru, we can say the same thing for him. He qualified for the CTE in his mid-20s, spent a few years there, great performances at Pipeline, and had a quarterfinal finish in Fiji a few years ago too, Kipes.
Yeah, and runner-up finish at Super Tubos as well. I think that was one of the highlights of his career over there in Portugal on the championship tour. Joan Duru, just rock solid always, like you said, great barrel rider and a really cool backhand approach when you look at that top snap that he's able to do.
I love his humility too. He's one of those shy, kind of reserved guys, but he doesn't show it in the water though. When it comes to aggression out there, he knows how to select the best waves and use them to their fullest potential, Kipes.
Yeah, and that's what experience does, right? Experience allows you to have all of that learning time and learning a lot of different spots around the world and the rhythm of those spots, the rhythm of the sets, and what waves to choose and what waves not to go on.
21:30 on the clock. Slow heat so far. Only a 3.33 for Ramsey. A throwaway score for Joan Duru. And waiting for them to really open up and try to catch a wave out there that produces an excellent score. The first semifinal, nothing better than a 6-point ride. And really proving the difficulty of not only conquering this wave when it's clean and glassy, but right now when it's choppy out there. Ramsey's looking at the right. Probably have to say his best tool. And he's up and riding. Wraps it back. The tall kid from Morocco. Great bottom turn and execution right there on a frothier section. And that's going to be it for Ramsey. Difficult waves to surf out there right now, Kaipo, and they're doing the best they can with what they got. Just under 21 on the clock.
Yeah, good wave though for Ramsey given the context of this heat. You can see a little carve there, and then the coil up that Ramsey's able to produce off the bottom snaps off the top, and that's all he's going to get. But you know, given the situation right now, I'm liking the effort by Ramsey Bukhayem.
And I think I'd have to agree with you in the sense that based off of right now, he's doing anything within his power to qualify for the final too, right? He's looking for those opportunities, whereas Joan's more than anything waiting for them.
Yeah, and a lot more pressure on the shoulders of Ramsey Bukhayem. But here's the coil up we're talking about, and just times it nicely with the backwash before some accentuation in that maneuver.
And that JS looking good underneath his feet too. See most of the surfers out there, especially the ones that are within the top 10, use a lot of sharp eyes nowadays. We've seen a lot of people on the CIs though, and Gabe on the Cabiancas as usual. 19:40 to go. It's a 3.6, the best of the heat so far from Ramsey Bukhayem. Priority with Joan Duru. A couple of waves on the outside, stacking up. And an overcast finals day here on Monday in Saquarema. There you see Joao. Just lost in the first semi. Shouldn't be too bummed with his performance though. Not a bad result, semifinal finish, but he was looking for better results here at his home break. Would have been an incredible story if he would have been able to win the event at his home spot. But he's going to have to settle with third.
Yeah, he's setting himself up though.
For success.
For success, and he's setting himself up for the final event over there in Haleiwa, the Haleiwa Pro. So we'll see what happens. Right within striking distance.
Yes, he is, and great surfer in those heavy Hawaiian waves too. Love to see him at the home of the Eva Bird, and hopefully expecting some pumping swell for that event too, Kipes. I know it's, you know, a little bit far away, but have you seen the forecast for Haleiwa yet?
No, but the good news is on the north shore of Oahu, we've already had a couple of significant swells, so hopefully we'll see more of those swell chains coming through, and we're hoping for a great winter.
Here's Ramsey having a look under Joan's priority. Ooh, great pulley section right here, but kind of digs a rail on the bottom turn right there, Kipes.
He's looking back in disbelief, to tell you the truth, Mitchell, because I thought that thing was set up for Ramsey just to spring off the top. It looked like it was a nice cupped out face. Let's see what went wrong. Gets into this. No problem. You can see the wave doubles up. There's a couple of ribs on the face, but Ramsey likes to coil it off of the bottom. Catches a little bit of that rib, and it just projects him all the way out, taking him off his line.
Wow. A missed opportunity right there to capitalize on a wave underneath Medina's priority too. So Bukiem gonna have to settle with just a throwaway score. Duru still waiting though, Kipes. It's been around 6-7 minutes since he actually caught that first throwaway wave of a 0.43. And the French surfer, who is a very adaptable young man out there, just at his 33 years of age, knows how to compete at a beach break, has had success in Brazil so far in his career. But within this heat, 13 minutes have gone by, and he doesn't even have a 1 in the scoreline so far. It's a tough one to watch, especially as a fan, because you're thinking, okay, there's opportunities out there on the inside. You'd be thinking to yourself, okay, these are the best surfers in the world. They can produce a score out of anything, but it goes to show you how tricky it is to find those sections out there. And we saw the example on the last wave of Ramsey.
Yeah, I mean, and even when we saw in semifinal number 1, when we saw Gabe Medina, of all people, catching some rails and going down unexpectedly, Joan Duru.
Yeah, and coming around the section here, big TP. He's going to drop in and wait for this wave to really bowl up. Going to the backhand. He thinks it's his best weapon. And a strong finish right there by Joan. That's more like it. The heat's starting to wake up right now. 16:20 to go. Needs a 6.5 to take the lead. We'll see where the score goes. And the Frenchman easily with his best wave right here. Only his second one caught so far in 14 minutes, Kipes, but patience paid off, it seems.
Yeah, good foresight just to stick with this one and wait for the reform on the inside. The wave steepens up. Kind of a check fade back in, lining up. Times it perfectly, however, in the shore break. Throws a little bit of the fins out there, goes complete. And like you said, this is going to get him back in the game. I don't know if it's going to be a 6.5, but it's certainly going to reduce the requirement for Joan Duru.
And looking at the amount of chops that we had on the outside section of this wave, isn't it incredible how much it cleans up right there when it actually meets the alligator's mouth on the inside?
Yeah, it's really what I think the surfers are anticipating for on all their rides, because it's the most dynamic part of the wave, and it is the part of the wave that the surfers can exploit to the fullest for just a big, impressive maneuver. And that'll be the last thing that the judges see too. So if you get, you know, a big maneuver right on the inside there, it's something for the judges to mull over, and a lot of times it equals, you know, a good score.
Right. A nice taste in the mouth too when you know, you end your ride on a good note. 15 minutes to go, halfway through the heat. It's a 4.33 for Joan Duru, still in second place, but now only needs a 2.6 to take the lead. Priority still with Ramsey, and he's looking to replace a 3.33. Nothing better than a couple of threes so far for the Moroccan surfer out there in red Kaipo, excuse me, as he's looking to really get something in the 6s or better to add some more pressure to Joan Duru. And imagine if one of these surfers is able to take out a win here in Brazil. When you looked at the lineup and the dominance of Brazilian surfers here at the CT level, you'd be thinking the same thing at the CS level as well.
Yeah, it's true. Just by sheer numbers, right, that we look at the start of this event, the odds would go to the Brazilians. And then when you have like big names like Gabe Medina in the mix, I mean, Jadson Andre got sent out early, and Sam Pupo, but it was an impressive field by Brazil, so you would be expecting a Brazilian to be in the top, but Ramsey has other plans.
14 minutes on the clock, and Bukiem up and riding on another right-hander, wraps it back once more, and we can all know that he's setting up for this inside section. Tough one, and goes up and over. Difficult section right there at the end. Great execution with the bottom turn. And he's looking to better just a 3.33 Kaipo. Probably done it right there.
I concur. I think Ramsey got the job done. Really patient and really precise on where he had to place the turns and find the power and find the speed. But here goes Joan on the comeback.
The answer by the Frenchman in blue. Nice little hit off of the foam right there. And getting some more momentum down the line. It's a fantastic finish, too, for the surfer in the blue jersey. Now we're talking, this is a heat. 13 minutes to go on the clock. And the Goofy Footers really bringing it to this last section of the alligator's mouth. They know what's on the line. It's a spot in the final. And Kaipo, neither one of these men wants to lose.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this is going to be the comeback, like you said, for Joan Duru, and very similar with a spectacular finish right in that alligator jaw section here at Itaúna.
And then you see the foam climb right there at the beginning. How tough is it to get up and over the lip like he did right there?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about timing, and it's all about managing that backwash and the bottom dropping out there to go complete.
Mamma mia. Gian Bernini likes it, Jet Schilling too, Brody Sale, Crosby Colapinto right there. And this one seems to be the best of Ramsey so far. It's a 4.77, Kipes.
Yeah, Ramsey nice and patient here, keeping momentum, keeping aware of this finish because he needs it. And there you go. So 4.77, but it looks like Joan did a little bit better overall. Ramsey, another shot here from up above of this 4.77 for Ramsey Bukhayam.
What makes you think they gave the nod to Joan over this wave?
Probably size and the explosiveness of the final maneuver. But right here, not taking anything away. That was a difficult section for Ramsey to overcome right at the alligator jaw section.
Also seems that Joan Duru maybe had a little bit more flow with the first two turns too. Continuation. Whereas Ramsey's wave a bit more on the open face, but a couple of slow carves there to start things off. So it's a 5.2 for Joan, a 4.77 for Ramsey. And now the Moroccan recovers first priority, but still trailing, needing another 4.77 to add to his scoreline. Just over 11 minutes to go. Duru in the lead. He's looking to better a 4.33 and a great droning right there of what Itaúna is doing this afternoon, Kipes. It's been a great day. And we're going in the finals after this too. But it's Joan Duru who's looking to solidify his place in the final. He's one step there in the lead.
Mais uma muito forte ali na Roquinha. E a galera gostou, aplaudiu a onda do Buquian. Aliás, o Buquian que nasceu na cidade de deste ano, na sua quinta colocação no evento. Bem forte, né? Nós vamos ver junto ao no próximo bairro, onde ele foi derrotado na rodada de campeão final, terminando em quinto, como falei, pelo que veio a ser.
Finals day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Still got one more semifinal to go, and it's the one in the water. Semi 2 of the men's out there. Joan Duru was in the lead before the break, but guess what? Ramsey Bukhayam with a big answer back. Kaipo, I'm Mitch, and Kipes during the break, 9 minutes to go. Ramsey drops the highest wave of both semifinals, a 7.67. and automatically puts him up into first place.
Yeah, that was during the break, and so we're going to get that on a replay, and it'll be my first sight of that 7.67 and a wave that's going to turn the heat for the rockin' Moroccan Ramzi Boukhayem.
8:30 to go. Priority now with Duru. Here's the replay. Best wave of both semifinals, Skypes.
Let's see what happened. Ramzi gets through that first section with a nice top turn. Hooks it again, comboed it up for the finish, right on the sand, and he loves the feeling of that, and rightfully so. He's fighting for his place in the final against Gabe Medina. There's all the numbers, Mitchell.
Yeah, went all the way from an 8 to a 6.8. Usually they allow the 1.2 point spread, Kipes. Couple of scores in the upper good, but 3 going excellent right there, and a difficult wave to surf. And you know, Ramzi Boukhayem, CT surfer, has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
It sure does. And you know what, 29 years old, Ramzi's been in the game for so long, and he's come so close before. I believe that he deserves his place in the casting characters on the championship tour.
Hasn't had a standout win so far in his career. Would really be amazing to see him win this event in Brazil. And João Duru, though, an incredible informed surfer too, for that matter. Now in second place, he needs a 7.25. As you mentioned, you know, if he wins both events, which is almost impossible to do, good chance he does qualify with 20,000 points just right there. But when you're talking about, you know, winning both events, boy, it's a tough field to beat out there doing that.
Yeah.
And even in the semifinal right here too.
Sure. And our field going into the final Challenger Series event at Haleiwa will be reduced to 80 men and 48 women. So we got to look at some of that math as well.
And then you got the local wildcards in there too that are even tougher to beat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we've already heard news, Mitchell, of some championship tour surfers also who want to surf Haleiwa event for some North Shore experience.
Right, I believe Kano Igarashi's going to commit to that one. Probably going to see John Florence in that event again.
Maybe. We'll see Sammy Pupo. We already talked to Sammy.
Right.
He said he's going to be showing up over there. So, yeah, we'll see what the seed list looks like when the entries are closed there for the final Challenger Series over on the North Shore of Oahu. That's going to kick off November 26th.
Really excited to see the local boy, Shion Crawford, get another crack at CS competition there as well.
Yeah, the teenager made the quarterfinals last year and really made a name for himself.
And I believe he did quite well at the last event at Sunset Beach too, the regional qualifier a few days ago. So congrats to Shishi, and then Gabriella Bryan, CT surfer, I believe, making finals day over there too. So some big things coming out of Hawaii in the next few years. Going back to the semifinal in the water though, 6 minutes to go. Boukhayem still in the lead and a strong one, 12.44 heat total. João Duru in second with only 3 waves ridden. Needs a 7.25 for the lead. Maybe a wave here. Boukhayem interested, and he's going to be up and riding. Nope, just going to go prone right there and kick out. So 5:25 on the clock. Kipes, in terms of the analytics in this heat, 3 waves for João, and really just 2. The throwaway, the first wave in and out. But for Ramzi, he's tried 4 waves above a 3, and those 2 threes at the beginning of the heat had him in the lead for majority of it.
Yeah, confidence builder, right? Right at the beginning of the heat, knowing that he's putting some numbers. He's hearing from the on-site announcers, hey, Red, you're in the lead. Red, you're in the lead. It's a good feeling to have mentally. And then when you have a breakthrough score at the back half of the heat, that 7.67 for Ramzi, that's a big, big confidence booster. So we're down to under 5 minutes, the 5-minute drill.
Yeah, it would be a huge confidence booster if he's able to take out João Duru as well. We mentioned that Duru has been a great surfer with incredible results here in Brazil in the past. Let's look at the heat recap and see how we got to this point of the heat. Ramzi Boukhayem opened up with a pair of 3s right here, but then was able to get his 2 best scores at the end, Kipes, a 4.77 and a 7.67 eventually.
Yeah, Mitch was flying up above. You can see Ramzi really patient here. Alligator jaw opens up, and he just brushes the teeth on the way down.
And then João Duru with a couple of answer backs, a 4.33 and a 5.2. Had him in the lead for a bit, but now needs a 7.25.
Yeah, fin throw for the finish for João Duru on the replay. Confident surfing from the surfer representing France. Ramzi Bukhayam, however, with some solid placement. 1, 2 turn combo for a 7-6-7.
Yep, the best wave of both semis for the gentleman in red. And I was telling you a bit ago, Kaipo, the presence of this man can be felt in the water. He's a physically intimidating young gentleman, quite tall, around 6 feet 3 inches. And I have to say at least 200 pounds, right? He's a big boy.
He's a big guy, yeah.
Here he goes again. Quick in and out there on the inside underneath Duru's priority. Maybe trying to force him to make a mistake. Here goes Joanda with the answer back, in and out for him as well. 3 minutes to go, playing cat and mouse out there. Are these two surfers in the red and blue? Seems like Duru is going to recover first priority right here. You know, we saw Medina really play into the priority situation at the end of the heat. Once he used priority, he deviated from the game plan, started looking at the lefts at the ramps. Unfortunately for Joan, doesn't have the same kind of air game. He's been relying mostly on the rights to get the big scores into this event, Kipes.
Yeah, that is a great analysis there, Mitchell, as far as breaking down the strengths and weaknesses throughout this heat. And Ramzi Bukhayam is just the minutes away from his first Challenger Series final.
It would be a huge moment, not only for him, but for surfing within Morocco too. Ooh, and it started to rain. Might glass off after this, who knows? Usually happens at beach breaks.
Yeah, the squall running through here, and we'll see how that affects the conditions.
Ooh, how about the timing too? What if it gets all nice and glassy for both finals?
That would be great. I hope that's on order.
2 minutes to go. Duru with priority, needing a 7.25. Gonna let this wave go by, and Ramzi just following his prey as the predator is stalking Joan Duru at the moment. I mentioned his size. How about the physically intimidating factor of that gentleman coming right behind you too when you least expect him? It's kind of scary right there when you look back and you see him. You'd be thinking, okay, where is this guy? Next thing you know, he's right behind you. And knows how to surf great on both the rights and the lefts. Another interesting factor too, Kipes, we haven't seen it too much here at a beach break in this event, but you have the split peak scenario too. You'd want to be thinking that, okay, if Duru gets a chance and it's a split peak, it's both the left and the right, you'd be thinking that Ramzi is going to be on the other side of that wave too.
This is true, yeah, and that's why I think Ramzi just staying real close to Joan Duru, monitoring his priority, keeping with in his sights. We got some sets coming through here, it looks like, in this jumbled break at Itaúna. Good sized wave hitting the sandbank.
Something on the outside here, 45 seconds to go. Duru needs a great score, a 7.25 or better. Has only surfed in 5 Challenger Series events this year, including this one. And maybe something on the outside. 30 seconds to go, he's gonna duck dive that first one.
Now, Ramzi doesn't mind this. Ramzi doesn't mind like getting cleaned up right now and the clock ticking down.
Ooh, might go on this insider though, a double up. Gonna let Duru move further outside. 10 seconds to go. It's now or never for the Frenchman, and he's got to commit to this one. Oh, he's just gonna let it go. A little grin on his face right there because he's happy for his friend Ramzi Bukhayam moving through into the final, his second final here in Brazil. He had the World Junior runner-up in 2013, and it's the same final. He's gonna match up against Gabe.
Wow, so here we go. Tighten it up. Congratulations to Ramzi, but the job's not done for the Moroccan.
No, and it's a big semifinal win, his first final ever at the CS level, and he's got one more heat to go if he's looking to qualify at this event for the championship tour. Women's final coming up. It's going to be Tessa Thyssen taking on Alyssa Spencer. Both finals with 2 goofy footers out there in the water. Goofy Dominance about to hit the lineup in final number 1. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up from Saquarema.
Atenção, José, nosso ritmo acha que está tudo ok. Olha só, vai ter apresentação, né, dessa bateria. E quem vai comandar, então, é o Henrique Prato, que vai voltar aqui para a locução. Professor que na companhia. Ranzi, congratulations, parabéns, Ranzi, pela vitória. Avançando para a decisão do Corona Saquarema Pro 2022.
Final, and now the big final. Avec les chemises rouges, elle vient de France. Tissa Tissen, bonne chance. Put your hand together, tapez les mains. And with the blue singlet from USA, put your hand together for Alyssa Spencer. Vamos lá, pessoal, vamos aplaudir. Good luck. Grande final agora para vocês, hein, gente? Vamos lá, vamos acompanhar.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. The presentations for the women's final. It's going to be Tessa Thyssen taking on Alyssa Spencer. And a huge chance for that young lady in the blue jersey coming up. Looking for her first CS victory. And it's her first final. Had a couple of decent results so far this season. 9th place finishes. But really, this is going to be the one that's going to move her up into the top 10. Tessa Thyssen, on the other hand, not within distance to qualify. Ranked number 46 coming into the event, but can play spoiler to Alyssa Spencer if she takes out the big win, and will be the biggest for France in a few years as well, besides the victories of Joanne Defay. Mitchell Salazar here with Kaipo Guerrero. Great final coming up, Kipes. 2 goofy footers in both finals, by the way. Hashtag go Goofies. Anyway, it's the goofy pride, you know, like, but it goes to show you this wave has been very favorable for the goofy footers. The last 6 men that have won this event on the qualifying series side and even on the 6-star prime side have all been goofy footers dating back to 2011.
Yeah, what's interesting with a lot of the goofy dominance is that a lot of times Itaúna is a long-running left-hand wall in the beach break with a dominant left. But in this case, Itaúna's served us both the lefts and the rights, and actually a lot of the scores have come on the rights, especially with these high tide conditions that I think start favoring more of the rights, kind of against the grain into that channel. But hey, go Team Goofy, I'm happy to see it. For me in this final, I expected someone like Alyssa Spencer, a name that I know and I've seen her consistently perform. I'm not surprised she's in the final. Tessa Thyssen, to me, is a surprise, and that's what the beauty of the Challenger Series is. You get to see some of these new and upcoming faces in pro surfing.
And the good thing about it, too, is that the first 2 rounds for the women are 4-person heats, too, so you don't necessarily have to be winning your heats to be moving through. You just need to be advancing. Now, all of a sudden, Tessa Thyssen is into the round of 16, and she has won every single heat so far. But then Alyssa Spencer, she's won every single heat in this event. And it's a big one coming up for her. We're about to start the final. It's going to be 35 minutes for the ladies, and it seems like we have Ramsey down on the glass with Maida. Take it away, Maida.
Yeah, Ramsey, congratulations. You are into the finals. Very important heat for you. Your thoughts about this heat?
Yeah, it was really hard, you see? Man, there's not a lot of waves. And we started with 3s and then 4s, then Joanne got a 5. I knew when that one came, I was like, okay, 2 turns, Rams. Just try to make 2 turns. I hit it a little bit late, the second one, but it was enough. It was a tight one. I'm super stoked. And one more against Gabriel. For me, he's the best in the world. He's my favorite surfer, so I'm stoked, you know. He's a good friend too, so let's bring it on. He got me in 2013 in Brazil last time. It was for the World Juniors in Floripa, and it's fun, you know. 10 years later, almost, we're here in another final on a bigger event. And yeah, I'm gonna try to get him back now.
What about your strategy for the last heat?
Just the same, try to, you know, pick the waves and put my surf and do my best, no regrets, and that's it. Let's see.
Okay, good luck for you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Merci beaucoup. Bonne chance to Ramzi Bukiem. He's definitely going to need it. He's going up against the 3-time world champion. And as we mentioned before, he's thinking about that rematch, Kaipo. He's had success here in the past, but guess who beat him in the one final that he has here in Brazil? It's the person that he's matching up against in the final.
Yeah. Nearly a decade ago as well. So that's even more impressive. That just shows you how long both Gabe Medina and Ramzi Bukiem, you know, Gabe, I think, is 28, Ramzi's 29, really close in age, and been around for a long time. And someone like Ramzi, you know, who's come up through those junior ranks and had success there, watching Gabe Medina win 3 world titles, still grinding through the QS events for all those times, Ramzi Bukiem has to think that this is his time.
Yeah, and going back to that World Pro Juniors in 2013, Gabe didn't even have to surf in that event. He was already on the CT for a few years, actually, too. Went into that event, though, and it really gave him the confidence boost going into his World Championship year in 2014, too. We're going to get the women's final up and running. Haven't heard the buzzer just yet. Both finals will be 35 minutes, though. Tessa Thyssen will be in the red. Alyssa Spencer on screen from North County, San Diego, California, in the blue. That area of North County, San Diego has produced a lot of great surfers that have been on the championship tour before. One of them is one of the best goofy footers of all time. His name's Rob Machado.
Yeah, and that area in California is just, it has a variety, right? So when you talk about North County, San Diego, you got beach breaks, you got a point break, you have reef breaks. No wonder it produces so many quality surfers.
Yeah, Taylor Clark, also another great surfer that came out there. Was pursuing the qualifying series for a few years, wasn't as successful as he would have liked to have been.
Taylor Knox.
Yeah. TK.
Brad Gerlach.
Brad Gerlach, the Gur. And I think a lot of those people actually tended to move away afterwards. I think the only person that actually resides there now are both maybe Rob and Taylor. Chris Cote, our co-worker, and Encinitas, one of the OG lot trolls, by the way, too. But there's some good kids coming out of there. I'm able to see a lot of those kids through USA Surfing and other programs. Ellie Temperi competes for Finland.
Yeah.
Great surfer.
Jake Marshall's on tour.
Yes, sir. Grayson Grant. Some other huge names out of that area, too. And love to see Southern California really thrive when it comes to competition scenes. Seems like we might be having the countdown pretty soon. And it's official. We're up and running, 35 minutes on the clock, clean slate Kipes, and it's going to be the battle of the goofy footers, France versus the USA out there in the water. First final for both of these ladies on the CS, and it would be the first win for either of them as well. Big, big potential for both Tessa Thyssen and Alyssa Spencer in years to come. When we actually talk about implications for qualification, it's really the surfer in blue that is in a must-win situation here in order to keep her hopes alive in qualifying for 2023. Came close in 2019, too, as you were mentioning a few heats ago.
Yeah, Alyssa Spencer, 2019, nearly made the cut there and got onto the championship tour. So far this year, she's just had quarterfinal finishes, both in Manly and Bolito. So, you know, this is a highlight for Alyssa Spencer. And she's given herself a chance. She can't clinch here, but she can certainly put her name in the hat when we go to Haleiwa.
Yeah, and it's a great event for her, too. Usually see her post a lot of big scores on the backhand. And Haleiwa, primarily a right. We do see, you know, lefts become the primary objective when it does get smaller, those little runner lefts. Hopefully we don't see too much of that this season going into the last event of the CS. but she's also got a great camp here with Matt Myers, her coach, but the whole Myers Surf Mentorship Camp, Nolan Raposa, Sam Sibley, Levi Slauson, Rio White, among others. They've been on the beach for every single one of each other's heats so far this event, too.
You know, the group energy, Mitchell, sometimes it's kind of the X factor, and I don't want to get like too spiritual, but this group energy does elevate each and every surfer within that group. We saw that with the Brazilian Storm sticking together as a group. Whether you lose, you win, you show up at the event site and you root on your fellow countrymen and country surfers, actually. Here we go. Alyssa on the start.
First wave of the final, and not surprised to see Alyssa catch the first wave yet again. Couple of setup turns right there for Alyssa. This wave really standing up on the inside, though. Great turn right there. She's going to go down 32:30 on the clock. Priority now with Tessa Thyssen. And going to the other side of this heat, as we're looking at the numbers for Alyssa, 14 in the ranks coming into the event. 19 years of age. Carlsbad Encinas, that area of North County, San Diego. Now you look at Tessa Thyssen and what she's had to prove so far in this event. Some big wins, back-to-back, round of 16, and then the quarterfinals, defeating Vagine Fierro. But then she knocks out the person that was closest to qualifying today, Teresa Bonvolo, in the semifinals, as we look at the replay of Alyssa's first wave.
Yeah, having to negotiate some of this bump and warble coming through the face on the left, lining up, and she knows she needs a finish, throws it, and unfortunately just some troubled water there, grabbing the rail for Alyssa Spencer. A little bit pushing a little too hard at the end, but it's so difficult given the conditions, given the backwash. But you can find these little power pockets, and I think that's what's going to equal success. If you can just time everything, find the power pockets, work with the backwash instead of against it.
Yeah, absolutely. Use it as your ally instead of your enemy. Wouldn't you say, Kipes?
Oh, for sure. I mean, the backwash can be both, right? It can be a horrible enemy, but if you time a bottom turn and go up the face with the backwash, accentuate your top turn with that backwash, expanding the wave, it's very impactful for the judges to see, and just really aesthetically looks like exciting. Here's some of the stats for Tessa.
Adds a little drama too, which I always like. 25 years of age, number 46 in the ranks coming into the event. Nothing to prove, but everything to gain here, Kipes. And she is one heat win away from the biggest win of her life. She's an ISA junior gold medalist. That was in 2015 in Oceanside, California. Goes to show you she can compete well at beach breaks.
Yeah, I mean, the strategy today, there's two strategies, right? There's the keep on riding wave strategy, or there's the sit out there, be selective, and only take the waves that you know are going to break and connect to the inside, giving you that inside wall. We'll see what Tessa decides upon.
Well, the last two heats have really been decided by the quantity of waves rather than the quality. Both Ramsey and Gabe made it through, riding more waves. And it seems like Tessa might be thinking that wave too. Great looking ride though. Nice little setup turn to start things off. Wrapping it back. And a hard paced wave right there to kind of really read down the line. She's going to kick out after the first two. Spencer opens up with a 2.17. More than likely going to be the best of the heat so far.
Yeah, Tessa really has to ease through a couple of turns in here just to make sure she stays connected with the wave, keeps it on rail there, and that wave doesn't have that oncoming section to bank of, so she kicks out, and we'll see what that number comes through as.
29:35 on the clock. When you look about time management and you see two of these young ladies out there, Spencer working with Matt Myers and Tessa Thyssen and the whole French Surfing Federation here, Alain Rioux among one of those coaches. They also know what they're doing, obviously, Kaipo, but when it comes to actually performing in these big heats, do you usually think it comes down to the individual performance rather than the actual input that they're getting from the people outside of the water?
I think at this point, your coach is more of a comforting person to you and making you feel comfortable, tending to everything around you, and just giving you that confidence and just that kind of positive energy that you need. At this point, all the homework's been done. All the training's been done. All the mock heats have been done. Right. It's all about just being comfortable and being mentally strong, I think, at this point of the competition.
To quote Ali, champions aren't born, they're made in the gym. And both of these ladies have really put in their time when it comes to actually performing before the big moments. 2.77 the opener for Tessa Thyssen. Alyssa Spencer has a 2.17 in her scoreline so far. Slow start to this one. Almost 7 minutes have gone by. Conditions a lot more difficult than they have been so far. In previous days of competition, very choppy. That wind picked up. We did see a rain squall there for a few minutes. And there's the competitors area. The área de atletas do Banco do Brasil, Mackenzie Dern, also there. Nacho Gundetsen, Maya Carpinelli, Yanka Costa, among others. And they're obviously enjoying their time. Why wouldn't you? It's a great event to be at. And as one of the athletes in the event, you have all the perks of being in the athletes area too. Cool little place to be. And Kipes, I know you've been enjoying your time outside of booth 2. The weather, though, at the beginning of the event, quite tricky. We did have sunlight for the last 2 days. And going into finals day, a bit overcast today, but it's been non-stop action in terms of the consistency of these waves out there.
Yeah, well, that's one of the beauties of Saquarema and this stretch right here is that it's open to all kinds of swell. You can get east wind swell, southwest swell, south swell, southeast swells. Many areas focused in here and a variety of different waves. Itaúna breaking on most of those swell directions, just with a little different personality. But the consistency over here makes this a great venue for surf competition.
It definitely does. 27 minutes on the clock. Still no action after the initial exchange. Seems like a lot of people in the competitors area might be a little interested in this final. And one of them is Leilani McGonigal, too. She had some great results and kind of split when it comes to supporting these people out there in the water. We saw a lot of people supporting Teresa Bonvolo in the semi-Kipes. But now here in the final, they know the implications for Alyssa Spencer. And these are fellow competitors, by the way. They're looking to see some of their peers qualify, but at the same time, a little bit of jealousy when it comes to the people that actually qualify before you too, Kipes.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a human trait, right? And it's but at some point you just kind of got to support your country, your friends, your camp. Alyssa Spencer, she's got that Meyer Surf mentoring camp supporting her. You have all of the Europeans supporting Tessa, especially the French squad that have come here in numbers.
Actually, I want to say this might be the biggest French contingency I've seen on the CS so far. Jorgen Cousinet, Joan Duroux on the men's side, Vahine Fierro on the women's side, Paulina Du, among others. And the coaching staff, incredible too. When I saw Alain Rioux here, he's actually been at the last 2 big events that I've worked at the ISA World Surfing Games with Team France too, and here at the CS in Saquarema. Good to see a lot of big pros. He was also in Nedeseda for that last CS event. But you see a lot of those older surfers that competed at the highest level too, kind of put back into the sport that gave them everything they have.
Yeah, coming back and really dropping some knowledge, you know, with those years and experience come knowledge, and those knowledge you can pass on to the next generation of surfers, whether, you know, you're a coach affiliated with a brand or you're a coach affiliated with a country.
25 minutes. We've shaved off 10 so far in this heat, 2.77 and a 2.17 so far, the only 2 waves ridden. And a tough lineup to really navigate and truly understand, Kipes. Few people have really been able to dominate this wave so far. I have to say the only one that I've seen truly be able to adapt to every kind of condition is the former champion out here, Felipe Toledo. There's a reason why he's the current world champion, but it also goes to show you even the best struggle out here, both Tessa and Alyssa having difficulties in terms of positioning.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's a hard battle out there. You can see the separation between the 2 surfers surfing 2 separate banks. We'll see if Alyssa moves, knowing that she has priority now. So she's free to roam the lineup, and she has first choice of any wave coming through. So we'll see if that changes her position. Looking to the beach and maybe some signals from her squad.
Yeah, and in terms of surfers from the United States of America that have qualified recently, got to talk about Caroline Marks, right? The 20-year-old, originally from Melbourne Beach, Florida. She competed with Alyssa, and there's not a lot of separation in terms of age either. They went through the amateur rankings together, And Caroline, just a freak of nature. She qualified for the championship tour when she was 15 years of age, and now she's a staple on the championship tour. But what a great addition it would be to see another surfer representing the Stars and Stripes, just as Spencer has a chance to do it here in the last two events, Kipes. You also talk about Katie Simmers qualifying this year, another surfer representing the US of A, Courtney Collog winning the last event of the regular season for the women, and obviously Lakey Peterson, a staple there too.
Yeah, but I like the comparison between Caroline Marks qualifying at such a young age and the same thing with a young Katie Simmers, who again has qualified for the championship tour. And so it's going to be interesting to see what Katie does. I mean, like I said before, I've been on record, like I hope that she does join the CT in 2023. I think she's just a fresh breeze of progressive surfing, but also her personality is so unique, and she's so I enjoy just the brutal honesty that Katie Simmers projects. She's not, and that with that comes youth. You know what I mean? You're not so programmed into saying this is the right thing or the press release or just, you know, you're just really using your feelings and using your words, and I think that's really, really cool for surfing as a whole.
She's her authentic self.
She's very authentic, and so I'm a big Katie Simmers fan.
Would be the first surfer from Oceanside to qualify for the championship tour on the women's side too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, yep, on the women's side.
Furthest part north of San Diego County, right there at Camp Pendleton. On the women's side for France, though, there have been some surfers, including one of them who was in the top 5 this year, such as Joanne DeFay, qualify for the championship tour. We've seen Pauline Adu as well. Tessa Thyssen not in contention this year, but will be in years to come. Virginie Fierro on the cusp of still getting a shot at that qualification. But when you look at France as a whole, man, I'd have to say they have some of the best surfers of all time coming out of that country. To me, really the person that established them as a surfing federation, maybe even some of the best in the world, has to be Jeremy Flores. That guy has had dominance on the championship tour. He's really solidified himself as one of the greatest surfers of all time and has one of the few privileges of actually winning a CT event at home, too. The way he was able to win in 2019 with the barrel riding, the skills over Italo in the final was as good as it gets, Kipes.
Yeah, and that year, it was, I mean, that was the first time he had real success at his home break. And they really had the hometown crowd just rooting for Jeremy, and rightfully so. Ale, Jeremy, you know, and it was just a great event, a historic event, and it was a way to kind of cap off Jeremy Flores' great career as a professional surfer.
It was really bittersweet for me to work the event in Mexico when both Adriano and Jeremy Flores retired from the championship tour. Great scene, but also a bit sad to see a couple of my idols kind of turn away and turn the cheek after professional surfing. Here's Alyssa Spencer. Her career is barely starting on both the CS and maybe the CT too. Great finish right there. Best wave of the heat easily, as there's Amuro Suzuki, Sarah Wakita and crew watching on. 20 minutes to go, Kipes. What you like about this one?
I like that she just found it and was able to stitch together a couple of turns. Really patient. You can see her adjusting the bottom turn before hooking off the top against adjustments off the bottom, and make sure she fits in that finish right in the dumpy shore break area. And that is going to be the best wave ridden so far and the best points assigned to a wave so far. We'll be waiting for that score. But Alyssa Spencer, I mean, these are tough conditions, and she's coming through.
Yeah, and you talk about great use of priority right there, too. Gets a 5.17 for that wave. In terms of priority right now and positioning, you mentioned a while ago they were greatly separated in terms of the space. Wouldn't be surprised to see Alyssa kind of break away, gain second priority, and maybe use that to her advantage, Kipes.
Yeah, well, now she's pretty freed up. I know it's kind of a cliche, but it's the truth. So you're underneath priority, and she's definitely on a separate section of the sandbank right now. She's going to hear the news of the 5.17, and now she's able to take a couple more waves in quick succession to build upon her scoreline.
And we talked about the environmental factors when it actually came to the waves and conditions, but how about the environmental factors affecting the beach announcer's effectiveness too? to get the scores and the situation to the surfers as well.
This is true. That's a great statement and a great read on this. The onshore winds bring in the sound, and it's not able to project as far out. So that is a good question if the surfers are able to hear these updates. We got some pretty big speakers, but they're definitely going to have to listen intently to know what the situation is out in the water.
18:25 to go. Spencer with the lead. Her low score is a 2:17. Tessa Thyssen at the moment needing a 4.58 for the lead. Still plenty of time out there in the water, but it's the surfer from North America who is looking for her first CS win in her first final ever. She's halfway through the heat, and she's looking good for the victory. We'll be right back with more action for the women's final here in Saquarema.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro. By TikTok, download the app. By 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil. And by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
The women's final out there in the water right now. It's the young surfer from the USA, Alyssa Spencer, with a healthy lead against Tessa Thyssen from France. As Alyssa having a look here, the heat leader with priority, going to let that wave go by. Tessa Thyssen, on the other hand, though, in second, needs a 4.78 at the moment. And it seems like Spencer was able to improve her scoreline with a 3.43 on this last one during the break. Looking at the replay here, great turn right there on the backhand, beautiful form and technique. And a second more of just a setup, as that wave didn't really have an end section. And Tessa Thyssen with her best wave here during the break as well, a 3.83, huge turn there on the backhand for Tessa. And she's going to kick out. Thyssen so far this year on the Challenger Series, 4 events surfed, including this one. 1 9th place finish, everything else a throwaway result. But on the qualifying series back in the European region, 3 great results, a 3rd, a 5th, and a 9th. So Thyssen has looked really in form when it comes to competing within her regional circuit on the qualifying series. But so far, in her 4th event on the Challenger Series, making at least a final appearance here. 14:30 to go on the clock. Spencer with the lead, has priority, but is looking to get rid of that 3.43 that she has as her backup wave at the moment. Thyssen, on the other hand, needs the best wave in her scoreline, a 4.78 or better. Conditions tough out there. It's been difficult to surf so far. For the last couple of hours, the wind picked up, meant that the chop began to happen a lot more, and an interesting situation right there between both surfers. Yeah, Spencer has priority. Didn't seem like she blocked Thyssen in that situation, but Tessa just trying to add more pressure to the young surfer from California, as playing cat and mouse right here with a big moment on the line for both of them. One of them is looking to become a staple of the CS. That's Tessa Thyssen, but this young lady is looking to become a staple and be one of the few surfers representing the USA on the championship tour. Alyssa Spencer Kaipo is no stranger to big event wins. She's had 4 so far this season in her local regional qualification on the qualifying series. But when it comes to CS, her first final, and she might be getting the win right here. She has the lead, 13 minutes to go. Seems like she's gonna block and use priority here over Thyssen. Great bottom turn right there by Alyssa. Great snap too. An informed surfer and maybe the most consistent surfer of the event. Beautiful finish right there by Spencer. And she is just looking dominant out there with just under 13 minutes to go, looking to better just a 3.43. But it seems to me like she's gonna get the best wave of the final.
Yeah, she improved that 3.43 and then some. Look at this. You just utilizes priority. Love the patience off the bottom. Double pump bottom turn to place that turn. Times it with the backwash. Again, timing it with the backwash. And important, alligator jaws. The finish just flossed it there. Oh boy, one more time from above. Alyssa Spencer coming through right now when it counts. She's been doing this all event long, but right now, this is when it all comes down. This is the final. And this is when you put it all on the line. She did that for 3 big turns. Watch the closer, just the extension, the arc, the spray, the timing, all of it for Alyssa Spencer. Score that. Gosh, that feels, I don't know, given these conditions, I hope I'm not
no, you aren't.
it, Mitch, but given these conditions, to me, that was excellent surfing.
Well, it's gonna be right around there for young Alyssa Spencer, 19 years of age. I bet younger brother Ty and the rest of the family watching back home in Southern California. It is a 7.17 for Alyssa Spencer.
Smashed it.
Way out in front now as Tessa Thyssen, the French surfer in the red jersey, needs an 8.51, has priority, and she might be looking at this one. Up and riding. Bigger size wave for Tessa. Had a big buzzer beater the last heat. Great first turn right there, straight up and vertical, and a strong finish too. So on her way to a comeback right here. That is complete at the end. And with 11 minutes to go, we got a final on our hands, Kipes.
Oh, certainly. Nice answer from Tessa Thyssen, and that's going to get her in the mix. It will improve upon her scoreline, I believe. Take another look at this. Little fade to take off. Again, you can see that backwash up the face. That means you have to time it for that snap. A little projection snap down the line. And a great finish on that oncoming section. You can see the whitewater conversion, making sure that she gets her board clear and into the flats to make sure that the judges deem that complete. Nice answer back by Tessa Thyssen. That should tighten things up.
Just over 10 minutes to go as well, waiting for that score from the surfer in red. And looking at conditions out there, we got a couple of waves approaching in the lineup. Spencer recovers priority as Thyssen makes her way back out. Should be her best wave, but you know, looking at the scores in this heat, obviously Alyssa Spencer has the highest wave of the heat so far, but has a good backup too. And Kipes, as you look at time winding down, 10 minutes to go, you got to be thinking as we look at the score from Spencer, 10 minutes more than enough time for Tessa Thyssen to get back out there, get her best wave too, but more than enough time for Spencer to get also a much better backup than a 5.17 as well.
You know, a theme to this year's Corona Saquarema Pro is that we've seen so many heats since round 1 be determined in the final 2 minutes.
True.
There have been so many buzzer beaters here. And so I'm not surprised at anything after this week. This is day 6 of competition, and every single day we've seen buzzer beaters for both the men and the women.
That is true. 5.23 the score for Thyssen. Still in second place, now needs a 7.12, so a big difference, Kaipo, when it comes to requiring a 7 in comparison to an 8. But I think in terms of the wave selection, still a struggle to find that wave that is really getting you something in the good range in terms of scoring.
Yeah, I mean, That's what it's going to be. As the surf deteriorates, wave selection is going to be more and more important. But wow, Alyssa Spencer, I can't help but gushing over the performance that she's been putting on from day one here. And like I was saying, 6 days of competition. To keep your focused every day, show up here at the beach, put your jersey on, advance through one round, advance through the next round, advance through the next round. It's not just physically draining, but it's mentally draining. And the mental fortitude of this young Alyssa Spencer, I'm very, very impressed with. She holds it together in stressful situations.
Right, it doesn't seem like she's 19 years old, does it?
At all. She belongs on tour. This is that simple.
Well, she's got one more event after this one to prove that she deserves a spot on the CT. 8 minutes to go. In the lead is Spencer. Thyssen, though, right behind her in second place. Requires a 7.12 to be close to being the best wave of the heat. As Tessa, I mean, I was mentioning the great amount of results that she's had so far within her European QS ranks. A couple of fifth place finishes, a third place as well, but hasn't had a win so far. And you easily got to be saying, okay, those are great results even on the QS scene locally, but just in terms of a global competition, getting a final at the CS is no joke, Kaipo. She's making names and headways for herself. Even if she doesn't win the final here in Saquarema, you got to be thinking a lot more people are going to recognize the name of Tessa Thyssen in years to come.
Yeah, and the effort that you have to adjust in your game plan when you look at this Challenger Series, and that you start off with 4 surfer heats, you have to make it through those 4 surfer heats, and you can kind of pace yourself because you know it's a long competition. You can get second in all those 4 surfer heats and then head to the one-on-one matchups. Once you're on those one-on-one matchups, your strategy has to change, and you have to adapt to that new being of now it's versus rather than a group that you have to be, you know. So you have to be very adaptable. You know the days are going to be long. You know there's going to be multiple days of competition. That's what to me makes the Challenger Series so interesting.
I know the days that you competed was different in terms of priority, and they still used 3 waves back then, by the way, for your scores. First of all, I have no idea how that was possible. It's almost difficult to just catch 2 waves in 30 minutes, but 3 seems nearly impossible to me.
Hey, man. That's honestly, like in my day, I left pro surfing because it felt like it was a swimming contest to me when you have 20-minute heats and top 3 waves. Honestly, it was more of a paddling contest. I'm going to be honest with that. That's why I pursued other board sports for a long time, you know, in my life. But come back to surfing now, and surfing's at its best place ever. You have live scoring, you know, you have a priority system, you have a pathway from a junior all the way to a world title, and now it's Olympic sport.
Well, here goes Alyssa Spencer getting used priority on block. Tessa Thyssen with a huge turn right there on the backhand. Once again, we've been saying it all week long, the informed surfer with a great bottom turn right there. An excellent execution. She's looking at better a 5.17. Kaipo, 5:20 to go. Here's the replay.
Defense, defends it. She's got priority. Offense, big off the top, hooking backhand re-entry, perfectly timed, wonderful form, great technique, the body mechanics on point. Above, you can see it, dynamic. Alyssa Spencer, that's a money turn in my book.
In the words of LL Cool J, Mama said knock you out. And guess what? Alyssa Spencer just looking to close the chapter in Saquarema. And she is looking very informed to get the victory here in the last 5 minutes of the heat. Priority now with Tessa Thyssen. As you mentioned right there, played defense, but also executed offensively right there too, Kipes. 2 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's getting the job done and then some, right? You stop Tessa for having any opportunity, and at the same time, you may build upon your scoreline. We're still waiting for that score.
Well, it was a big turn, bigger section. And we had previously talked about the backwash being an enemy. It was an ally in this case, Kaipo. It actually helped her out, added to the drama.
It sure did. It gave a accentuation. It accentuated that maneuver, the backwash, and timing it. And look at
5.73, the score for Spencer. That means that Thyssen now needing something close to an excellent ride, a 7.67. This heat's not over, though. 4 minutes to go. Thyssen had a buzzer beater in the last minute of her semifinal heat against Teresa Bonvalo. The biggest upset of the event when you look at the consequences of that loss for Teresa. 3 minutes 40 to go, though. It would have to be a great wave. It would have to be the best wave of the final, Kipes. And Alyssa Spencer knows what's on the line. She's looking to really bait Tessa into a poor wave here. But Thyssen has had a great wave selection so far, all event long. She has time as her biggest adversary at the moment, though.
Yeah, the clock's her enemy, right? And here we go, though. She does have pride. She likes the look of this one. Whitewater rolling, Mitch.
She's going to use it. Up and riding. Might just be the one turn, more of a setup right there. And she's going to have to be forced to kick out. 3 minutes to go. Seemed like a priority mistake from Thyssen.
Yeah, I'm going to go chalk that one up statistically as a priority error. And now Alyssa Spencer can zone in on Tessa Thyssen and close this final out.
Man, and it's so hard using priority in the right way in the last few minutes too, right? Pressure gets to you. You don't know which wave to select. Every wave seems better than it actually is too. And unfortunately there for Thyssen, didn't work out the way she wanted to. She's got a rebate wave though. Up and riding on the inside. Decent first maneuver right there. But that wave's just going to close out for her, and unfortunately still going to require the 7.67 or better. 2:25 on the clock. If you're Spencer right now, what do you think you're doing? Holding down the fort? You want to be moving around a little bit and maybe hunt Thyssen down, Kipes.
Yeah, let's take a look. This is a replay, little snap there. This is not a 7.67. So giving herself a chance. You talked about the rebate, got the rebate, but just didn't have the number in there. And Alyssa Spencer now is going to search the Atlantic to find where Tessa Thyssen is and sit on her for the rest of this final, close it out. Here she goes.
2 minutes. Cold-blooded killer right there. And Alyssa Spencer, she knows what's on the line. And she came into this event thinking that it was one way or another. It was victory or bust. And Kaipo, she's 90 seconds away from the biggest win of her life so far. The 19-year-old in control of the heat. And Tessa Thyssen needs a big score, a 7.67, down to 1:20.
It's a drill right now for Alyssa Spencer. She's done this so many times. She's calm. She's not going to lose her wits about her. She's going to stay glued right to Tessa, keep her in her eye range, keep very close to Tessa, and make sure that if there was a quality wave that comes through, do the block and ensure herself a victory here.
Well, down to 60 seconds. Let's see if Thyssen gets a shot here at getting that score near the excellent range, out of position, off of the main peak that we've seen today. And there might be a right-hander here, but both Spencer and Thyssen going to let that wave go by. 45 seconds. Not too much on the horizon. There might be a wave popping up right here, though.
Hey, perfect for Alyssa Spencer. Pal her out of position, corral her around right here, chase her, and that's exactly what Alyssa's doing, not letting Tessa Thyssen get away from her with priority and the lead. This is total heat control in these last 30 seconds.
And you see Thyssen right there, just trying to sell Alyssa on any wave that she can. And Tessa having a look at that one. It's not going to break. 15 seconds. And you've got to give props to Tessa Thyssen. Beat Teresa Bonvalo in a high-pressure situation in the semis. Made it all the way from the round of 64 into the final and gets the best result of her career. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear the horn sound. It is Alyssa Spencer, who is your Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil champion. There's Matt Myers, Sam Sibley, everybody on the crew from the Myers Surf Mentorship. And Alyssa Spencer is the champion here in Saquarema. Kaipo, biggest win of her career so far. And the surfer from Carlsbad in North County, San Diego, looking to qualify with one more event to go going into Haleiwa.
Here she goes. She got the job done. Couldn't do any better than winning this in first place and giving her the best chance at the championship tour. Alyssa Spencer, she's just soaking in this moment, and it's a great moment for her.
It is. And you saw the USA flag right there. Big win for the region of North America in terms of Challenger Series points. Alyssa Spencer going to move up quite a few spots in the rankings going into Haleiwa, the last event of the season. You mentioned that in 2019, she was one spot away from qualifying when she was still just 17. And here in 2022, she got the job done. There she is, giving a hug to Matt Myers, Sam Sibley right there as well, Levi Slauson, Nolan Raposa, the whole crew. And a huge victory by that young lady and the biggest win of her life so far. Given the amateur experience, the amount of heats that she surfed so far, but really got to give a lot of props to the way she held her head high in those big pressure situations, in those one-on-one heats. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Alyssa Spencer from the USA. Huge win here, Kipes, and the Stars and Stripes flying high here in Brazil.
What a moment, and let's just watch this all play out for Alyssa Spencer.
Really love to see this moment. With Matt Myers in a corner too. So Alyssa Spencer with the win.
Bem-vindos à final do Corona Saquarema Pro. De vermelho, o tricampeão mundial Gabriel Medina. Palmas para ele. De azul, o atleta marroquino Ramsey Bourkiam, em sua primeira final no Challenger Series. Palmas para ele também. Podem ir para a água.
There we saw the presentations, the introductions of both our men's finalists, the three-time world champion going up against the surfer in blue from Morocco, who's looking to play spoiler for the return of the gentleman in red, Ramsey Bourkiam. It's a rematch of the 2013 World Pro Junior Championships, which was right here in Brazil as well. Wasn't at this exact beach in Saquarema, that was in Santa Catarina. But Kaipo, a lot of good stuff about to happen in the next 35 minutes. We just crowned a champion in Alyssa Spencer, and this guy hasn't had the kind of success that he's wanted to in Saquarema. On the other hand, though, Ramsey, he knows what's on the line. He's looking to qualify for the CT for the first time in his life. And the surfer from Northern Africa is looking to play spoiler in the biggest of ways. There's Gabe, though, as always. As cool, and as calm as possible. Gonna be a fun final, Kipes. Looking forward to it. Two Goofies. We're gonna have two Goofy Footer champions at the end of this event. Don't want to put some pressure on you, but you got to pick.
For the final?
Yeah.
My logical pick is obviously Gabe Medina. My emotional pick is Ramsey Bourkiam.
100% agree with you. And I don't want to jinx it, but how big of a moment would it be for Ramsey in terms of building confidence, too, to beat this guy at home? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Yeah.
Seeing that happen here, the Challenger Series final, especially when you make your first final appearance ever at the CS level, and all of a sudden, you face off against one of the greatest surfers of all time. Next thing you know, you're having the best performance of your career. It's going to be a tough one, though. It's hard not to pick Gabe as the favorite in these kind of conditions, too. But out of both semifinals, the surfer that had the highest wave out of the four surfers was Ramsey Bourkiam. It's going to be 35 minutes, clean slate, two Goofy Footers, and you look at the results this year for Gabe. Only competed in 4 events on the CT, whereas Ramsey has been in every single event so far on the Challenger Series. Has had a couple of great results.
Yeah, and big moment right now, and a big moment.
Yeah. Rachel down there with our women's champion, Alyssa Spencer from the USA. Take it away, Rachel.
That's right, Alyssa Spencer. You are definitely the winner of Corona Saquarema Pro. We want to hear from you. What are the emotions now?
I'm just so happy right now. I honestly don't even know what to say. I have so many people to thank. It's been amazing having Matt here coaching me. He's been such a big help. He's been there for me like all through the year, through all the ups and downs. And
Emotional moment right now. But yeah, you can cry, you can laugh, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm so happy. There's been so much hard work that's gone into this for me. So yeah, I'm just so happy right now.
Thank you so much. We're going to the break right now and see you soon, guys.
Sul, Nordeste e Sudeste. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The heat is on. É isso aí, galera. Trabalhando então o Gabriel Medina. Com a camiseta vermelha e o marroquino. Ramzi Bukian de camiseta azul. E agora vamos testar aqui. Vamos botar um termômetro aí na areia. Quem está torcendo pro Ramzi Bukian, faz barulho aí. Cadê a torcida do Ramzi? E quem está torcendo pro Gabriel, faz barulho aí. Olha aí, não tem jeito. O Gabriel está em casa, para tocar nessas horas pernas.
It's a clash of the titans out there in the water. The powerhouse three-time world champion Gabriel Medina in the red jersey, Ramzi Bukian from Morocco, number 14 in the ranks coming into this event, and the only surfer from Northern Africa to compete on the CS in 2022. But he has the toughest test of his career so far out there in his first Challenger Series final ever against one of the greatest surfers of all time. My name is Mitchell Salazar, here with Kaipo Guerrero. It's the last heat of the event, Kipes. We started strong, we're gonna finish strong, and guess what? We have a very anticipated clash right here. It's a good one.
We started with 160 surfers when you combine the men and the women, and now we're just down to 2 and see who's gonna be the men's champ. We know who the women's champ is, and it looks like we got an early exchange at hand. It's gonna be Ramzi.
Ooh, he's not going to stand up, but, you know, wouldn't be surprised to see that actually counted as a block. Ooh, either way, Gabe paddled for that too.
No, there's not. It's open priority right now at the beginning of the heat. They're not going to have a block. There's no priority established as of yet, and that's why Ramzi was smart to just not get to his feet, not let his hands leave the rail. Now he's making the decision.
Well, he's up and riding. Frothy wave. He's going to kick out, but. The real thing is, though, every now and then, if you block a surfer, even with open priority, you can still go down to second. So an interesting decision right there from Ramzi as Gabe up and riding here. Big section ahead. It goes for the Hail Mary rotation. And
that's what he does.
Will be able to ride out of it. So starting off on the right foot, you obviously know who the crowd's with as the beach with Medina Mania Kipes. Former 3-time world champion, 5'11", 28 years of age, will be 29 when this year ends. And he's looking to win his first event ever in Saquarema, off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, talk about manufacturing a score. This is completely manufactured. This wave really didn't have much in it. Floats over that first section, and then Medina does what Medina does, waits for it to stand up on the inside, builds up the speed, hucks it into the flats, has to do the limbo to get back up, gets underneath the bar, no problem for Gabe, gets back to his feet, score that for Medina.
Funky cold at the beginning of this heat. And how about this rotation right here with the backwash too, Kipes?
Not easy to do. A little bit off access. Again, the layback, the limbo, sneaks under the bar, gets back up. Slow motion, you can see having to project out into the flats. Pretty much body surfing on his back there before using that core strength to pull himself back up and clear the white water for a completion.
And then Ramsey on the answer back. This was during Gabe's wave. He got a decent one too, Kipes. Great carve right there. And then a strong finish too for the Rockin' Moroccan.
Hey, that's a good exchange. So that's going to keep things tight, and I like it right from the get-go. What's at stake here, Mitchell, is that if Ramsey Bukhayam is able to win this final, he's on the championship tour.
Big implications right there.
Huge implications.
And what about for Gabe, though, in terms of confidence? This is where he got injured at the last CT event he surfed this season.
Yeah, Gabe gets to steal 10,000 points straight off the Challenger Series tables.
Crying is free. Crying is free. We've been saying it all week. 7 points for Ramsey Bukhayam, a 5-point ride for Gabe Medina.
I like it. I like the numbers coming through here. We're looking at some stats for the 6-foot surfer from Morocco. 29 years of age, been doing it for a long, long time. And you're talking about the history, Mitchell, between these two and the last time they shared a final together.
He mentioned it during this post-heat interview in the semifinals. He knows that that's going back in the, or it's in the back of his mind for sure. But how about opening up with a 7-point ride against one of the best surfers to ever do it, especially in competition? You might be talking about the best competitive surfer in the history of professional surfing.
Hey, great advantage to Ramsey Bukhayam. And just to clarify that comment for anyone who's just joining us here, Ramsey Bukhayam, Gabe Medina, a World Pro Junior Championships. That was the last time they met up in a final. That was all the way back in 2013. So a history with these two. They're aware of it. Ramsey, like you said, mentioned it in his past interview, but we just want to make sure the audience know the reference that we're talking about when we talk about the history between these two surfers doing it for so long. Similar age between the two. One has been on the championship tour for what seems ever in 3 world titles. The other having to grind every year on the qualifying series, getting really close to qualification. But this year could be Ramsey's year.
It could be, and Gabe qualified when he was 17. Actually, that season we had the mid-year cut, and then we introduced some surfers in the second end of the year. Out of that class, Gabe Medina, John Florence, Miguel Pupo were in that roster. And Gabe actually ended up winning 2 events in the last 5 events of that CT season in 2011, both in France and in San Francisco.
Yeah, that was kind of a weird year with the One World ranking and that mid-year cut. It wasn't a mid-year cut, again, to quantify that, it wasn't a mid-year cut like we have now for the championship tour. It was this One World ranking, and the math was weird. We introduced some new characters halfway through the season, but much different than what we have right now. What we have right now makes for the most exciting situation in pro surfing. You have the championship tour, you have the mid-year cut on the championship tour. The surfers that fall off of the championship tour in that mid-year cut have the opportunity to join this tour, the Challenger Series, and earn their way back onto the championship tour. On the men's side, we saw 2 do that already in the way of Leonardo Fioravanti and Ryan Calnan. On the women's side, we saw surfers doing the same thing in the way of Macy Callahan and Molly Picklum. So the road's clear, the system works, and yeah.
I just need to vent one thing in terms of the One World ranking. It's absurd to me that Gabe Medina didn't win Rookie of the Year in 2011, even if he only competed in 5 events in the back end of the season. That's just my 5 cents. Crazy that he won 2 events and he still wasn't the Rookie of the Year in 2011.
Yeah, well, and also that year upset Bobby Martinez a lot too with the whole system. So
true.
But Medina, you know, what are you going to do? Medina's a machine. But I like the fact that the judges were true. The combination, keeping it on the wave face, earned the higher score for Ramsey Bukhayam.
And a bit dirty coming out of the air, too, for Gabe, right? Tough section right there. Had to lay back to actually control.
I mean, it was dynamic to watch, but the control is exactly what cost Medina some additional points on that ride.
Well, he has priority, 26 minutes on the clock, and if we're brutally honest, a 7 still ain't a thing against the 3-time world champion. You have to be thinking at least 14 points to take this heat out. A couple of 7s, but realistically, you'd want at least an 8 in your scoreline. As Ramsey going to use second priority here, Gabe wasn't able to get into it. And the Moroccan with the lead says, I'll take it. Great start right there, vertical turn, and a better second one, throws the tail, and maybe a bit too much as Gabe in and out.
Oh, that would have really served Ramzi Bukhayam well if he was just able to finish that, because that would have been a great backup for that 7-point ride.
Yeah, definitely would have been, and added more pressure to the surfer in the red jersey. Well, Gabe still has the highest single wave score of the event, a 9.33. That was against Miguel Pupo yesterday. Great first turn. What went wrong in the second one, Kipes?
Let's take a look. On rail, gets it, just drifts it a little bit, and late to kind of getting out of that maneuver. Again, we can watch it from the beginning. You can see the technique, beautiful down the line. Projection snap on the backhand, pushing a little too hard. That fins released, and he almost was sideways trying to grapple for a finish there. He's just going to get a 3-point ride. He had 6 points all available in that ride, but he's only going to get half of that, a 3-point ride to back up his 7-point. But to your point, Mitchell, I think to beat Gabe Medina, one of the ways you can do that is if you put him in a combination, because then I've seen in the past where he's really behind, then Medina, sometimes the showman that he is, tries to overcome that.
Right.
So if Ramzi's able to put Gabe in a 2-wave combination, I think that's a key to success in this final.
What do you think makes him go to those unnecessary things at those given moments when he is comboed?
Oh, he's just a showman, and he knows what he's capable of. But sometimes Gabe doesn't know how to get the foot off the throttle, if you would. You know, he's gassing it the whole way. And that's the only situation that you see him gas it, because when he's in the lead, he knows how to take the foot off the throttle, kind of shift gears, surf more conservatively to maintain that lead. It's when he's trying to come back from behind, I've noticed. Here's Gabe Medina.
Maybe the person to manage time the best ever in a singlet as well. More of a setup turn right there on the backhand. Wraps it back to the whitewater. He's going to the air. You can just see it in his eyesight. Goes for the big rotation on the backhand, and unfortunately won't be able to pull it off. Close, but no cigar. Kipes, he's in a mini combo right now, and unfortunately for him, still needing the 501 right here.
Right now, big opportunity for Ramzi. Ramzi with priority. We've seen him be able to get that 7-point ride, just keeping it on the face with some slicing, slick rail turns. And Ramzi now has priority. This is Gabe trying, right? Nice little check turn, and he does that just in anticipation for the big finish. So you called it, you saw it coming, Mitch. Down the line, speed, and throws it. I mean, we see him land that all the time, and just a little bit behind on the whitewater.
He's trying for sure. Great rotation. It just seemed like he leaned a little bit too far back, and weight wasn't adequately distributed, Kipes.
Yeah. And just landed, you know, not far probably in front, as much in the flats as he usually projects out to. So score comes in.
Just a throwaway, 1.67. Here's the answer back by Ramzi. Decent first turn right there, more of a setup. Huge second one though, and that should help his cause. He's only looking to better a 3-point ride with 22 minutes to go on the clock. So a big answer there by the Moroccan. Still not safe though. We know what Gabe's capable of. He's gone for 2 big airs back to back. Should be a decent backup right here though, Kipes.
Yeah, sure is. Look at this, down the line, slick as always. A nice hook on the backhand, and they're able to get back out in front and stabs it for the finish, and really smart to have the composure, not to try to fit in too much and go for another bank. Wants to show the judges control at the completion of this ride. Again, coming around, snaps it for the finish. Vertical surfing from Ramzi Bukhayam. Again, projection snap, throwing a little bit of fin there. Comes around the corner, vertical finish. Right now looks and being very conservative on the way out, and being smart to show, hey, I'm gonna end up on my feet, show that I'm complete, jump off the back, wait for the score, and it did help his cause.
Well, it's alien versus predator out there in the water right now. You see the interplanetary guy, Gabe Medina, and the hunter, Ramzi Bukhayam, who betters his low score of a 3-point ride. It is a 4.83. And Medina now needing a 6.84.
You made a reference. Which one's the alien and which one's the predator?
Hey, Gabe's interplanetary. He's obviously the alien, and the hunter-killer is the predator, which is Ramsey. So one's stalking his prey, the other one's not from this world. You get it?
Okay. Thank you for the explanation. I'm sure a lot of people at home appreciate that explanation too.
Hey, I'm a big movie fan. Alien versus Predator, you know.
No, it's all good.
Two great franchises, by the way.
I get it. Good job.
Okay.
20 minutes counting down.
I'm glad that you like it. At least one person has a sense of humor in here. 20 minutes to go on the clock. Ramsey in the lead. He extends it with a 4.83. Kipes, I actually want to get your perspective on this. What I'm seeing so far is the composure of Ramsey in a big situation, the biggest of his life so far, and he's in the lead, and really since the get-go, too. That might change right here, though, as Gabe has a look, but Ramsey's been composed. He's been able to execute on 2 waves so far.
Ramsey's just going, hey, blow the horn already. I want out of this thing. Here we go. He's going to use his priority, Mitchell.
Yes, he is. Frothier wave. Great setup right there with a lot of power. Better second one. Uses the backwash well. And gets a throw tail to finish. So the Moroccan looking good. He's looking to better a 4.83. Kaipo, it's the first heat where he's not wearing trunks to surf. Wearing a springy right now. It's a little colder out there. But could it be a sign of good luck? We'll see at the end of this one.
Can I get a whoop whoop? Because Ramsey Bukhayam is going to add on his 2-wave total right here. We go to the replay. Frothy face. Nice snap again. And he gets so much projection after the carve on the backhand. One more time. Times that perfectly with the backwash. Stabs it for the finish. A little bit release. Gets out in front of the whitewater. Looks to the judges' tower and says, show me the points. One more time. Different angle. Same approach. Drift for the finish, goes complete, looks at the judge's tower, show me the money, he's saying, he's feeling it.
Hey, you're bringing out the Cuba Gooding Jr. right there and Jerry Maguire. Show me the money.
Hey, this could be the pot of gold down a long, long path for Ramsey Bukhayam. Over a decade on the qualifying series and the Challenger series, trying to find his rightful place on the championship tour. He's 18 minutes away from that.
Yes, he is. Looking to better 4.83. Still waiting for the score. Medina in second with priority. And nothing better than a 5-point ride. A bit surprising here. And as you were saying, it's these situations where he just has his back up against the wall and the ego maybe gets in the way. As Ramsey drops a 6.43, that means that Medina now, not impossible and not improbable, needs an 8.43.
We talked about that at the beginning of the heat. The only time I've seen surfers overcome Gabe Medina is when you get him rattled. And the only way to get him rattled is to put him in a big deficit early on into the heat. Once that happens is the only time that I've seen people be successful against Gabe Medina. And that is exactly what Ramsey Bukhayam has done right now. We're going to see what happens. The answer back from the 3-time world champ.
17:30 on the clock, halfway through the heat so far. Ramsey with a great heat total and still with room to improve his low score of a 6.43. Looking for his maiden CS win, and he's 17 minutes away. We'll be right back.
First priority red, second priority blue. Once again for the surfer in blue, Ramsey won the lead and now on track and blue at 6.43. Minutes and 30 seconds to go. Vai ter mais 16 minutos e meio para o Kevin. Gabriel tem jogadores estrategistas, né? Muito pequeno, o cara só se fica baseado na raça, né? Não para de cuidar, o cara pode pegar a onda alongside, se der uma boa sequência de ondas na zona intermediária da área de prova, vai apostar nessas ondas também nos anos do piano, porque o cara aqui pode fazer uma qualidade de surfista que sobrepor qualquer falta de qualidade em ações ondas para marcar bons pontos de juízo, como fez na prática nessa última onda surfada, a quinta onda surfada pelo meu filho, o Rand desse ano, e recebeu nota de conceito muito bom, 6,46.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
An incredible second to last event on the Challenger Series schedule. Stop number 6 of 7 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. 15 minutes remaining in the men's final. It's still Ramzi Bukiam leading versus the 3-time world champion, Gabe Medina. Medina needs an 8.43, has priority. Mitchell Salazar here with Kaipo Cajero. Kaipo, no stranger to excellent scores, is the 3-time world champion. But when you talk about excellent scores today, we've really only seen one. That was Alyssa Spencer's 8 earlier this morning. This afternoon, a lot more complicated. We see the rain squalls now, the wind picked up, and the chop is in effect. Manita don't care though. He's up and riding on this left. More of a setup carve right there, and that wave, unfortunately for Gabe, just gonna dissipate and not gonna really stand up. 14 minutes to go. Priority now with Ramzi, and Gabe in a situation where we don't normally see him, especially with the amount of dominance that he's had so far in this event. Coming into the final, he had won every single heat so far, just as Ramzi. But, you know, every dog has its day, and you got to be thinking, not only would it be the biggest win of Ramzi's life so far, but to do it in Brazil against the local favorite and maybe the biggest global superstar that surfing has at the moment would be an incredible accomplishment, Kipes. It would be almost like beating John Florence at home at Pipeline, if not even more significant, especially with qualification on the line. Once again, if Ramzi wins the final here, he qualifies for the championship tour. He's gonna let go Gabe on that one. Gabe looked back, thinking there might have been a block by Ramzi. Seems like situation with priority is gonna stay the same. 13 minutes to go. Wow, Kipes. A little on the, you know, taking my breath away right here. And Medina's team looking preoccupied at the moment. Ramzi's been running up that hill, and it's for good reason that Kate Bush made a debut in the 80s with that one song, because it's not only a great one, it really indicates what a lot of people have to go through when they face the top seeds in the event, including Ramzi here in the final against Gabe.
Yeah, this is true, but here we go. Ramzi.
Well, it's going to be a block. Priority switch now. Medina with priority and a good sell right there. But, you know, a bit surprised that Bukiam didn't even try to stand up on that wave. It seemed like it had decent shape to it on the right. He's going to stick with just pressuring Gabe on the outside, Kipes.
Ramzi is going to have to play these last 12 minutes super smart. The crafty Gabe Medina does it over and over again. This is what happened here. Ramzi paddles for it, looks at Gabe. A little bit of a warble. I think that could have came into the factor for Ramzi Bukiam.
Just under 12 minutes to go. And you look at Ramzi's result these years, they've been quite well, very consistent. And I think in the terms of qualification for him, he's been so close before Kaipo several years ago. You look at what he's done in 2019, years before that, his junior career, one of the best to ever do it. Runner-up at the World Pro Junior Championships in Brazil against this gentleman too in 2013. But in terms of not only almost qualifying, the heartbreak losses in those big pressure situations, he's flipping the switch now. He's looking good to win the highest pressure situation of his career so far against one of the most dominant surfers of all time.
Again, Ramzi Bukiam, not just a victory here, he's going to earn his ticket to the 2023 Championship Tour. He wins this thing, his job's done for the year, it's over, and his dream of being on the Championship Tour will be fulfilled. And that dream will also put the first Moroccan on the Championship Tour. So not just surfing for himself, He's surfing for a nation. He's surfing for a continent, a lot on the line, and we're watching potential history in front of our eyes.
Yeah, and if Medina loses this final two, it'll still be an event where he's not able to win here in Saquarema. You're chuckling all over the place right now. I know you're happy that both goofy footers made the final, even in the women's final too, but we're witnessing history right now, Kipes. I didn't expect this. I also have a big grin on my face because I've been excited all week long, but realistically, this is a little bit baffling if I'm honest. I didn't expect this to happen, and we're down to the last 10 minutes. It's a bit surprising if I'm honest.
Mitchell, I said at the beginning of the final, you put Medina in the corner, you put him in a combo or a difficult situation where he needs to come back and he needs to fight to come back. That's when sometimes Medina just puts his foot on the throttle and just tries a little too hard. He tries big stuff. Gabriel Medina's a natural showman. If anything, and there's no chinks in his armor. He's good at lefts, he's good at rights, he's good on the face, he's good backhand, forehand. Here he goes on the backhand.
Whoa, fades left, goes right. Great first turn right there, a little hung up coming out of it. Fades back into the whitewater and needs a strong finish. He'll get it right there. And a big comeback here for Gabe. Still has 9 minutes to go. Ooh. Could it be better than the 5? And if it is it enough for the 8.43?
It's better than the 5. It's not the 8.43.
And the beach is loud right now. They are rooting for the surfer from Marecia, Sao Paulo. And as you think his best wave, what you like about it, Kipes?
I like the fade, I like the tempo, I like the hook off the top, the setup. Waiting for a finish, knows he needs to stick the finish, throws it up, stomps it in the shore break, right in the alligator jaws section. Gosh, I look at this again with the size of the wave too and the dynamic surfing. Fin throw, explosion, surviving, completion. Gabe Medina, 8.43. Now that I had a second look at it, we could have
yeah. You know, it might not be all the way there, but it's at least closing in on the 7-point ride of Ramsey. So maybe an equalizer right here from Gabe. 8 minutes to go. Priority now with the surfer in red, the surfer in blue, the heat leader, Ramsey Bukiem. 8 minutes away of being a Challenger Series winner here at Saquarema and accomplishing his goal of being a championship tour surfer. Here's the replay again from another angle, Kipes. Love the fade.
Love the fade, the hook off the top, the patience, the placement of the turns. Little carve back into the power pocket so he can get slingshotted into this final section. Hooks it, throws the fins out the back, explosion, completion, gets in front of the whitewater. Signifies that it was a completed ride. Bookends on that where you have a great move out the back and an explosive finish for Gabe Medina, 8.43. However, I was saying it's probably going to fall above that 5, but not quite that 8.43. We'll see what the judges think about that.
7:20 to go, and you saw an image of Ramsey kind of holding his head and thinking to himself, wow, why did I paddle for that wave before and let him go on that one?
That was a turning point, right? The priority switch that gave Medina the opportunity to get this wave, and the score's in.
It's an icebreaker, a 7.17. Now only needs a 6.26. And we've seen him come back before in big situations. There you see the score line, went as high as a 7.8, as low as a couple of 6.7s. The average, though, was 7.17, the best of the heat so far, Kipes. And it really came down to the alligator's jaws section at the end.
Forces the issue right here. That's what the technician does. Gabe Medina, now Ramsey now committed to this wave, kicked out exactly what Gabe Medina does. He's a technician. He's got the highest heat IQ out of anyone in the game. Played the game, played the mind game, forced Ramsey into using priority.
I feel like the momentum has shifted out there right now.
100%. What a tactician in the way of Gabe Medina, and I can't believe Ramsey took the bait right there.
We expected fireworks, and guess what? It's going to come down to probably the last exchange once again.
So heavy, that moment in which Gabe just brought him out, sold him a lemon. Just drove the car onto the lot, polished it up, didn't show him what was under the hood. It was a full lemon. And Gabe Medina giving himself a big, big chance. His support crew, though, looked nervous.
They definitely are. 5:45 away from a loss here in the final. And if time runs out, it's going to be the first win for a surfer from Morocco and a huge win for the continent of Africa. And the young gentleman in the blue jersey is able to hold on. Seems like he thought that that was a paddle. And
Ramsey wants it, huh?
He's playing mind games right now with Medina, too. He's trying to...
He's pleading his case to our priority judge.
Illustrate it there to our judges.
We have one judge in charge of priority, and he's trying to get his attention right now, saying, hey, Medina paddle, flip the priority on me.
5 minutes to go. And frustration settling in right now for Ramsey, too. We hadn't seen this in the first 25 minutes of the heat, Kaipo.
Can't get frustrated right now, Ramsey. You cannot get that in between your ears. Look at this wave.
Just under 5 minutes to go. Medina in second place, needs a 6.26. We know he can do that in his sleep. Boy, and I was expecting a great final. An exciting finish right here. 13.43 heat total, 12.17, and a 6. I mean, that guy can do it off of one turn too, Kaipo, even in there on the left or on the right.
Hey, given the conditions, this is such an exciting heat. I mean, the conditions deteriorated before our eyes. It's pretty junky out there, but the drama and the performances by both these surfers, out of this world.
Yeah, and both goofy footers have been looking right for the most part in this final, where primarily for today's conditions, it's really been the lefts that have scored well. Ramsey had a look right there, and Medina with a great opportunity here. He's going to use priority, and he's up and riding. Great fade, huge first turn right there, straight up and vertical. Wraps it back, and you know what section's coming right here. A couple of setup turns, and a strong finish for the three-time world champion. The support crew, the beach loves it, and obviously you know who they're rooting for right now. It is so loud down there, you can barely hear yourself speak, and right when he needed to, Mr. Clutch yet again with another impressive wave.
Nice turn here, paced approach. Doesn't have to get too fancy for this finish. Gabe Medina knows how to do that to wrap it up. Wraps it up right there. Shows some restraint. And the three-time world champ, again, one more time from a different view. Hook to begin with, paced approach. Knows he's got to hold back a little bit and is on his way to the score. That's holding back for Gabe Medina and a three-time world champ. And you know what else you can put on Gabe's title? A dream killer.
That is true. And guess what? I want to point something out, Kaipo. If Ramsey ends up losing this final, it's probably going to be because of that priority mistake right there with that one block.
Yeah. Hey, look at...
Oh, my goodness. It is a 6.5. Medina takes the lead, and there you see his reaction. He knows that he's going to take the lead, and he loves it. Just as everybody else on the beach does. A little over 2 minutes to go. Bukiem, who was in the lead for 27 plus minutes. As you see the scores right there, the average comes down to a 6.5. Bukiem now needs a 6.68 Kipes, and the biggest wave of his career on the line right now in the next 2 minutes. He would have to surf this wave perfectly. It would have to be one of the best waves of the heat. And also, he knows that in the back of his head, this is not only the most important heat of his life, but the best wave that he's going to have to surf in the next 90 seconds.
Look at Gabe. Look at what Gabe does right now. What did you call him? The alien, right? He's alien, and now he's a predator as well, because he is hunting Ramsey Bukiem. He's just close to him. He's in his space. That's completely invading your personal space right here in the last 90 seconds, getting in Ramsey's head. Ramsey needs to keep his wits about him, taking a look at all the scores. It really was Gabe coming on at the end.
And just like the aliens in that franchise, the perfect specimen. 60 seconds to go. A comeback for the dream killer, Mr. Clutch, three-time world champion. Is there nothing this man can do? Are you not entertained? 45 seconds to go. Kaipo, An incredible final, as you were mentioning, for the scores, for these kind of conditions, as good as it gets right now. But I cannot believe what I'm about to see. He was against the wall, up against the ropes, Ramsey in complete control of the heat, and now Gabe flips the switch, and he's 30 seconds away from winning for the first time in Saquarema.
Great surfing by Medina, great heat management, great tactics. You said the turning point of the heat was flipping that priority. That was orchestrated by Gabe Medina against Ramsey Bukhayam. It all came into play. Down to just 10 seconds.
And Ramsey with the shot here. It's gonna be the last wave of the heat on the right. Needs a 6.68. Just a setup so far. Needing something huge here for the finish.
Yeah.
Nothing exciting so far. Needs something big. That'll help. And just the one turn.
He knows.
His reaction says it all. We're gonna make it official when the score comes through. Just gonna wait for that one. But you can see based off of his reaction, it just doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough. Needs a 6.68 or better. Gave himself a shot, Kaipo. The wave popped up, and he tried as best as he could. Still waiting for the score, though. And once they hear the score, I can assure you the beach is going to be as loud as it can possibly get. Waiting on it right now. It's a 3.9. And guess what? To nobody's surprise, your Corona Saquarema Pro champion, presented by Banco Do Brasil, none other than the three-time world champ, Gabriel Medina.
Vamos aplaudir o título de campeão do Challenger Series do Brasil, o Corona Saquarema Pro 2022. Primeiro título do circuito.
Gabe Medina on the ride in, and he is relishing this victory. He came here to do some homework at Itaúna and prove himself, and that he did. Nice moment on the inside shore break between Ramsey Bukhayam and Gabriel Medina. Great sportsmanship. Medina clawed back into it with smart heat management and sharp surfing. Also, we got to acknowledge Ramsey Bukhayam, who had put through the paces these entire 6 days. But right now, this moment belongs to Gabriel Medina. Let's enjoy this chair up the beach. Gabe Medina, your Corona Saquarema Pro champ, up against the glass. And a climb back to that victory. Last two waves, a 7.17 and a 6.5 for Gabe Medina. Did that, got the work done in the final few minutes of this 35-minute final. Ramsey Bukhayam put up a fight and had the lead through the majority of this final. But Gabe Medina comes and walks away with the title. Congratulations to Gabe Medina. We'll be back with more here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, the awards presentation, and the Corona Post Show, all on the way. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro. This is the Corona Post Show. I'm Kai Figueroa along with Bruno and Maida. Maida, what a day, what a day.
What a day, Kaipo. So amazing this last heat, the finals. We saw like Medina just killing everything and also killing Ramsey dreams.
Yeah, that was hey, it was a heavy, dramatic men's final. And in the women's final, Bruno, Alyssa Spencer won for the USA, looking sharp out here.
Oh yeah, since the get-go, she decoded the wave, she decoded the conditions, she managed to put together every single hit from the first one until the last, and now she's in the Gloria.
Yeah, a big win for Carlsbad's Alyssa Spencer. It was a long road to that victory, but she was putting in great scores, Maida, throughout the entire event.
Yeah, since the beginning, she looked very sharp. She looked so in tune here with this place in Saquarema. Very good job that she done.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the road to the women's final for Alyssa Spencer and a road to a victory here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We started with the quarterfinals this morning, and we will take a look at the brackets as they populate on the screen for our road to the victory for the 19-year-old Alyssa Spencer. And here we go. Alyssa this morning had to dispose of Keely Andrew. She went on to take on Amuro Suzuki. And then finally, Tessa Thyssen in the final, Alyssa Spencer with the victory, Maida.
Yeah, she the first hit of the day, she battled with Keely Andrew, and she did a pretty great job in her forehand and also, and with Amuro Suzuki during the semis, she did the same.
Yeah, able to really mix it up. What about Tessa Thyssen? She came out of nowhere in my book, Bruno, but she found herself as a runner-up.
Oh yeah, it was a shocker, like when she beat Teresa Bovalo.
Yes.
Was about to qualify. She was on the bubble, but Tessa Thyssen, surfing for herself, surfing for France, and it was an all goofy affair, the finals. I like it.
And that is a victory for Alyssa Spencer, and the road to that victory right here on your screen as we look at the brackets. For the men, the road to victory for Gabe Medina was a bumpy one, but he had no problem. First of all, Maxime Husno, if he made the final, he would have qualified for the championship tour. Gabe has said no, moved on into the semifinals. Same story in the semifinal number one. Gabe Medina disposed of Joao Chianco, who again, if Joao won this event, he would have been on the championship tour, clinched it. And then in the final, if Ramsey Bukhayam won this event, he would have been on the championship tour. But Gabe Medina said no, 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 and yes to a victory, Maida.
Yeah, he's been like such a killer here, as we said before. Maxime served pretty well the whole event, and then he finally went against Medina, and he couldn't pass.
Yeah, it was crazy to me, Bruno, because Maxime had a chance to clinch it. He's still in the conversation. I mean, we still have some seats going into Haliva. And then Joao had a chance to clinch here. And then Ramsey had a chance to clinch here. But it was Gabe Medina the whole time, just proving that he is not unbeatable, but pretty close to it.
Oh, yeah, man. Nerves of steel, huh? And like the big soccer superstars, he said, I'm here, so I will be at the top of the podium.
Well, he's on the top of the podium, and let's celebrate. Let's make it official. I'm going to throw it to our official awards presentation. Take away Mitch Salazar.
Boa tarde, Saquarema! First of all, muito obrigado a toda la galera saquaremense e carioca. Un placer, a pleasure to be here in Saquarema for a historic event. 24 countries in the first Challenger Series event here in Latin America. Saquarema, the only city to host a CT, a QS, and now a Challenger Series event too. Obviously, we want to thank our local community, the Saquarema Surf Association, the mayor of Saquarema, Manuela Perez, and all the surfer, and obviously, obrigado to the fans, the best in the world here in Brazil. Give yourselves a round of applause. Big thank you to Corona, Banco do Brasil, BB Asset, Prefeitura de Saquarema, Secretaria de Esporte e Lazer do Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, TikTok, 51 Ice, and New On. We would like to invite to our podium, give a big round of applause for our Mayor of Saquarema, Manuela Perez. WSL Latin American General Manager Ivan Martino. And Deputy Commissioner of Tours and Competitions Travis Logie. And now let's start with our finalists on the women's side. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for your runner-up, none other than France's own Tessa Thyssen. So now let's call up our champion. Let's go to Alyssa Spencer, your winner here of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. As Manuela Perez will be handing out second and first place. Once again, congratulations to Tessa Thyssen. Parabéns, Tessa. Felicitación. And how about a huge round of applause for your champion, Alyssa Spencer from the USA. And now let's get into a quick question with Alyssa. Alyssa, real quick. First of all, congratulations, huge win for yourself, but having Matt Mars and the rest of the crew here, what was it like?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I honestly don't think it's all sunk in yet. I've dreamed of this moment and envisioned it and had this written in my goals for the beginning of the year, so to accomplishment feels amazing. And yeah, I've had the best crew here surrounding me, and having Matt and the whole crew here has been amazing. And yeah, I have so many people to thank, all my sponsors, my family, and yeah, thank you WSL for putting on this amazing event, and thank you also to all the fans here. It's been amazing energy on the beach, and yeah, thank you so much.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your champion, Alyssa Spencer, and Tessa Thyssen, your runner-up in the women's division of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. Thank you, ladies. Congratulations. And as you make your way off the stage over here to your right, thank you very much. And now let's get on to the men's side. Let's call up your runner-up to the event here in Saquarema. Give a huge round of applause for your runner-up second place finish, none other than Morocco's own Ramzi Boukiem. As being presented the trophy right there by Tours and Competitions Travis Logie. And now, galera, torcida, put your hands together for the man of the moment, the three-time world champion, winning in Saquarema, none other than Gabriel Medina! And he's going to be presented the award by WSL Latin American manager, Ivan Martino. As let's get in a word with Gabe. Gabe, parabéns. Huge victory. You conquered your fears in Saquarema. First time you've won here. What was it like competing in front of your fans and really getting a win here on home soil?
Primeiro em português, muito obrigado a todos que vieram aqui torcer. Esse final de semana foi incrível para o Brasil. A gente teve a Raíssa, a Rebeca e graças a Deus aqui deu tudo certo. E fico feliz de ter vencido aqui num lugar que há poucos meses atrás eu me machuquei. E eu sabia que se eu trabalhasse, me dedicasse, o resultado ia vir. Claro que esse foi o primeiro passo. Eu quero voltar aqui no WCT e conseguir a vitória, mas é isso. Cada passo de uma vez e cada vez mais superando. E só agradecer mesmo. Obrigado, galera.
As we're gonna get a Corona shower right here. Gabe, another quick question real quick. What was it like sharing the water with this man when he was leading the final for the majority of it too?
Yeah, Hamzi is a great friend. I know him since kids, you know. We had a final together in Florianopolis in the juniors. He's such a great surfer. I hope he can make to the tour. He deserves it. And I'm happy to share another final with him, you know. He's one of the best to surf in a QS event. And yeah, man, I can't wait to see him in CT Waves, you know. He has the surf to be there.
Love you, Ramsey. Congratulations to both of these gentlemen. But give it up once again for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil champion, Mr. Gabriel Medina. Big congratulations to all of our finalists. Muito obrigado, Saquarema, and we shall see you next year for another CT event and another Challenger Series event too. Now let's throw it back to Kaipo and everybody else for the Corona Post Show.
Thank you, Mitchell, and congratulations to both Gabe Medina and Alyssa Spencer. Bruno, for the viewers, what did Gabe say in his acceptance speech to that award?
Oh, he said he wasn't emotional about it. He hurt himself here at last hit on the third round against Callum Robinson in the Rio Pro, the CT event. And he said he wanted to do good here. He's willing to win an event, a CT event here in Brazil. But the CS event, he took as a plan A for now, because that was online here. So next year, he's going to be fighting for this title in Brazil.
Yeah, that's what Gabe came here, and that was the exercise in this event, was to win here, get that past him, do some homework, because he knows this is going to come back here for the championship tour. And Gabe accomplished the mission that he came to Saquarema for, and we thank Gabe for that, because that was some dramatic, exciting surfing that he brought to the place. So congratulations to Gabe Medina. Maida, we also have to congratulate Alyssa Spencer, because she took out her first win on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and she's pretty young. I mean, she's getting like all the experience about the Challenger Series. And I think with this win, she will be a lot more confident for Haleiwa, and she still can get her spot during the championship tour.
That's right. Still available spot for Alyssa Spencer. Let's check out her road to the final here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Alyssa Spencer. She's been sharp through all the different conditions here, Bruno. Lefts, rights, it didn't matter for Alyssa. She put it together.
Yeah, spot on, like dynamic, vertical, in the right rhythm, choosing the best waves. She was coming on fire to this final.
Yeah, Maida, her road to the final. Alyssa Spencer this morning, quarterfinal number 4, took out Keely Andrew.
Yeah, she looks pretty sharp on that final. Like, she took those lefts. She really could put like everything she has on board here, and she looked very good.
And then into the semifinal, Bruno, it was Alyssa Spencer versus Amuro Suzuki. Alyssa with the pre-prep there in anticipation of that semifinal, and Alyssa again coming through.
Yeah, and Amuro was surfing so good. She was the bronze medalist at the Olympics. But look at that, Alyssa was so sharp, so in tune with the conditions the entire week.
You can see the conditions as they changed throughout the day, and Alyssa Spencer was able to make those adjustments in her surfing and her approach to suit the changing conditions. And then for the final, Alyssa Spencer takes out Tessa Thyssen, but an impressive surf for Tessa Thyssen, but Alyssa Spencer was just too much Maida, because Alyssa came in with some great waves right on the buzzer.
Yeah, she did. As you said, she could like switch her surfing for the rights and the left. And the left, really adaptive for the conditions. On the first days, we see her like surfing so well on her backhand there with the rights. So she did a great job the whole event. She came to win this, and she did it.
She sure did, and that was an impressive victory for the youngster from California, and she's got an incredibly bright future in front of her. Alyssa Spencer getting chaired up the beach and relishing in this moment.
I love the tears of joy, huh? And she was trying to sink in the victory. Such a huge result for her.
There we go. There's the final numbers for Alyssa Spencer and Tessa Thyssen. 12.9 enough for the win here in Saquarema.
Oh yeah, that 7 was capital, huh? Very important, because they both have a 5, a medium 5, a high 5 for Alyssa, and a low 5 to Tessa Thyssen. Tessa did great in the entire event, huh?
She sure did. Made a name for herself and established herself with the win. So that was the story for the women. But for the men, it was exciting drama, but it was the #1 seed coming in here in the way of Gabe Medina taking out for the win. And let's take a look at a recap and Gabriel Medina's road to the final here.
Oh, yeah. An up-and-comer victim of Medina, Kalanibal, the first in the quarters.
First heat in the quarterfinal #2. Gabe Medina comes up against Maxime Husno.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, Maxime, he makes the final, and he gets on tour with a victory here. But Gabe Medina said, nope, I'm going to project down the line. And this is when he just started all of his momentum, Gabe Medina, in quarterfinal #2.
Yeah, I think he was like surfing. He really wanted a win here, but he was surfing very loose, very relaxed. He knew that these guys had so much to prove here and a lot of things on the board, on rankings. So he did his job and he was looking for this victory, and finally he did.
Medina coming out swinging in semifinals. He was faced up against Joao Chianca, semifinal action. Gabe Medina overcame Joao.
Oh, mixed emotions there. He knew that was a very important heat for Joao. And he was surfing, like Maida said, loose and not feeling any pressure at all. But his surfing speaks for himself, huh?
Sure
Each
does.
and every moment.
Every moment, and takes down the local boy, Joao Chianca, for the win. And again, Joao Chumbinho, if he was to win this event, he would have been on tour, but Gabe says you gotta wait, decided Haliva. Then the final Maida, Gabe Medina against Ramzi Bukhayam with the same qualification scenario for Ramzi. Ramzi wins this and he's on the tour, but Gabe Medina had some other ideas.
For sure he does. I think as soon as he got in the finals, I thought, oh my God, he's gonna be killing it, because when he's in this kind of mode, like the road to the victory, he's like anyone else. And he was against the wall. Ramzi did a great job in the first 20 minutes of the heat, but then couldn't stand anymore, and Gabriel.
Yeah, it was really the last, I'm going to say 5 minutes, Gabe turned the heat. The turning point in this heat was a switch of priority, but then Gabe Medina turned all of the momentum his way.
His coach, his physio, and all the crew. Lucas Medeiros was there. Felipe Stanford, his manager, was there too. And the alpha dog, huh? I love the expression that Mitch used, it like alien and the predator. Yeah, that's the alien, man. It's not from this planet. We can see by the boards, the paintings now.
Yeah, he's got the universe. He got all the planet on his quiver of his boards because his surfing is out of the world. Coming back in the final 2 waves of a 30-minute final, a 7.17, a 6.5. Medina takes the victory off of Ramzi Bukhayam. But congratulations to the rockin' Moroccan, Ramzi Bukhayam. He's going to move way up the leaderboard as we go into the final Challenger Series event of the year. That's going to be in Haliva.
For sure, Ramzi, Joao, they should go to Haliva with their heads high on. They're surfing so good, and they're going to have the last chance there. Huh?
Yeah, yet to be determined. Let's check out right now, as we're talking about rankings and leaderboard, we'll check out our women's leaderboard and the rankings heading into that final Challenger Series event. You can see right here, Macy Callahan, Molly Picklum, Caitlin Simmers already qualified. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson looking pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Bronte McCauley's in the conversation. Teresa Bonvalat, she's in the conversation as well as Nikki Van Dyke. And this, I believe, may be the rankings coming into this event. So we'll confirm that on this graphic, but that's our Women's Challenger Series rankings.
Yeah, a lot of them on the line there. Huh? Huge implications on Haleiwa is going to be a drama.
Yeah, Haleiwa is going to be a drama when we look to the women, Maida, in that we have 3 women already confirmed in the way of Macy Callahan, Katie Simmers, and Molly Picklum. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson is just right there. Yet we haven't made it official yet, but she's just right there. So a lot's going to go down in Haleiwa. There's only 5 spots available, and a lot of the spots are already getting taken.
Yeah, sure. I think like Teresa has a great chance in Haleiwa, and also Alisa just won here, and let's see what can happen. But probably they are going to fight for just 1 spot.
Yeah, I like your analysis. I really think when we crunch all the numbers, there's only going to be 1 spot left for the women. Well, with that, let's take a look at the men's Challenger Series leaderboard and see if we've had any movement on there for the men's. Leonardo Fioravanti, he has qualified, as well as Rio Waida and Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, now we can tell is the previous ranking coming to us here. Huh?
Yes,
yeah.
Good pickup. So this is the rankings actually on the way into this final result. We're going to adjust those rankings, and we'll get them to you. If not in this poster, we'll have them on worldsurfleague.com for the updates and the scenarios heading into the final event on the Challenger Series. That's going to be the Haleiwa Challenger. That's going to kick off November 26th at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park.
7 events, they're going to throw away 3 events, huh?
Yeah, 7. We have 7 events total.
Yeah.
You just keep your top 4 finishes. So still some exciting stuff to come. Maida, I'm excited. What about you?
Yeah, me too. I know that João, I think he might get up in the rankings, and I think he's right there, like in the bubble, like I think number 8 in the ranking. So probably he's very excited for Haleiwa, and his surfing really fits there. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, so that's us looking to the future. Let's review some stuff in the past. And when I'm talking about the past, let's review some of the exciting action that happened this week in Saquarema. Here are today's top 5 moments. Our top 5, and we're going to kick it off with the grudge match. We're at the local boy, Bruno, João Chianca against Gabe Medina in men's semifinal number 1.
He was swinging hard, huh? João is full of energy, surfing amazing. It was an upset, you know. It was like we said from the get-go, Medina was a big spoiler here, so he did it, yeah.
João Chianca, he fought all the way through, fought for the finish here, but Gabe Medina was just too much for Chumbinho, Maria.
Yeah, like people there at the athlete area, they were cheering a lot. It was the first time I saw like the beach cheering for João, like more than they were cheering for Medina, because everybody knew how important this heat was to him. But I mean, like, Gabriel Medina is always Gabriel Medina, you know? He's a killer, and he got him.
Yeah, he sure did. Gabe Medina able to put together waves. You can see right here, starts off dynamic, couple of snaps in the middle, flows through that section, and he ends dynamically as well. Gabe Medina, number 5 top moment for today. João Chianca put in a good fight, though. This is what his effort was for the comeback, Bruno.
Yeah, he was trying all the way at the rights, but at the end of the session was in that stiffer pace, and he was trying to go big there, but look at that.
Yeah.
Didn't manage to pull together.
Just comes up short. If he was able to pull that final maneuver, that would have changed the occurrence here, but Gabe Medina victorious and went all the way to the podium. Number 4, it is Tessa Thyssen versus Teresa Bonvala in women's semifinal number 1, and Tessa took out an underdog victory, Maida.
Yeah, it was a buzzer beater, you know, like Teresa was winning all the heat long, and then Tessa just took away in the last minutes of the heat, and she did a good job there and just finally turned the heat.
Yeah, composure by Tessa to stay on her feet, complete maneuvers when needed. This was it. This changed the whole dynamic of that semifinal number 1 and earned Tessa a spot into the final.
It was kind of very upsetting for Teresa.
Number 3 on our top 5, we got some new qualifiers. Caitlin Simmers, we're going to see her if she chooses to go on the World Championship Tour in 2023. Katie Simmers putting together quite a year on the Challenger Series, Bruno.
A star is being born. She's coming hard, and this time I think she will compete the entire season.
Yeah, whole year just passed through, so she might be ready now to do so, and very nice to see. We are very excited to see her surfing the big league.
Yeah, and we're excited to see Molly Picklum qualifying and back on the championship tour, Bruno.
Long lines, nice rhythm, a lot of style. She deserves to be there.
She certainly does, Maida. She took out a big win in Bolito on her way to that qualification.
Yeah, she did. And here it was kind of upsetting, like to see her like losing the first heat, but now she qualified and she might be so happy.
Number 2, let's congratulate our men's event winner, the champ here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, Gabriel Medina, Bruno.
Great white shark gliding through Itaúna's waves. That board slide, I love it.
It's so great to see Medina like breaking this bubble, you know, and winning here in Saquarema, something that he was looking for so long, and finally he made it. So really good to see how fit he is, how prepared he's getting to next year.
Looks like we got a prepared, fit, focused Gabe Medina when we start the championship tour again. Had to prove a point here at Itaúna when we're here for the Rio Pro. Left here with a loss and an injury, came back and took the big win, Bruno.
Oh yeah, history is being made, huh?
Number 1, Alyssa Spencer with her first victory on the Challenger Series, Maida, and she did it in stunning fashion, continuing to put up big numbers every time she hit the water.
Yeah, it's true. Since the beginning, she was like frothing here, and a lot of style, and as you said, she was like very smart in like changing how her approach to the conditions and looking very sharp since the beginning.
Oh, and what a feeling to get this chair up the beach by your crew that have traveled here to Brazil, stuck by you as a group, and are able to enjoy the victory with you.
Oh,
That's your champ, Alyssa Spencer.
It's an individual sport just inside the water. Outside of it,
it's a team sport.
Yeah, it's a team sport. Matt Myers was there, huh?
He sure was. Yeah. Oh, my. I'm just coming down right now. That was so great. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you, Maida. This has been so good. Obrigado, everyone. Thank you for watching. Remember, we're not done with the Challenger Series. The Haleiwa Challenger starts November 26th at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park in Hawaii. That's when we'll see you again. Until then, I want to just tell you aloha and enjoy the end of the day highlights.
Aloha.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.